In a world that could only be described as the truest form of hell, a young girl found herself trapped in a dark underground prison, surrounded by others who, like her, lived in constant fear of death or worse. The guards who kept them captive were cruel and indifferent, their eyes dead to the suffering they inflicted. One fateful day, a guard approached the cell, a sickening grin on his face as he unlocked the bars. He announced with a mocking tone that His Excellency, Mr. Marquee, had finally arrived. The girls inside the cell exchanged fearful glances, unsure of what this visit might mean. The Marquis entered the dungeon, a man of clear status, but his expression betrayed a deep dissatisfaction with something unseen. In the brutal world outside, the strong preyed on the weak without mercy, a cruel law that governed all. The guard, noticing the Marquis's displeasure, quickly assured him that the girls were only dirty because they had not yet been washed. He promised they would be properly prepared as this was merely a prelude to the upcoming auction. The girls, trembling with terror, watched as the guard callously dragged one of them, sobbing uncontrollably, toward the Marquis. But the Marquis, his gaze wandering, abruptly stopped the guard. His eyes had fallen upon another girl, one with dark hair. Without hesitation, he pointed to her and demanded that she be brought to him instead. The girl was roughly pulled from the cell and thrown at the Marquis's feet. He smiled down at her, a cold, calculating smile, and assured her that she had nothing to fear because he would most certainly purchase her. His words were filled with a twisted satisfaction, as if he relished the despair that filled the air. He leaned closer to the girl, his voice dripping with sadistic pleasure as he confessed that nothing brought him more joy than breaking the spirits of desperate girls who tried to appear strong. The girl remained silent, her eyes betraying no emotion, until she finally removed her handcuffs with an eerie calmness and spoke in a measured tone, confirming his assumptions. The guard standing behind them suddenly collapsed to the ground, unconscious, as if struck by an invisible force. The Marquis, shocked and bewildered, turned back to the girl, only to find himself unable to finish his sentence. Before he could react, the girl had already plunged a syringe into his neck, injecting a mysterious liquid. The Marquis fell to the floor, writhing in agony, his mouth frothing as the poison took hold. The girl calmly walked to a bucket of water, soaked a rag, and returned to the Marquis. With a chilling smile, she wiped his face and whispered that she was his death. Then, without another word, she threw the keys back into the cell, giving the other girls a chance to escape. Wrapping herself in a cloak to conceal her identity, the girl left the dungeon and ventured into the stormy night. Meanwhile, when the guard awoke, he saw all the girls with weapons in their hands. A scream echoed as our heroine walked into the dark moonlit night. The rain poured down heavily as she made her way to a small shop. Inside, a man behind the counter handed her a reward, a sum of money, for her successful mission. He remarked that the Marquis's death had been ruled a heart attack, with no signs of mutilation or poisoning, just as the contract had specified. He looked at the girl with a mixture of awe and fear, acknowledging that such a task seemed almost effortless for someone of her skill. He referred to her as the goddess of death and handed her a new order, another target to eliminate in a world where power was maintained by devouring the weak. As she prepared to leave, the girl overheard a conversation between two men. One of them, staring at her silhouette, asked if she was truly the legendary assassin he had heard of. The other, skeptical, pointed out her youth. The shopkeeper warned them not to be deceived by appearances, explaining that she was a real monster who had already claimed more than a dozen lives. The bartender, watching from below, spoke grimly of a girl known for her ruthless efficiency, a girl who killed her targets without a hint of remorse. It didn't matter to her whether they were men, women, elderly, or even children, her heart was as cold as the blade she wielded. She moved from one mission to the next, indifferent to the suffering she caused, blind to the lives she shattered. The thunder rumbled overhead, and suddenly, she heard a strange sound nearby, alerting her that something or someone was following her. A small, shivering kitten perched precariously on the edge of a roof, struggling against the biting cold and relentless rain. Without hesitation, she approached it and wrapped her cloak around the tiny creature, shielding it from the downpour. The kitten, feeling warmth and dryness for the first time in hours, gazed up at her with eyes full of gratitude and relief. Yet, as the girl sat on the edge of the rooftop, the weakened structure beneath her began to give way. In an instant, she and the kitten were plunged into the abyss, the world spinning wildly as they fell. When the girl opened her eyes again, she found herself in a strange, white space surrounded by beings that resembled angels. A man of authority sat nearby, his presence imposing. The angels murmured among themselves, condemning her for the hundreds of lives she had taken. They branded her as the worst of the worst, unfit for heaven, and recommended she be cast into hell. As the verdict seemed all but decided, the kitten, who had plummeted to its death alongside her, suddenly spoke up. With a voice full of innocence and sincerity, it pleaded with the angels, explaining that this girl had saved its life. The kitten argued that despite her fearsome reputation, she had a good heart and asked the angels for mercy on her behalf. The girl, upon hearing the kitten's plea, remembered the moment she had saved it. But she quickly dismissed the idea that she was anything but monstrous, insisting that she was a terrible person with a foul temper. The kitten, undeterred, pressed on, asking if she truly wished to be condemned to hell. The girl, avoiding the kitten's gaze, replied with a chilling indifference, stating that she didn't care about her fate. She had always longed for death, but it had eluded her, leaving her trapped in an endless cycle of violence. Amused, the man on the throne laughed, curious as to how someone so hardened could have shown compassion, even if only once. He turned to the angels and suggested they assign her a new task, one that would truly test her character. In his view, she was uniquely suited for it. As he spoke, a magical light began to surround the girl, and a commanding voice echoed through the space, declaring that she must learn the power of love. The world around her faded into darkness, and for a time, she felt nothing. But soon, distant voices reached her ears, pulling her back to consciousness. She awoke in a place she didn't recognize, feeling an unfamiliar warmth and comfort. As she opened her eyes, she saw a man, his face filled with joy, calling her a sweet little angel and cradling her in his arms. He wondered aloud if it was time to feed her, and his touch was gentle, filled with a tenderness she had never known. The girl tensed, her mind racing with confusion. Where was she? What had happened? She was soon placed in a crib, and two young boys began to play around her, calling her princess and offering her toys and bottles. They asked her what she wanted, but she remained still, staring at them with an emotionless gaze, unable to comprehend this strange new world. As time passed, she slowly gathered information, realizing that her name was now Patricia von Annika, an ordinary infant barely a year old. The world she had known before had been a hellish nightmare, a place where she had destroyed countless lives. But even in death, she had not found peace. Instead, she had been reborn into what felt like an even stranger and more perplexing existence. One of the men handed her a bottle of milk, urging her to drink while it was still warm. The other insisted that she wasn't hungry and wanted to play, offering her a rattle. Patricia sat motionless, her mind flooded with memories of her past life. She realized that what she had experienced hadn't been a dream, it was all too real. Now, trapped in this new life, she was forced to confront the consequences of her actions and the possibility that her journey was far from over. Her name had once been Thoth, known far and wide as the goddess of death. She was the most feared and legendary assassin, a figure shrouded in mystery and terror. But now, as Patricia von Annika, she found herself in a new life, bewildered by the sudden and inexplicable end of her previous existence. Just as she began to grapple with the strangeness of it all, a pair of warm, strong hands lifted her from the crib. The man holding her was Leonhard Wołanecki, her older brother. He held her close, sensing something was amiss. "What's the matter, little one?" he asked softly, his voice full of concern. Patricia, of course, said nothing. Her silence didn't deter him, though. He kissed her cheek and smiled, telling her how smart and beautiful she was, as always. Despite the indifferent look on her face, Leonhard assured her that she was still as sweet as ever. Soon, another man approached Gilbert, her other older brother. He gently took her from Leonhard's arms, cradling her with care. "It's obvious she just wants to cuddle," Gilbert said, kissing the top of her head. He then asked if she wanted to play, his tone light and affectionate. Despite his words, Patricia remained stoic, her mind still racing with thoughts from her past life. The two brothers continued to dote on her, unaware of the turmoil inside her. As the boys argued playfully about who would take her to visit their father, Patricia began to piece together her new reality. Leonhard and Gilbert were her brothers, and they were clearly eager to spend time with their little sister after a year apart. This was a stark contrast to the life she had known before, where she was an orphan with no family to speak of. The warmth and affection they showed her felt foreign, almost disconcerting. Then, a distant memory echoed in her mind, a voice from that strange, heavenly place telling her that she needed to learn about love. As she pondered this, Patricia realized that perhaps this new life was meant to teach her something she had never known before. But before she could delve deeper into these thoughts, her keen instincts, honed over a lifetime as Toth, alerted her to a new danger. None of them noticed the figure sneaking onto the veranda, a man armed and intent on harm. He moved silently, carefully opening the veranda door and slipping into the room. Patricia, lost in thought, suddenly remembered the sharp hairpin in Gilbert's uniform. Moving swiftly and silently, she snatched it and spun around, just in time to see the intruder preparing to strike. Without hesitation, she hurled the hairpin with deadly accuracy. The makeshift weapon struck the man in the eye before he could lay a hand on her brothers. The would-be assassin staggered back, clutching his face in agony, trying to stifle his scream to avoid detection. Blood poured from his wound as he stumbled toward the edge of the veranda. Patricia watched in stunned silence as the man lost his balance and tumbled over the side, disappearing into the night. The heavy thud of the man's fall broke the silence in the room, drawing the attention of her brothers. Gilbert was the first to notice something was amiss. He walked over to the window, puzzled. "When did we open this?" "It's supposed to stay closed so Patricia doesn't catch a cold," he murmured, quickly shutting it. As he did, his eyes fell on his uniform, and he realized his brooch was missing. "Where did my brooch go?" His brother turned to him with a look of alarm, questioning whether he had left her near Patricia. Gilbert assured him that he was fully aware of the potential danger and would never do such a thing. Though he admitted the situation was strange, he had only hooked it earlier that morning. Leonhardt, cradling his sister, gently laid her back in bed, wondering if she had armed herself for self-defense. The boy nodded in agreement, prompting his brother to suggest they search for her together, as it might indeed be too risky. As Patricia lay quietly in her crib, she watched them move away, smiling to herself as they left. The boys, turning back briefly, smiled at her and said their goodbyes. Gilbert, before exiting, asked her to behave and rest well. Once they closed the door behind them, the girl was filled with happiness, relieved that they had finally gone. Finally, she was alone. The moment her eyes closed, she found herself transported to that same mysterious place above the heavens. There, she saw the man who had sent her into this strange, new world. His presence was as enigmatic as before, and Patricia could feel the weight of unfinished business between them. The man, standing before her in this ethereal space, gazed down at the infant Patricia and greeted her with a mocking smile, calling her goddess of death in a tone dripping with sarcasm. Patricia's mind quickly pieced together who this figure was, and as recognition flickered in her eyes, the man, pleased with her reaction, remarked that it seemed she had regained her memories. His smile widened as he continued, suggesting that there was no point in delaying their conversation with unnecessary details. He declared that she was destined to save the kingdom in which she had been reborn, a kingdom teetering on the brink of collapse. Her formidable killing skills, he insisted, would be the key to saving not just the realm, but also the lives of its inhabitants. Patricia, hearing this, was taken aback. How could she possibly fulfill such a task when she was merely an infant, unable even to speak? The confusion on her face was clear, and the man, noticing her bewilderment, waved his hand and used his magic to lift her into the air. He floated her over to a large toy bear, casually tossing her onto it as if to emphasize her helplessness. He then explained that the kingdom she was born into was destined to collapse, just as it had in her previous life. The era she now lived in was 200 years before her original time, a period when this kingdom was still standing but dangerously close to its downfall. The man continued, explaining that in her previous life, the kingdom had long been forgotten, reduced to ruins after years of neglect and destruction. Patricia, unable to speak, mumbled something unintelligible in her baby voice. But the man, with his omnipotent abilities, understood her question. What does all this mean? He confirmed her fears, explaining that members of the royal family were destined to be wiped out, one, by assassins. Their downfall was sealed by their naivety and lack of caution. Eventually, war would be declared, and the kingdom would be lost to history. This, he stated, was their predetermined fate, one that needed to be altered. He went on to explain that although he, as an angel, could not interfere directly, he needed her help to change this destiny. Patricia, feeling a surge of anger, retorted that even as the so-called goddess of death, she couldn't alter fate. The man, still smiling, countered that it was precisely because she was the goddess of death that she had the power to influence the world so profoundly. He insisted that she needed to grow stronger, not just physically, but also in her understanding of the world and the forces that governed it. The man revealed that her new beginning was, in fact, a punishment for the countless lives she had taken in her past life. He reminded her that she was not omnipotent, and this new life was an opportunity to atone for her sins. Patricia, far from pleased with this revelation, argued that she was still human, not some all-powerful being. After a moment of reflection, the man agreed, acknowledging that this was indeed the crux of the problem. It was essential to him that she understood this, and so he had devised a plan. He pointed out that despite her hardened exterior, she had shown compassion by saving a freezing, lonely kitten. This act, however small, indicated that her soul was still capable of goodness. He told her that her soul could heal if given the chance to experience love, something she had never truly known. Because she was still young, he urged her to behave appropriately for her age, to control her mental faculties and, most importantly, to use her lethal skills to protect the family she now belonged to. In doing so, she could prevent the kingdom's destruction. Patricia listened in silence, then let out a heavy sigh. She admitted that the man was incredibly annoying to her, but she couldn't deny that his words held some weight. After a moment, she asked if he had changed much since their last encounter, hinting at her memories of him from before. The man, now visibly indignant, puffed up with pride and insisted that she should show him respect because he was, after all, an angel. But Patricia, pulling back, responded coldly that she had no reason to heed his words. The angel, trying to regain control of the conversation, argued that just because she had regained her memories from her past life didn't mean she should forget everything from her current one. He pressed her, asking if she would really be content to let her new family die, simply because she refused to protect them. His words struck a chord with Patricia, who fell into deep thought. After a long pause, she confessed that she truly didn't understand what love was. The angel, seeing a glimmer of hope in her admission, gently explained that understanding love wasn't something that could be forced or easily taught. It was something she would need to discover for herself, through the bonds she would form with the people around her in this life. But as he saw the indifferent look on her face, a wave of disappointment washed over him. Still, he knew she had no choice in the matter. With a resigned sigh, he turned away and waved his hand dismissively, stating that whether she liked it or not, she was bound to fulfill her duty. She, who had never known love, must learn to protect it with all her strength. Patricia, taken aback by his words, wanted to protest, to negotiate somehow, but before she could, the angel spoke one last time. He told her that once she completed this mission, she would be granted her freedom. Then, without giving her a chance to respond, he sent her back to the world below. When Patricia opened her eyes, she was no longer in the ethereal realm but back in her crib, in the room she now called home. But something was terribly wrong. A shadow loomed over her, and she realized that a man was standing there, a knife in hand, ready to strike. Instincts honed from a past life kicked in immediately. Without a second thought, she grabbed the pillow beside her and hurled it at the intruder, momentarily blinding him. In that brief moment, Patricia slipped out of sight. Moving swiftly and silently, she circled around the man and, with precise skill, pressed a pressure point on his shoulder, causing him to collapse, unconscious. Sitting atop his back, Patricia took a moment to process what had just happened. The reality was clear: the lives of the royal family were indeed in grave danger, and by extension, so was hers. But now, confined to a baby's body, she was also bound by several restrictions. First, she couldn't commit suicide or engage in any actions that would lead to her death. Second, she was forbidden from revealing her past life to anyone. And third, she couldn't disclose the true nature of her mission. These restrictions were more than just rules, they were shackles on her soul, and breaking them was not an option. She despised these limitations, feeling the weight of them as if they were branded into her very being. With a sigh, Patricia acknowledged the enormity of the task ahead. She was expected to save a kingdom on the brink of destruction, protect a family targeted by assassins, and she had to do all this before she turned 12. The timeline was tight. On her 12th birthday, the kingdom was fated to fall. Although she cared little for the kingdom itself, The promise of freedom after completing the mission was enough to compel her to see it through. Frustration welled up inside her. The reward seemed paltry for the effort required, and she resented the fact that she was once again being assigned a mission with such poor compensation. Yet, a dark determination settled in her heart. Once she completed this task, she would find a way to kill the angel who had thrust this burden upon her. As she sat on the unconscious assassin, her mind wandered back to moments from her past life, memories of relentless pursuit and merciless killings. She recalled one man who had foolishly believed he could escape her. But he had underestimated her, failing to realize that she could climb walls and strike with lethal precision. She had caught up to him swiftly, slashing his body until he crumpled to the ground, defeated. He had never understood who he was up against. Now, in her new life as Patricia, those memories clashed with the present. When her mother entered the room, calling for her with open arms, Patricia's irritation flared. The woman's gentle, loving demeanor was alien to her, and she couldn't comprehend why this woman expected her to respond like a normal child. A nervous smile tugged at her lips as she struggled to mask her true feelings. Lawrence, Patricia's father, spoke up, expressing concern that it might be too early for her to start walking. He pointed out that it was clear she was struggling just to stand on her own, yet her mother, Julia, was already coaxing her to take her first steps. Julia laughed, brushing off his worries, and teasing him for being too protective of their daughter, especially when he had been much stricter with Leon and Gilbert. Lawrence sighed, admitting that Patricia's delicate appearance made him more anxious than he'd been with his sons. "She's so tiny, so fragile," he murmured, watching as Patricia leaned against the crib for support. "It's as if she's a perfect gift from the gods, and I just want to keep her safe." Julia agreed, her love for Patricia evident in her every word and action. Despite their royal status, it was clear that they adored their daughter. Patricia, listening to their conversation, began to grasp that these people were her parents, the king and queen of the kingdom of Sharon. Her family also included her two older brothers, Leon and Gilbert. Her mission was to protect these four individuals from harm, a task entirely new and foreign to her, as she had spent her past life taking lives, not saving them. Lawrence suddenly remarked that Patricia seemed to be learning to walk much earlier than her brothers had. Julia smiled, clearly touched that he remembered such details, and as she approached Patricia, she added that their daughter seemed to grow cuter with every attempt to stand, even if it was a struggle. The girl grew increasingly irritated by the endless stream of cutesy remarks and the sight of succulence everywhere, to the point where she even entertained thoughts of lashing out at her parents. Soon after, she found herself sitting on the floor, realizing with some surprise that she could now move with ease. Patricia speculated that the absurd entity she knew as God must have altered her body, giving her unexpected strength. Although it was difficult to gauge just how much she had changed, she was certain that she could walk comfortably and even outpace her parents. This newfound power left her feeling a twinge of regret, as she was forced to maintain the guise of a helpless infant, which limited her autonomy. Just as these thoughts swirled in her mind, her mother approached, scooped her up, and mused aloud whether her daughter was already tired. She then gently kissed Patricia's forehead, apologizing and explaining that it was time for her afternoon nap, a routine that had not been abandoned. As her mother carried her to the bedroom, Patricia lay on the bed, watching as her mother lingered by her side, seemingly lost in thought. Patricia struggled to understand the concept of love her parents professed, finding it elusive and intangible, especially since they rarely shared meals or moments of genuine connection. Time passed in a haze until Patricia, seeking solitude, ventured out onto the veranda. With her memories of a past life fully restored, she came to a startling realization: her room, located in the vast castle, was the easiest to access, making her, a mere infant, the most vulnerable target for an assassin. The river running below her balcony presented a convenient means to dispose of bodies and weapons, a thought that now seemed disturbingly routine. Patricia even speculated that God's protection had shielded her until she regained her memories, which explained the seemingly endless string of would-be murderers she had encountered over the past year. Whenever Patricia eliminated another threat, she would discard the poison she used and reflect on the peculiar burden of being a target. Her parents' overprotectiveness, born from a near-fatal incident, only heightened their concern for her safety. Patricia wondered if demonstrating her speed and agility might reassure them, but she hesitated, fearing that revealing her abilities could lead to her being cast out of the household. One day, her mother entered the room carrying a plate of sweets, intending to offer Patricia an afternoon snack. However, upon seeing Patricia calmly sitting atop a lifeless body, her mother was so shocked that she stammered, dropping the plate, which shattered upon hitting the floor. Overcome with fear for her daughter, she rushed to her side, scooping her up and angrily confronting the assailant, demanding how he could harm a child who was barely able to walk. Patricia, unsettled by the strange emotions coursing through her, instinctively squirmed out of her mother's arms and distanced herself, unable to fully comprehend the situation. Her mother, Julia, was simultaneously astonished and overjoyed to see Patricia walking on her own. She proudly declared her daughter a genius, marveling at how quickly she had adapted in the years since her rebirth as a princess. Patricia had long been recognized as exceptionally gifted, and a full year had now passed since she was reborn into the life of a princess. Recently, she made an important realization. Julia, her mother, had discovered something troubling and insisted that the balcony in Patricia's room be removed immediately. Julia also suggested that if the balcony couldn't be removed, the doorknob should be replaced with blades, as a real assassin had recently managed to sneak into Patricia's chambers. Surprisingly, Patricia wasn't at all shocked by this. Such incidents had become so frequent that she would be more startled if a day passed without a murder attempt. After hearing Julia's concerns, Patricia's husband advised against taking such drastic measures just yet. Instead, he proposed assigning a nanny to watch over Patricia every minute of her life. He proudly mentioned that their kingdom was renowned for the strength of its warriors and that he would personally select someone from the royal guard for this role. However, Julia strongly opposed the idea, arguing that Patricia despised strangers. The thought of someone being stationed outside her room day and night was something Patricia would never tolerate. Leon, Patricia's brother, whispered that Patricia had taken an instant dislike to the previous nanny when she first met her. His brother agreed, recalling how Patricia had sobbed inconsolably for 24 hours straight because of it. Patricia, who had only recently come to this realization, understood that her family, particularly when it came to her, could be rather clueless. Although her memories of life before regaining her past life memories were somewhat hazy, it was clear that without those memories, she would have grown up to be extremely self-centered. While her parents did a decent job raising her brothers, Patricia suspected that her presence in the family might have been the result of some divine intervention. With nothing else to do, Patricia decided to interrupt their discussion by crying loudly, a tactic that never failed to capture attention. As always, it worked. Julia immediately rushed to her side, deeply concerned. The entire family gathered around, anxiously asking why she was crying and what had happened. Gilbert, one of her brothers, even blamed Leon for possibly doing something wrong. Patricia knew that only by crying could she stop the family's arguments, and indeed, they quickly abandoned their quarrel to comfort her. They clustered around, trying to soothe her and figure out what had gone wrong. Leon speculated that Patricia might have sensed the negative energy from their conversation. This theory surprised everyone, especially Gilbert, who reassured his sister that they hadn't really been arguing and that she shouldn't worry so much. Hearing this, Patricia smiled through her tears, bringing immense relief to her family. Her brothers and father were immediately captivated by her smile, which they found utterly enchanting. As Patricia sat in her mother's arms, she realized that her tears caused such deep concern that the moment she smiled, everyone relaxed. This led her to reflect on the nature of love, and she concluded that if she wanted to protect her family in every way possible, perhaps she should smile more often. And so, 6 more years passed. By then, Patricia had grown into a young woman. The assassination attempts persisted, and she had become accustomed to fending off her attackers, often killing them herself. One day, after dispatching yet another would-be assassin, her nanny, Deborah, began searching for her, asking worriedly where Mrs. Patricia was. Patricia quickly disposed of the body by tossing it over the veranda and returned to her room. When she approached Deborah, she noticed the nanny's anxious expression and wondered what was wrong. At 7 years old, Patricia was already well aware of the concerns of those around her. When Deborah found her, the nanny's relief was evident. She urged Patricia to hurry, explaining that her father had summoned her. Accompanied by Deborah, Patricia made her way to her father's study, discreetly checking her dress to ensure there was no blood on it. Confident that she had handled the situation perfectly, Patricia was curious as to why she had been called. After knocking, she entered the study and asked her father if he had summoned her. As soon as she stepped inside, she seated herself across from him. Julia stood nearby, and as soon as her father, Lawrence, saw her, he greeted her with a warm smile and expressed how delighted he was to see her. Lawrence smiled warmly at his daughter before announcing that they had made a significant decision: they had chosen her fiancé. The news took Patricia by such surprise that she couldn't conceal her reaction. Her father went on to reveal that her betrothed would be Julius, prompting Julia, who was standing nearby, to giggle softly. She reminded Patricia that she and Julius had met before, though Patricia had been just a little girl at the time and likely didn't remember. Julia elaborated that Julius was the prince of a neighboring kingdom. Lawrence nodded in agreement, explaining that this was why they would soon be visiting his country. Julia added that she would stay behind with Patricia's brothers, and she advised Patricia to behave with utmost decorum during the visit. Patricia was livid upon hearing this. She couldn't comprehend how her parents planned to visit a foreign nation without her protection. In her mind, they wouldn't survive a day. Julia also asked Patricia to keep this news from her brothers, as they might take offense. Over the next few days, as preparations for the trip were finalized, Patricia's frustration grew. Eventually, her parents departed for the neighboring state, leaving her and her brothers in the city. As Patricia walked through town with a stern expression, she was acutely aware that she was defying her parents' orders. Gilbert, noticing her mood, asked if she didn't like the town. Forcing a smile, Patricia assured him that everything was fine, though internally she struggled with the weight of protecting her family while being in two places at once. Although she was now allowed to be on her own, the realization that her family was at risk gnawed at her. As they continued walking, a young girl suddenly burst out from an alley, calling Patricia little girl and pleading with her to stop. The girl, running too fast to notice a rock in her path, tripped and fell. When the girl lifted her face, Patricia was struck by how much she resembled her, particularly her appearance from a past life. Patricia immediately moved closer, noticing that the girl's eyes were filled with an unsettling darkness. It was as if she were staring at a perfect replica of herself from the life she had left behind. Patricia immediately began to move closer to her and noticed that the man's eyes were filled with darkness. She realized it was a perfect replica of her from the life she died in. Before Patricia could speak, a shout rang out nearby. It came from a man who was addressing another figure standing beside Patricia. The stranger, realizing he had been spotted, turned to flee. But Gilbert, who had been standing nearby, reacted swiftly. He grabbed the man and threw him to the ground. A grown man, who had been chasing the stranger, approached them with a smile, relieved that they had caught him. Gilbert, still holding the man down, asked what the man had done. The grown man explained that the fugitive was a servant who had run away from his master. With a sinister smile, he added that the servant had been merely doing his job when he bit him and escaped. The man thanked Gilbert for his assistance and offered to take over from there. However, as Patricia looked at the boy's bruised and bloodied body, she was overcome with a sense of urgency. The servant's face was etched with pain and misery, and Patricia realized that he needed help. Rising to her feet, she announced that she was going to buy him. Turning to the grown man, she asked how much he wanted for the boy. The man laughed at her audacity, questioning how old she was to be making such a proposal. Without missing a beat, Patricia removed one of her earrings and tossed it into the man's hands, asking if it would suffice. The man was stunned into silence as he examined the earring, which contained a genuine precious stone. Patricia, noticing his shocked expression, began to remove her second earring, but the man quickly stopped her, assuring her that the first was more than enough. Satisfied, Patricia offered him a contract and then turned to the boy, instructing him to stand. She crouched down and extended her hand to him, telling him that from now on, he would walk by her side. Gilbert took Patricia aside, followed by the servant, and led them into a narrow alley. Once there, Gilbert's brother reprimanded Patricia, reiterating his warning that they should not employ servants of such dubious backgrounds. Surprised, Patricia questioned if it would be acceptable to employ the servant if he did not belong to the questionable category Gilbert was referring to. She speculated whether the servant might cooperate more if he simply spoke with her, but Gilbert, increasingly agitated, insisted that this was out of the question. The servant, visibly upset, gesturing towards the boy, he expressed his confusion over the boy's origins and argued that Patricia already faced dangerous situations far too often. At the very least, they should ensure her safety here. Patricia glared at him angrily, considering all that had transpired when she was merely trying to protect their family. However, her attention soon shifted to the boy sitting on some nearby boxes, and she wondered if he was thinking of escaping. The boy remained silent but nodded in agreement. Patricia approached him and said that she did not forbid him from leaving, but suggested he eat something first. She also offered to treat the wounds on his back to aid in their healing. After a moment's silence, the boy asked her how much her earrings had cost. Patricia, smiling, pointed to one of them and told him that from now on, his future was in his own hands. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted when a group of hooligans appeared. One of them, smiling maliciously, noted that Patricia and her companions did not appear poor and demanded that they hand over everything they had. The merchant who had given them the boy grinned evilly, thinking that Patricia should not be offended by what was happening. He believed it was her own fault for venturing unguarded into such a dangerous area. In this world, the strong preyed upon the weak. As he reveled in his thoughts, he failed to notice that the boy had managed to defeat all the hooligans in a single strike. Hearing strange noises, he quickly turned to see what was happening. He sought his servant, the boy, who immediately flew into a rage upon spotting him. The servant ran toward the merchant and struck him forcefully, anger boiling over from being bullied for so long. Patricia and her brother stood back, watching in astonishment. The boy then approached Patricia and asked if he should retrieve her earring from the merchant. Smiling, Patricia assured him that there was no need, she had already received what she wanted. The boy then placed his hands on her shoulders and moved closer, sniffing her hair intently. After a few moments, he pulled back and commented that it smelled quite nice. Taking her hands in his, he declared that he would serve her from that moment on, valuing his service as equivalent to the price of her earring. Patricia, still smiling, said she had no objections and mused that the boy seemed remarkably similar to her in some ways. A plan began to form in Patricia's mind. She realized that with some training, this boy could become quite useful, making the burden she carried much lighter. When they arrived, Leon, seeing the dirty, unfamiliar boy, asked Patricia in a shaky voice who he was. Patricia, wiping the boy's dirty face, casually replied that she had acquired him during her morning walk around town. She added, smiling, that her brother Jill had objected to her having a servant like him, so she could consider him more like a pet. Leon was stunned, unable to comprehend how a young boy could be considered a pet or why they had brought him to the estate. He realized that their parents would likely be displeased with the new addition. Ignoring Leon's concerns, Patricia took the boy by the hand and said he needed to be cleaned up and fed. As they moved away, Gilbert turned to Leon and mentioned that they had encountered trouble right after acquiring the boy. Leon, more bewildered than ever, asked what kind of trouble Gilbert was referring to. Gilbert explained that Patricia had had to give up her precious earring, but fortunately, the boy had managed to handle all the hooligans on his own. To sum up, Gilbert suggested that the boy might prove useful to them. If they could cultivate loyalty in him, he might even protect their sister. Leon quickly understood that this was the reason Gilbert had allowed a stranger to get close to Patricia, a realization he had not immediately grasped. After some reflection, Gilbert expressed his concern that their father might be planning something, perhaps intending to marry Patricia off to someone far away. If that were to happen, they wouldn't be able to protect her. Meanwhile, Patricia had already returned to her room with her new companion and had removed his cloak. She looked him over with a mixture of surprise and curiosity, noticing his ears and tail, and asked if he was a half-human man. In fact, half-human men, or beastmen, as they were often called, were frequently targeted by slave traders due to their extraordinary strength and speed. The boy assumed she already knew about his nature and that was why she had referred to him as a pet. However, Patricia clarified that she was unaware of his background, she had only called him a pet to persuade her brother to let her keep him. Deciding to move on from the topic, she suggested that the most important thing right now was for him to take a bath, and so they headed to the bathroom. Patricia drew hot water and helped him wash his hair. As she did, she realized she had never learned his name. The boy responded that he didn't have one, he had always been referred to as Hey You, One, or even worse names. Surprised by this, Patricia said she would need to call him something for convenience. The boy replied that he wouldn't mind if she chose a name for him, acknowledging her as his mistress. Patricia hesitated for a moment, unsure of what to call him. The boy, feeling awkward and confused by her kindness, thought she was quite unusual. He didn't understand her intentions. She was washing him herself without any concern for her clothes and seemed unbothered by his appearance or actions. While they had been traveling by carriage earlier, he hadn't been able to get a good look at her house, but now he could see that it was very large, much more than he had expected from a wealthy girl. He had even overheard a maid call her a princess, which he found hard to believe. As Patricia continued to wash his hair, she contemplated what name to give him. She remembered that in her previous life, she had never had a definite name herself. She simply got her tasks done, and people began calling her Toto without her realizing it. As she rinsed the foam out of his hair, she asked if he believed that the meaning of a name was important. The boy looked at her uncertainly, not quite understanding what she meant. Patricia then placed a towel over his head and announced that she would call him Toto from now on. The boy smiled and agreed, saying he would respond to that name and thanked her for it. A few days after Toto's arrival at the royal palace, Patricia began to actively engage in his education. They were in a special room when Patricia, frustrated, asked him if he had any desire to learn, as he wasn't paying attention at all. Toto sighed heavily and confessed that he had no interest in studying, which left Patricia feeling a bit hurt. The boy had lost track of time since moving into the palace, having been confined to Patricia's room the entire time. She had told him that if her father discovered his presence, he might have a fit, so he was not allowed to leave her quarters. Although his life here wasn't drastically different from his previous master, Toto was grateful that he wasn't being beaten or chained. He figured that Patricia must have a peculiar hobby and believed she had bought him out of pity. Sighing, Patricia noted that he still couldn't concentrate and suggested they take a break for tea. As she got up to ask the maid for some, Toto suggested that he could be more useful as a bodyguard. Looking directly into her eyes, Toto stated that he didn't want to sit around with books and memorize things. He wanted to be on the battlefield, fighting. Patricia, on her way out the door, responded that it was too early for him to start practical training and advised him to be patient. Toto was deeply hurt by this, feeling that she didn't take him seriously. He thought she had taken him on as a mere plaything. He didn't understand what she meant by wounds and couldn't fathom how a seemingly delicate girl could know anything about martial arts training. Fighting was all he knew, and his mind wasn't suited for anything else. Toto suddenly heard a man's voice addressing Princess Patricia, and an intense fear gripped him. In a panic, he darted around the chair, just as a menacing figure closed in on him. The man, noticing the unfamiliar boy, turned with a startled expression and asked, "Are you truly half-humans?" His astonishment only grew when he realized the princess had a servant. The man instantly understood why his previous attempts had failed and, in frustration, called the boy an idiot. However, before he could finish his insult, Toto swiftly struck him in the stomach. Yet the man quickly retaliated, grabbing Toto by the throat and lifting him off the ground, taunting him with claims of his supposed weakness. Toto, now trapped and overwhelmed, felt despair washing over him. Escape seemed impossible, but just then, Patricia appeared behind the man, her voice cutting through the tension. "If anyone is unlucky, it's you," she declared, landing a precise blow to his throat. The man crumpled to the ground, unconscious. With a chilling smile, Patricia remarked that he likely wouldn't be able to hear her anymore, perhaps ever again. Toto stared at her in disbelief, struggling to comprehend how this girl had incapacitated the bully with a single punch. Patricia then turned to Toto, calmly instructing her to clean up the mess, explaining that some pests had made their way in. Toto, taken aback, stared at her, unable to comprehend who this mysterious girl was, especially since she had just knocked out a bully with a single punch. Then, Patricia turned to her nanny and casually mentioned that there were pests to deal with, instructing her to clean up the mess. Deborah, upon hearing this, immediately responded that the situation needed to be discreet, and thus, she had to get started right away. The girl, still smiling, assured Deborah that she was confident in her ability to handle it, and the nanny began tying up the unconscious man. Toto continued to observe Patricia, still puzzled by her identity. Patricia then turned to him, asking if he could now realistically assess his abilities. Toto, suspicious, inquired who she really was. After all, she was known as a princess, yet she had just displayed remarkable combat skills. With a bemused smile, the girl replied, "Have I not introduced myself yet? Without waiting for his response, she revealed her name and added that she was the daughter of King Sharon Lawrence, making her a princess of the realm. Toto was stunned by this revelation. By this point, the girl had already identified several loopholes in the restrictions placed on Patricia. Although there were many things Patricia was forbidden to disclose, that didn't stop her from demonstrating her abilities. For instance, she had defeated a skilled assassin and had even turned her into a maid. Reaching out, Patricia addressed Toto, expressing her need for him. The young man, still lying on the floor, asked what she meant by that. Patricia explained that the lives of the royal family were constantly in danger, and she believed he had the potential to become much stronger over time. She genuinely wanted him to realize his potential and protect her family. Toto thought to himself that this girl was anything but ordinary, yet he found himself captivated by her radiant presence. Besides, it seemed only natural to want to protect the princess and her family, who were targeted by dangerous assassins. Later, as Toto walked through the corridors, he heard a voice calling out to him. It was Julia, and she seemed to be looking for him. Acting quickly, he hid, alarmed by the dress she was holding. At that moment, Leon approached him, greeted him with a smile, and mentioned that his mother was searching for him. Toto sighed, clearly displeased by the encounter. Toto bowed and replied that it was his mistress, Patricia. Gilbert's anger flared, infuriated by the fact that even his mother had taken Toto's side. At that moment, Toto realized that he had somehow managed to win over Patricia's trust, for she seemed far more relaxed about such matters. When he became a servant, Toto had learned that attempts on the lives of the royal family were a regular occurrence. He also understood that Patricia wanted him to protect the king and queen during their upcoming visit to a neighboring country. However, for some inexplicable reason, the queen treated him like a doll, frequently dressing him in strange outfits. Leon then turned to Toto, reminding him that it was he who had appointed him as his parents' personal servant, and asked if he truly understood why he had done so. Gilbert, not waiting for a response, informed Toto that their parents were visiting the neighboring kingdom to arrange a marriage between Patricia and its prince. Leon, placing a firm hand on Toto's shoulder, leaned in and whispered that it was crucial for Toto to ensure the prince was truly worthy of Patricia. He instructed Toto to meticulously observe everything the prince said and did, memorize his expressions, and report back with all the details. After delivering his orders, Leon turned and walked away, leaving Toto to assure him that he would, of course, carry out everything as instructed. However, as Toto considered the possibility that Patricia's fiancé might not be a good man, he resolved that if the situation warranted it, he wouldn't stop at reporting, he'd eliminate the threat himself. Meanwhile, Patricia was in her room, reflecting on how she had tried to train Toto multiple times, only to find that he was already quite capable. She felt confident that if Toto and Deborah accompanied her parents, they would be well protected, allowing her to focus on safeguarding her brothers. Everything seemed to be going according to plan, just as she had hoped, until a maid suddenly burst into her room, breathless with urgent news. The maid informed her that an envoy from the neighboring country had just arrived with the alarming news that an assassination attempt had been made on Prince Julius. Patricia was taken aback. The thought of an attempt on her fiancé's life had never crossed her mind, and it suddenly dawned on her that he might now be considered part of her family, a responsibility she hadn't anticipated. Her kingdom had declared her role as protector on her 12th birthday, a duty bestowed upon her by a divine rebirth in this world. She had always assumed that protecting her parents and brothers would be sufficient, but now she realized that if she were to marry, her husband would also become part of her family. Prince Julius was a figure of little support within his own kingdom, and Patricia was aware that he had a half-brother, which complicated matters further. She understood that it would be diplomatically disastrous for her country to strain relations with his family, so she decided she needed to clarify what family truly meant to her and how it might extend to Julius, at least temporarily for safety's sake. However, it seemed illogical to her to divert her attention from protecting her parents and brothers to a man residing in another country. The question of how she could protect the prince without neglecting her primary duties puzzled her. After some contemplation, Patricia turned to Deborah. She expressed her deep concern for Prince Julius and voiced her fear that if he were harmed, she would wish for someone to protect him in her stead. Sensing a change in Patricia's demeanor, the maid quickly asked if the prince had already captured her heart. At that very moment, Toto knocked on the door and stopped mid-sentence, stunned by the conversation he had just overheard. Patricia, noticing his reaction, laughed and reassured him, saying it wasn't what it seemed. She hadn't even seen what Prince Julius looked like. Nevertheless, since he was her potential fiancé, it was only natural for her to be concerned. Gathering himself, Toto finally entered the room, apologizing for the intrusion. The maid, delighted at the idea of the princess having fallen in love, immediately turned her attention to him. Deborah, however, was furious and chastised Toto for barging into a lady's room so inappropriately. Indignant, Toto retorted that he had knocked, but they hadn't heard him. The maid, still holding on to her romantic notions, grabbed him by his clothes and started pulling him toward the exit, admonishing that knocking didn't grant permission to enter. Toto sighed heavily and pointed out that she herself had entered silently before and hadn't faced any consequences. The woman, outraged by his audacity, was about to scold him again when Patricia intervened. She waved off the commotion, stating that it didn't matter much after all. Toto was just her pet, and it was rather absurd to expect a pet to act as a snitch. As the maid finally released him, Patricia instructed her to leave and added a request: if there was any new information about Prince Julius, she should be informed immediately. Deborah bowed and promised to relay any updates at once before exiting the room. Once they were alone, Patricia stepped closer to Toto, taking his hand, and asked what was bothering him. She had noticed that he seemed uncomfortable with being treated as his mother's doll. Toto, clearly nervous, struggled to find the right words, but eventually asked if Patricia had ever personally met the prince from the neighboring country. Patricia, surprised by the question, replied that she had not and was curious as to why he was asking. The boy explained that he had overheard the maid's earlier conversation, and it had unsettled him. Patricia, sensing his discomfort, told Toto that if addressing her formally made him uneasy, he didn't need to be so polite. But Toto, looking away, thought to himself that it wasn't the formality that bothered him, it was something else entirely. She then clarified that what he had overheard was indeed about an assassination attempt on Prince Julius, which had been the topic of her conversation with the maid. When Toto heard this, he looked at her in shock and asked if it was really true. Patricia confirmed, adding that while she didn't know the details of what had happened to Julius, she was genuinely worried about him since he was her fiancé. Toto, upon hearing this, felt a surge of conflicting emotions. Patricia found herself wondering who might be behind the assassination attempt and fervently hoped it wasn't connected to her brother. As she moved to the window, she remarked that she was certain their brother was on the rise in his homeland, which might explain why someone wanted him out of the picture before he could meet her parents and make their engagement official. Toto, still processing the situation, asked if it was true that her position would be compromised if the prince died. Patricia responded that she didn't know and wasn't entirely sure what her father's plans were. However, she turned to Toto and stated resolutely that if Julius were to become her fiancé, she couldn't allow him to die. Moved by her determination, Toto stepped closer and vowed that he would protect her. Just then, another maid rushed into the room, breathless with urgency. She announced that there was a new development: Prince Julius had just arrived at the palace. Patricia was taken aback. She hadn't expected him to show up at the castle, especially since it was her family who was supposed to be traveling to his kingdom. Confused, she approached the maid and asked what this unexpected visit meant, as she had received no prior warning. Deborah, her voice trembling, confirmed that the prince had indeed arrived without any notice, catching even her parents and the ambassador by surprise. This unexpected move by the prince baffled everyone, as it was highly unusual for someone of his status to act so unpredictably. Patricia began to consider the possibility that Julius might have a significant reason for his sudden appearance, or that he was trying to send a message with his unannounced visit. She immediately became curious about the true nature of Prince Julius, wondering what kind of person he really was. Toto, sensing the tension, offered to investigate the situation, but Patricia quickly dismissed the idea. Instead, she turned to the maid and requested that all necessary preparations be made. With a smile, she declared that she was about to meet her future fiancé and intended to make a strong impression. Meanwhile, in the royal castle of Shin, in the grand throne room, King Lawrence sat on his throne, welcoming an unexpected guest. The man apologized for the delay, explaining that urgent matters had detained him, before inquiring why the prince had chosen to visit in person. Before the throne stood none other than Prince Julius, impeccably dressed, with his blonde hair and golden eyes gleaming like the sun. The young prince bowed respectfully and apologized for arriving unannounced, but with a smile, he explained that he had come to discuss a treacherous assassination attempt he had recently survived. King Lawrence was startled by the news and expressed his concern, having heard from the ambassador that the prince's life had indeed been in grave danger. Julius confirmed the assassination attempt but reassured the king that, as he could see, he was in good health. With a calm smile, he added that upon hearing that the ambassador had traveled to their country, he couldn't bear to let them worry about his condition, so he hastened to present himself in person. King Lawrence, slightly surprised by the prince's proactive behavior, nodded in understanding. Patricia, who had been secretly eavesdropping near the door, pieced together the situation quickly. She realized that the ambassador was likely in cahoots with the assailants, and the men behind the assassination attempt were trying to sabotage their engagement. Julius's unexpected visit was a bold move to ensure that her father wouldn't break off the engagement, and Patricia couldn't help but admire his courage and determination. He was clearly no fool, she thought, and might even prove to be a strong ally in the future. Patricia observed that Julius exuded a quiet confidence, likely believing he could fend off any future assassination attempts. However, she quickly deduced that the attack had been orchestrated by Julius's half-brother, which made it clear that Julius, though first in line to the throne, was in a precarious position. If they were to marry, her father, King Lawrence of Shiden, would become a crucial ally for Julius. Should Julius ascend to the throne, the political influence wielded by her father would grow substantially. This moment felt like a critical juncture in history, and Patricia was intensely curious about what King Lawrence would decide. After a pause, Lawrence smiled warmly, expressing his relief that Julius was safe. He acknowledged that the prince must be exhausted from his journey and promised to have suitable quarters prepared for him. Julius, in turn, expressed his deep gratitude to King Lawrence. However, Lawrence then mentioned that he would like to introduce Julius to his daughter, Patricia, whom he described as very charming, hoping they would get along well. He also suggested that Julius visit the ambassador, who was still at the castle and had been deeply concerned about the prince's well-being. Julius, catching the subtle tension in the king's words, grew wary but politely agreed to express his thanks. Shortly after, Patricia knocked on the door and entered the room, her beauty captivating everyone present. She turned to her father, who immediately embraced her warmly, remarking that he was surprised by how quickly she had arrived. Patricia explained that she had heard about the guests and was curious, so she hurried over. Lawrence then introduced the young man standing nearby as Prince Julius from the neighboring country and asked Patricia to introduce herself. Patricia stepped forward gracefully, curtsying as she introduced herself to His Highness. Julius, in response, took her hand, kissed it, and introduced himself, expressing his pleasure at meeting her. Yet, as Patricia looked at Julius, her expression betrayed anger and suspicion. Julius immediately noticed her troubled demeanor and was puzzled by her reaction. Patricia, still visibly unsettled, turned to her father and asked if it was true that Julius was her fiancé. Lawrence, noticing her distress, grew concerned and asked if something was wrong. Patricia, releasing Julius's hand, hesitated but then mentioned that she had a feeling the prince might be injured and suggested they get a doctor. Lawrence, now deeply interested, asked Julius if this was indeed the case. Julius raised his hands in a calming gesture, assuring them it was nothing serious, just a minor scratch. Patricia, with a smile, turned back to her father and asked if she could personally take care of Julius. Lawrence, smiling at her compassion, agreed and praised her kindness. He then instructed the maid who had accompanied Patricia to assist them. Patricia suggested they go to the inner palace, where the most beautiful flowers grew, allowing them to not only receive treatment but also enjoy the serene environment. Lawrence affectionately patted her head, granting them permission to go. Patricia expressed her gratitude and inwardly noted how helpful her father had been. The inner palace, which was essentially her private garden, would provide the perfect setting for her to learn more about Julius. She found him suspicious and was eager to gather as much information as possible. Grateful for the opportunity, she felt a sense of determination. This was an important chance to uncover the truth about her enigmatic fiancé. Already in the garden, Patricia, with a smile, inquired if the rumors about Julius's near assassination were true. Slightly apprehensive, Julius responded by asking who had told her such a thing. Patricia replied that everyone was talking about it, particularly how Prince Julius of the neighboring country was in constant danger, with today being no exception, as he had reportedly been injured. Laughing nervously, Julius downplayed the situation, calling the injuries mere scratches. He mentioned that the princess's maid had already attended to him and expressed his gratitude. Patricia, however, remained unconvinced, recalling what the maid had told her about the numerous bruises he bore. Without warning, Patricia asked if His Highness intended to marry her, catching him off guard. She pointed out that, as the heir to the throne, someone was clearly trying to eliminate him for that very reason. She added that her country's support was evident, but if he had any doubts about the drink she had served, it might be wise for him to abandon his claim to the throne. Julius, trying to maintain his composure, acknowledged her words, admitting he had expected her to say something, but not exactly that. Suddenly, he burst into laughter, stating she was wrong about two things. First, she had mentioned this was their first meeting, yet they had actually met as infants. Second, his wariness wasn't due to mistrust, he simply couldn't stand the heat. Confused, Patricia watched as Julius drank his tea, commenting on her brazen manner of speaking. After finishing his drink, he remarked that she resembled an old woman from a distant star, a comment that left Patricia both shocked and infuriated. When she angrily reminded him that she was only 7 years old, Julius retorted that, in that case, she was merely a child with overgrown thoughts. Enraged, she called him a damned Ferrari, but before she could continue, he interrupted, acknowledging that indeed, there were forces that considered him a nuisance and sought to eliminate him. Julius explained that his father, the king, gave him special treatment as the only son of the legitimate queen, but did not value him enough. Should he die, it would complicate matters, including his engagement to Patricia. He revealed that when they were babies, they had spoken of this engagement in passing, but he had insisted on making it official, leaving Patricia stunned to realize that it was Julius himself who had solidified their engagement. Standing and kneeling before her, Julius implored her to marry him, vowing to become king and make her his queen. Patricia blushed, turning away as the reality of the situation dawned on her. She glanced at Deborah, who gave her an encouraging thumbs up, but Patricia, still angry, thought perhaps she should leave this decision to Deborah. Julius, noticing her distraction, asked if she was listening. Patricia responded that she understood but urged him to be realistic. She questioned whether he had any allies within his country's forces who could protect him. Julius became pensive, and after a moment of silence, Patricia produced a set of keys. She offered to protect him, explaining that the palace was capable of isolating and safeguarding people. Even the windows were exceptionally strong, and the doors could only be opened with the correct key, allowing him to stay hidden until the day of his coronation. Julius remarked that her proposal sounded more like house arrest, but Patricia gently lifted his chin with one finger. "If you manage to stay alive, I'll marry you," she declared. However, Julius suddenly burst into laughter, leaving Patricia perplexed. Before she could ask what was so amusing, Julius stepped forward and seized a handful of her hair. Deborah, who had been quietly observing, gasped in shock at his boldness, as did Toto, who had just arrived and instinctively reached for his sword. With a chilling expression, Julius traced Patricia's face with his hand, remarking, "You are quite fascinating." He released her abruptly, stating that he would hold her to her word. Patricia, while mentally scolding herself for letting her guard down, couldn't help but acknowledge his strength. He had managed to catch her off guard. She then composed herself and called out to Deborah and Toto, ordering them to stop. Unbeknownst to Julius, both Deborah and Toto had stealthily drawn their weapons, pressing a sword and a dagger to his neck. Deborah backed away, bowing in submission, while Toto remained in position. Patricia addressed him again, demanding if he had heard her order. Toto reluctantly stepped back as Deborah smoothed down her disheveled hair. Julius, still reeling from the sudden appearance of a half-beast, asked Patricia if they were her bodyguards. She coolly responded, "No, they're merely a servant and a pet." Confounded, Julius couldn't fathom how someone could keep such a fierce creature as a pet. Patricia's calm demeanor and authoritative tone intrigued him, leaving him to wonder who this girl really was. "His Majesty seems to be calling for me," Patricia said with a smile, adding, "I'll leave you two to get acquainted. I'm sure, given that you're both children, you'll get along just fine." Her words left both Julius and Toto momentarily stunned. As she turned to leave, she added, "But if you start fighting, I promise, it won't be any fun," her ominous tone sending a shiver down their spines. Entering the palace, Patricia instructed Deborah to be vigilant of the palace guards, hinting that there could be traitors among them. Deborah nodded in understanding, agreeing to investigate on her behalf. Patricia, however, couldn't shake off her irritation. Her father summoning her so early was unusual. As she approached her father's chambers, she heard a loud outburst from within, a voice protesting the disrespect of an unexpected visit. Recognizing her brother's voices, Patricia knocked on the door, announcing her arrival. When there was no response, she decided to push the door open and step inside. Her brothers were shouting at their father, enraged that Prince Julius had been attacked by bandits within his own palace. They demanded to know how their father could consider leaving Patricia in the care of such a weak man. Upon seeing Patricia enter the room, the king immediately beckoned her closer. As she approached, he asked if she had spoken with His Highness Julius. Patricia calmly replied that she had, mentioning that she had left Toto with him to continue their conversation. The king, turning to her two brothers, informed Patricia that they had been discussing Julius and reminded her of their previous conversations about his desire for Julius to be her fiancé. He then asked if Julius had mentioned anything to her. With a smile tinged with emotion, Patricia revealed that Julius had asked her to marry him, a statement that left both her father and brothers in stunned silence. She continued, explaining that Julius had vowed to make her his queen. Her brothers, overwhelmed, appeared devastated, while her father, still in shock, asked what else had transpired and how she had responded. Blushing, Patricia admitted that she had promised to marry Julius if he survived to adulthood. At this, her father's face turned pale, and her brothers broke down, crying uncontrollably. They tried to speak, but their words were drowned out by their desperate sobs and cries of protest. Meanwhile, in the garden, Prince Julius and Toto were locked in a fierce battle. Just a few minutes earlier, Toto had been stopped by a maid who informed him that the king had requested Patricia's presence in the inner palace. She asked if Toto could fetch her and also mentioned the presence of a prince from a neighboring country, urging him to be respectful. Agreeing, Toto left to find Patricia, but as he neared the garden, his thoughts turned to the prince, Patricia's fiancé, who was with her at that moment. It was then that Toto witnessed the prince grabbing Patricia's hair. Overcome with rage, he sprinted towards them, drawing his sword with the intent to strike. Toto didn't care whom his mistress married, but he vowed that if anyone dared to harm her, he would kill them without hesitation. Returning to the present, despite Patricia's earlier warnings, Julius and Toto were in the midst of an intense fight. It wasn't until Patricia stormed in, shouting in frustration, that the tension paused. She reminded them that she had already told them to get along. Julius, with a calm demeanor, retorted that they were simply training with a little intensity. Patricia, however, was unimpressed, calling their behavior ridiculous and suggesting they must think she's blind. Of course, she knew they had been fighting. Toto, trying to downplay the situation, casually mentioned that even friends argue sometimes. Patricia, unconvinced, sighed deeply, dismissing his excuse as something even he didn't truly believe. Her mind wandered briefly, recalling the assassin that she and Deborah had dealt with earlier. Relief washed over her upon learning that the killer hadn't been one of Julius' targets, as she'd initially feared. Apparently, the assassin had slipped in before their security protocols took effect. Realizing the situation had distracted her, Patricia made a mental note to have Deborah's team clean up the building. While she was lost in thought, Julius noticed something unusual. He called her over, drawing attention to her hand, which was smeared with blood. Startled, Patricia glanced down and realized the blood had splattered on her without her noticing. Julius approached her, gently taking her hand, concerned that she might have been injured. Toto, watching the scene, shifted uncomfortably as Julius tied a cloth around her hand, telling Patricia to be more careful. He reminded her that she was destined to be his queen, to which she reluctantly agreed, acknowledging that he was right. Later, in her room, Patricia found herself mulling over Julius' complex demeanor, trying to make sense of him. Touching her bandaged hand, lost in thought, she was abruptly interrupted by Toto's concerned voice. He asked if she was injured and mentioned that he hadn't noticed anything amiss when they passed through the hallway, though the strong scent of blood had caught his attention once they exited. Curious, Patricia asked how he managed to pick up on the scent even after Deborah's team had already cleaned the area. Toto explained that his heightened sense of smell, a trait of his beastly nature, allowed him to detect such things with ease. Patricia's mind raced, and suddenly, she had an idea. She stood up quickly and asked Toto if he could distinguish the scent of a specific person's blood. Untying the cloth around her hand, she admitted she hadn't mentioned it to Julius, but the blood on her hand wasn't hers. Intrigued, she asked if Toto could identify the difference between her blood and someone else's. Toto hesitated and admitted he couldn't, not without trying. Patricia acknowledged his response, then, to his utter shock, drew a dagger and sliced her own hand without a second thought. Stunned, Toto trembled, struggling to find his words, while Patricia, smiling, reassured him that it was merely a scratch. Toto stammered, but Patricia dismissed his concerns, raising her bloodied hand to him. She instructed him to remember the scent of her blood, emphasizing that if he ever smelled it again, he would need to come to her aid immediately. Toto kneeled down, breathing in the scent of Patricia's blood as he held her hand. To his surprise, the aroma was oddly sweet, almost intoxicating. He lifted his gaze to meet hers, his voice low and obedient as he pledged, "As you wish, my princess." A few days passed since this encounter, and now Julius resided at the royal estate of the Synon. On this significant day, both Patricia and Julius were adorned in their wedding attire as the king presided over the ceremony, marking the formal union between the Synon nation and the kingdom of men. The king declared that he recognized the commitment of these two, and just as the king of Omnis had approved, so too did he, as the king of Synon. The monarch asked Patricia and Julius to extend their hands, binding them with a ceremonial ribbon. With this act, they were officially promised to one another, bound not just as future spouses but also as the guardians of their nation's futures. The king reminded them that the weight of both kingdoms rested on their shoulders, and that the vows spoken Totoe could never be undone. The ceremony proceeded without a hitch, concluding smoothly as planned. But as it drew to a close, Toto's sharp eyes detected a suspicious movement in the distance. Whispering to him, Patricia reassured him with a calm voice, telling him not to worry. Toto, ever loyal, nodded in understanding, though his instincts remained on high alert. Outside, a hooded figure slipped away from the window, quickly mounting a horse and riding off with urgency. It was clear to the figure that the situation was becoming more complicated, and they needed to relay the news. As Toto glanced warily toward the exit, Patricia once again told him there was no need to concern himself. She then turned to Julius and asked if he agreed. Julius, calm and composed, nodded, explaining that the hooded figure was none other than a spy sent by his brother. "We already know who he is," Julius said with a confident smirk, "which means we can predict his next move." He added, almost offhandedly, that Patricia's father was still intimidating, noting how he nearly tore off his future son-in-law's hand during their last encounter. Patricia, with a wry smile, remarked that it was likely some sort of overzealous blessing from her father. Their conversation was interrupted by a knock on the door. Deborah entered, announcing that the promised individuals had arrived. As two figures entered and knelt before Patricia and Julius, Patricia introduced them as Cat and Fox. She explained that Raposo Fox had served as a bodyguard in the past, and she was confident Julius would remember him. Julius, puzzled by the animal-inspired names, nodded in recognition of Raposo but was left questioning why a maid and a servant had been presented so formally. Patricia explained her plan. "I'm entrusting them to you," she said with conviction. "You can rely on them completely. They are loyal to me, and more importantly, they are highly trusted by Deborah." She then revealed that Cat and Fox were not mere servants, they were special operatives within her inner circle. Patricia had long wished to have them close by, but she couldn't bring them in too quickly without raising suspicion. Now, under the guise of household workers, she could integrate them into their team without drawing too much attention. Despite her confidence, she paused and admitted, "But, Julius, I do want your opinion on this." Julius, lost in thought, absent-mindedly touched the wrist where the bruise from his earlier encounter with Patricia's father still lingered, deep in contemplation of her words. While thinking about the need for protection, Julius expresses his gratitude to Patricia and agrees to accept Cat and Fox into his service. Smiling, he addresses her as his dear bride, extending his hand to her. He then mentions that, for now, he must return to the land of men as there are still unresolved matters that require his attention. After all, duty calls. Patricia, returning his smile, assures him that they will see each other soon, and the two exchange a firm handshake before parting ways. Meanwhile, in the neighboring country of men, rain poured heavily over the palace of the first prince. Inside, Alfonso's von Laser, Julius' half-brother, slammed his hand on the table in frustration, demanding to know if Julius' engagement had been finalized. His informant confirmed that the king of Sinan had personally conducted the ceremony, and this news enraged Alfonso's. Seething, he asked what on earth his spies had been doing, questioning why they had failed to prevent the engagement. The informant, looking tense, explained that all of the agents placed under his command had been killed, completely wiped out. Stunned, Alfonso asked in disbelief, all of them? The informant confirmed this, adding that Julius' pursuers had been eliminated before they even set foot in Sinan territory. It's as if a monster resides in the royal castle of Sinan, the informant whispered. Each assassin sent after Julius had died, one after another. The revelation sent a chill down Alfonso's spine. He trembled at the thought, wondering if such a creature truly existed. His thoughts were interrupted when a servant entered, addressing him as Your Highness and sharing more disturbing news. He informed Alfonso that the princess of Sinan had recently acquired a half-beast in her service. This half-beast was likely responsible for the deaths of Alfonso's men. The servant continued, downplaying the threat by mentioning that the creature was still young and might not have been considered a serious danger at first. Alfonso sighed with relief at this explanation, now somewhat reassured. That makes sense, he muttered, since it's only a half-beast. The servant, nodding, stated that as long as they remained cautious around that wild boy, there would be no problem. Alfonso, however, wasn't entirely convinced. He reasoned that when Julius returned, he would likely bring a bodyguard with him, perhaps even the half-beast in question. He ordered his spies to investigate thoroughly, to find any half-beasts among Julius' retinue, and to eliminate them without hesitation. Alfonso turned to his trusted knight, Era, who had been silently listening. Known as the Wolf Knight, Era was one of the prince's most capable servants. Alfonso, placing full confidence in him, instructed Era to proceed carefully, ensuring their plans unfolded without issue. Era bowed, assuring the prince that he would handle everything, both for Alfonso's personal gain and the greater good of his master. With this, Alfonso leaned back, satisfied with the plan. Whatever the obstacles, he was determined to crush Julius and his allies, no matter what it took. In the opening scene, we see an assassin, standing in a dimly lit room. He watches intently as he burns a stack of papers. The flames dance and consume the documents, casting flickering shadows on the walls. He remains motionless, his gaze fixed on the burning papers, as they turn to ash. Meanwhile, in the kingdom of Skynan stood strong with its royal traditions, and within its towering palace walls, tension simmered just beneath the surface. Prince Julius strode purposefully down the grand halls of the royal palace, his loyal servant at his side. His expression was calm but steely, the weight of his duties pressing upon him. The faint echo of their footsteps bounced off the ornate stone walls as they made their way towards the king's chambers. Julius' mind raced with thoughts of the challenges awaiting him, both political and personal. Suddenly, the silence was interrupted by a voice, smooth yet laced with mockery. "Isn't this my beloved brother?" came the sarcastic greeting. It was Alfonso, Julius' stepbrother, striding towards him with an exaggerated smile. "I can't believe you're back. You don't even give greetings to your dear brother. They say that when you're born from a legal wife, you grow up spoiled, completely lacking manners." Julius stopped in his tracks, his servant close behind, as he met Alfonso's taunting gaze. His voice was cold but measured. "He's not here to greet him, but he will greet the king first." "Of course, you must greet father first." "How noble of you." He leaned in slightly, his eyes glinting with malice. "But before you go, I heard an interesting rumor. You're engaged to a princess, aren't you?" Julius stiffened but did not reply. "Oh, come now," Alfonso continued, his voice dripping with condescension. "I always thought this engagement was purely political, an easy way for you to secure power. But I must admit, I didn't expect her to be so naive. She must be, to get engaged to someone like you." Julius halted, his back still turned to Alfonso. The mockery was relentless, and the tension in the air grew thick. And just like always, Alfonso sneered, "You're still so grumpy." In a sudden blur of movement, Julius spun around, his eyes blazing with fury. Before Alfonso could react, Julius grabbed his collar, slamming him against the nearest wall. The force of the impact left Alfonso momentarily breathless, his smirk vanishing as shock and alarm spread across his face. "Are you angry because I told the truth?" Alfonso gasped, still trying to maintain his arrogance despite the fear creeping into his voice. Julius' grip on his collar tightened, the intensity in his eyes silencing any further taunts from his stepbrother. Alfonso had never seen Julius this enraged, and for a moment, true fear flickered in his eyes. Julius glared at him, unblinking. The silence was suffocating as the air crackled with tension. Alfonso, struggling to regain his composure, managed to croak, "Treat me with disrespect. And think about what will happen to you." Before the moment could escalate further, one of Julius' servants, sensing the growing danger, drew his knife. The glint of the blade caught the attention of Alfonso's personal assassin, who had been standing discreetly by his side the whole time. Without a word, the assassin moved swiftly, his cold expression unreadable as he stepped forward. With a chilling calmness, Alfonso's assassin spoke, his voice barely above a whisper, but laced with lethal intent. "I am sorry, Your Honor," he said, addressing Julius with a disturbing lack of emotion. And in one fluid motion, he plunged his dagger into the chest of Julius' servant. Julius turned in shock, the rage in his eyes replaced by horror as he saw his loyal servant crumple to the ground, life slipping away in mere moments. His heart pounded in his chest, disbelief clouding his thoughts. The assassin, his face devoid of emotion, turned back to Julius. "Your Holiness," he began with an icy calm, "I suggest you properly train your staff and servants. That one just tried to harm His Highness." Oh, Julius' breath caught in his throat as his gaze shifted from the dead servant to the assassin. His body tensed, the familiar weight of fear pressing down on him. As the maid rushed in, her eyes widened in horror at the sight of Julius' dead servant, the blood pooling on the floor. Alfonso seized the moment, slipping from Julius' grip, shaking off the tension like it was nothing. With a dramatic, mocking tone, he walked toward the door, throwing a last insult over his shoulder. "Oh my God! I can't believe it, you're threatening your brother's life now, Julius," Alfonso said, laughing to himself as he disappeared down the hallway, his voice fading as his footsteps echoed away. Julius stood still for a moment, the weight of the encounter hanging in the air. Slowly, he made his way back to his chambers, retreating into the silence of his private room. His mind was a whirlwind of anger and memories, haunted by his confrontation with Alfonso. Sitting in the dimly lit room, Julius clenched his fists, his cold fury bubbling beneath the surface. "I never thought of you as my brother, Alfonso," Julius muttered under his breath. His eyes darkened as memories from the past resurfaced, memories of Alfonso constantly taking what was rightfully his. "That's how you've always been, taking away what's mine." His voice turned venomous. "Before they kill me, I will kill you first." Julius' thoughts drifted back to the assassin, the cold, methodical way he had murdered his servant. "He's too skilled," Julius thought. He was interrupted by the sudden appearance of a red-haired man, stepping into the room with a sly grin. "That's right," the man said confidently, standing near the door. His presence filled the space with an unsettling familiarity. "That man is a wolf," the red-haired man continued. "I think he's been out of sight for a while, but I didn't think he was still here, hiding in this country." Julius tensed, the pieces of the puzzle slowly fitting together. The red-haired man leaned in closer, showing him the assassin's blood-stained clothes. "But this," the red-haired man said, tapping the blood with a smirk, "this is not real blood. It's a blood patch, a trick to make it look like a murder, so he could escape unpunished." Julius stared at the blood, still skeptical. "A blood pack?" The red-haired man nodded, his tone grave. "Your life is in danger, Your Honor. If I want to be your servant again, that's a reasonable thing. They wouldn't have hesitated to cut me down last time." Julius froze, his eyes widening in realization. The red-haired man standing before him was none other than his former servant, the one who had been supposedly killed by Alfonso. He had faked his death using the same blood pack technique. The red-haired man's expression softened briefly, though disappointment clouded his face. "I didn't expect they would cut me down without asking anything," he said quietly, his voice tinged with a mix of bitterness and regret. The red-haired man lowered his gaze. I had no choice but to disappear, to survive. Julius fell into deep thought, trying to process the situation. The absurdity of it all slowly built up inside him until, without warning, he burst into laughter. The sound filled the room, unsettling the red-haired man. Wait, the man said, panic creeping into his voice. Please, don't feel secure. This isn't over. Julius raised a hand, silencing him with a calm but deadly gesture. I understand, he said, his voice eerily composed. It's not like you think I understand everything now. His lips curled into a dangerous smile. There won't be a next time, will there? I've been too careful. Too cautious, for far too long. Julius stood. He felt a cold resolve settle over him as he stared out, the lights of the distant city flickering beneath him. I will survive, he said softly, his reflection in the glass mirroring his determined expression. His voice grew stronger as he continued. I will stand with you, at the top of this country. He smiled faintly, as if already envisioning the future, with Patricia by his side. As the red-haired man stood there, listening to Julius' determined words, something in him shifted. His eyes, normally calm and composed, suddenly glowed red, a sign of the deep connection he had to something far more dangerous than what appeared on the surface. Meanwhile, in another part of the palace, the sound of combat echoed down the halls. Patricia, skilled and precise, had just knocked out a group of assassins with ease. Her movements were fluid, her mind clear. As the last assassin fell to the floor, Deborah, who had been observing from the shadows, approached her cautiously. I am sorry, Deborah said, bowing slightly. Patricia, her eyes sharp and unbothered, shook her head. No need to apologize. As it seems, Toto is starting to enjoy himself. The mood is shifting. She looked around at the unconscious bodies scattered on the floor. Besides, you did well, Toto. Now everything is in place. She wiped the blood from her blade, her expression unchanging as she gazed into the distance. Let's meet fate. The scene shifts 3 years after the engagement ceremony. The once young Patricia, now just 10 years old, stood tall over a pile of bodies, her hands steady as she finished off the last of the attackers. The cries of their last breaths filled the air before the silence took over. One man groaned before his life faded completely. Patricia, covered in blood but unshaken, called out, Toto. Toto, who was busy cleaning the mess left behind by their violent battle, straightened up at her command. Yes, Patricia, he replied without hesitation, his movements swift as he disposed of the bodies with practiced efficiency. Clean this up too, she commanded, her tone bored, as if death and bloodshed were an everyday task. Toto nodded, gathering the bodies with ease. Recently, the number of troublesome people has been increasing, Patricia remarked, her eyes narrowing as she gazed at the mess before her. 9 years have passed since I was given the mission to protect this family, but if only things had gone according to plan from the beginning. I wonder, who would have died first? She paused, her mind drifting back to darker memories. Since that time, since the gods appeared, their attacks were quiet for a time, but lately, their numbers have increased. Patricia stood silently, looking at an old family photo that lay on a nearby table. Her gaze softened, her thoughts shifting to her brothers. Why is it, she murmured to herself, that the target is always my brother? She sighed, her mind heavy with the burden of her duty. Well, they are targeting me too, she added coldly. Leonard and Gilbert, my second brother, Gilbert, is second in line to the throne. But it doesn't seem like he's aiming for it. My eldest brother, Leonard, is considered the next king. Her voice softened, a rare hint of emotion creeping into her words. Her mother was her father's only wife. It seems that my brothers have a good relationship. But according to her, they want to kill us before I can marry and have children. As Patricia's thoughts swirled, a bitterness crept into her mind. However, they are such optimistic people, and that bothers me. She grimaced at the memory of her brothers brushing aside her warnings, always with the same dismissive reply. If I warn them, they always say, you worry too much. Well, that's exactly what will get them killed. She bit her lip. I want to know if something has changed. With her mind made up, Patricia called out, "Toto." He appeared instantly by her side. "I want to know, has anything changed?" Toto blinked, trying to gauge her intent before she continued. "Let's go for a walk. I want to see for myself." The two of them walked silently through the palace until they spotted Gilbert, Patricia's second brother, standing in the hallway, deep in conversation with someone. As Patricia approached with a rare, gentle smile, Gilbert's face brightened at the sight of her. "Patricia," he called out, happiness evident in his voice. He walked toward her, arms outstretched. Patricia, taken aback by his enthusiasm, quickly apologized. "Sorry, is it brother working?" Gilbert smiled, shaking his head. "No, I just finished." Before Patricia could react, Gilbert gently pulled her into his arms. "Is something the matter, Patricia? Are you sad?" His voice was filled with concern as he embraced her protectively. Patricia hesitated, the warmth of his touch unfamiliar. "I was just strolling. Please put me down." She squirmed, her voice protesting but laced with affection. Gilbert chuckled softly, his eyes full of fondness. "As usual, you're so light, my little sister." Patricia, embarrassed and uncomfortable, called out with a bit more urgency. "Gilbert, still laughing, says you haven't changed, Toto," he remarked, glancing at Toto, who had been silently watching the exchange with an annoyed expression. Toto sighed. "We just met this morning." His irritation was barely concealed. Gilbert shook his head with a knowing smile. "But that's not what I mean. This person's love for his little sister has no limits." Patricia's thoughts grew darker as she stood there, silently observing her brother. Because of that, sometimes this could help, but it's not surprising that people in power want to kill him. Her inner voice grew colder. "They're both stupid, my brothers. Their affection blinds them, and no matter how much I prove my capability, they won't believe me." She glanced at Gilbert, wondering if he could ever truly understand the danger they were in. Or worse, maybe they'll try to keep me away from it all, to protect me, even if it means ignoring what needs to be done. Patricia clenched her fists, determined not to be cast aside. "Otherwise, they'll stop me from doing something dangerous." But Patricia's mind wasn't just on her brothers. There were other dangers lurking, hidden, waiting. "I will increase patrols like this, for now, temporarily," she thought, her gaze shifting towards the trees outside. A sudden gleam caught her eye, something shining between the branches. She wondered, narrowing her eyes. It wasn't long before she realized what it was: a rifle. Rifles from this era tend to fire accidentally and have low accuracy, Patricia mused, her sharp intellect immediately analyzing the situation. It still needs time before they can mass-produce them. But I don't have time to think about that now. Her eyes focused intently on the barrel of the rifle. I must do something before they start shooting. Suddenly, Leonard arrived, joining them just as Gilbert was still holding Patricia. He glanced at his younger brother and sister, but his attention was drawn elsewhere. Leonard asked, his gaze following Patricia's. His expression darkened as he noticed something off in her hands. Patricia, still trying to gauge the distance and timing of the shot. "It's too far. I can't see clearly," she thought. But just as the shot rang out, she swiftly deflected the bullet with the object in her hand, moving faster than either of her brothers could register. The assassin, hidden among the trees, couldn't believe he missed again. His frustration was clear, but he quickly began to retreat, realizing his target was no ordinary girl. Gilbert, oblivious to what had just happened, gently set Patricia down and asked, "Patricia, what happened?" His voice carried genuine concern, but Leonard, standing a few feet behind, was more skeptical. Leonard thought, trying to piece together what he had just witnessed. His instincts told him something was amiss, but he couldn't see the weapon. As Patricia turned in the direction on Leonard's side, her eyes burned with an intensity that sent a chill down Leonard's spine. Her gaze was sharp, almost predatory, like someone ready to devour their enemy whole. The coldness in her expression unsettled him deeply. Leonard took an unconscious step backward, his mind reeling. "I always knew you were a very smart kid," he thought, trying to understand this side of his sister. "Patricia, are you hiding something?" His feet carried him back to where he had come from, but as he turned, Patricia noticed something, a small piece of cloth. She frowned, her mind racing. Did Leonard see it? As Leonard disappeared down the hall, Patricia's eyes remained focused on location, her suspicion growing. If Leonard had seen even a glimpse of what just happened, everything could change. Patricia, burdened by a heavy sadness, sat lost in her thoughts. The recent attack on Leonard weighed heavily upon her, forcing her to confront a terrifying possibility: she may have made a grave mistake. For so long, she had operated under the assumption that her targets were Gilbert's enemies. But this latest attack, directed not at Gilbert but at Leonard, shattered that belief. A disquieting question echoed in her mind: who would want to harm Leonard? Her thoughts drifted back to the day of the incident, the very day she took a life while nestled in Leonard's embrace. It was Toto, her ever-vigilant canine companion, who first detected something awry. A disturbingly familiar scent, a scent that sent a jolt of panic through Patricia. The honor Gilbert, Toto had warned, indicating the young lord's proximity. But when Leonard and Toto surveyed the hall, it was unsettlingly empty, devoid of any sign of Gilbert. A chilling fear gripped Patricia. Had Gilbert witnessed her in the act of killing? The thought haunted her. Ever since that fateful day, she had made a concerted effort to avoid Gilbert. Every time he drew near, her heart would pound with a frantic rhythm, prompting her to invent excuses, anything to escape his presence. Patricia, I want to ask you something, Gilbert had inquired one day, his voice filled with genuine curiosity. I had an important appointment with Mother, she had stammered, her words tumbling out in a rush as she quickly fled before he could press her further. Each subsequent encounter followed a similar, frantic pattern, a hastily fabricated excuse followed by a swift retreat. But today, her evasive maneuvers had failed. Gilbert had cornered her, his expression unusually serious, his voice firm and unwavering. Are you hiding something from me? He asked directly, his penetrating gaze seeming to see right through her carefully constructed facade. Patricia's composure completely crumbled. She trembled visibly, her face a mask of fear, unable to meet his intense gaze. Gilbert, immediately noticing her distress, softened his demeanor. Forgive me, Patricia, he said gently. Seizing this unexpected opportunity, Patricia, with the skill of a seasoned assassin, abruptly shifted her tactics. Tears welled up in her eyes as she offered a profuse and seemingly heartfelt apology for a ridiculously trivial matter: eating the cake that had been intended for Gilbert. This sudden and unexpected display of vulnerability, of almost childlike cuteness, proved to be too much for Gilbert to withstand. He closed his eyes, attempting to resist her potent charm, but her sweet, innocent voice and disarming expression were simply overwhelming. Unable to bring himself to confront her about the more serious incident that weighed on his mind, Gilbert succumbed to her expertly crafted manipulation. He knelt before her, his resolve completely weakened by her undeniable charm. Gilbert, his face softened by Patricia's adorable demeanor, tilted his head and asked with a gentle smile, "Sister? Is it delicious?" Patricia, maintaining her innocent facade, nodded enthusiastically. Very much, she chirped. Gilbert, his suspicions seemingly assuaged by her sweet reply, simply responded, "Okay." Patricia, having successfully diverted Gilbert's attention with her carefully calculated display of charm and a fabricated apology, inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. She desperately hoped that this deception would be enough. However, a gnawing unease remained. Avoiding Gilbert was becoming an increasingly difficult, almost impossible, task. Toto, ever attuned to his mistress's emotional state, inquired gently, "Is there something that's giving you difficulty, Patricia?" Patricia conceded, "A little." She then purposefully shifted the conversation to the ongoing investigation, asking, "Oh, by the way, Toto, have you found any information about the person hiding in the tree," referring to the assassin who had targeted Leonard. Toto confirmed, "Yes, I have. Deborah secured the weapon the assailant was carrying. I have a trusted acquaintance who possesses extensive knowledge of weaponry, and I entrusted the weapon to him for a thorough examination." He then relayed the disheartening results. The weapon was impeccably clean, devoid of any fingerprints or markings that could lead to the assassin's identity. Patricia sighed, acknowledging the frustrating dead end. "If that's the case, then there's no more evidence left to pursue," she lamented. Her own investigation had yielded equally fruitless results. He was concealed within the dense foliage of the trees, making it impossible for me to get a clear view of him. Suddenly, a new thought sparked in her mind. She posed a hypothetical question to Toto. Toto, imagine there's something you desperately need to hide, and the person you're hiding it from is very close to discovering the truth. What do you think the most effective course of action would be in that situation? Toto, his expression hardening into a chillingly serious mask, responded with unnerving directness, I would eliminate the threat. I would kill him. Patricia, taken aback by the stark brutality of his response, exclaimed, Toto. I demand to know whose influence has shaped such a drastic worldview. She then pressed him further, seeking a less violent alternative. Besides that extreme measure, what other options are there? Toto, pausing for a moment in thought, recounted a story he had heard. I once heard a tale of a servant employed in a nobleman's grand estate. While performing his duties, he accidentally dropped a candle, igniting a fire that scorched the expensive tablecloth. Patricia, quickly grasping the underlying analogy, asked, so, the solution was to hide the evidence of his mistake? Toto affirmed, precisely. As a servant, he was expected to take responsibility for his actions. Fearing the consequences, he devised a plan. Later that night, he returned and set fire to the entire mansion. Amid the chaos and destruction, the burnt tablecloth became just another small loss, hiding his earlier mistake perfectly. Patricia, absorbing the chilling implications of Toto's story, thanked him for his insightful, albeit unsettling, perspective. While she found his methods undeniably aggressive and extreme, she couldn't deny their potential effectiveness in a truly desperate situation. Her thoughts returned to Gilbert's persistent, probing question, are you hiding something from me? His lingering suspicion hung over her like a menacing shadow, a constant threat. Suddenly, a daring and manipulative plan began to take shape in her mind. Instead of perpetually evading Gilbert's inquiries, she would offer him a carefully controlled glimpse into her dark secret, a calculated move designed to manipulate his suspicions and steer the narrative in her favor. Toto, she called out, a new determination in her voice. Summon Deborah immediately. She then elaborated on her audacious plan, that's right. If my brother suspects I'm concealing something, I'll give him something to suspect. I'll offer him a carefully crafted illusion, a tantalizing glimpse into a fabricated secret. Her voice took on a subtly sinister tone as she christened her scheme, Patricia's Dark Secret. Gilbert, gripping Patricia's letter, read the final lines, Today, I will wait for you in the yard at sunset. Her name, penned with a flourish, served as a silent beckoning. Confusion clouded his thoughts. He paused, his brow furrowed in thought. Why would Patricia ask him to meet her in the yard, of all places? A sense of unease settled upon him. The yard held a particular significance. It was, as he understood it, the location where Patricia often practiced her swordsmanship and other skills befitting a noblewoman. But something about her request felt off. Could this be related to his lingering suspicions about her recent behavior? Does she really? Gilbert muttered to himself, unable to shake the nagging feeling that Patricia was involved in something he didn't quite grasp. As Gilbert arrived, his confusion only intensified. Patricia, radiating cheerfulness, greeted him warmly. The scene before him was baffling: Leonardo, Toto, Deborah, and a lavish spread of party food. Patricia, what is this? Gilbert asked, completely bewildered. With a disarming smile, Patricia explained that she had heard about such events being popular and wanted to surprise her beloved brother with a secret party. Deborah, she added, had helped with the decorations and cake. So, what were you doing here a few days ago? Gilbert pressed, recalling their previous encounters. Patricia, a mischievous glint in her eyes, admitted that Gilbert had indeed seen her preparing for the party. I secretly borrowed Brother Leonard's shoulder to measure the height of the rope for the decorations, she explained, her voice as sweet as honey. Leonard, playing along, feigned ignorance, adding to the illusion. For me? Gilbert stammered, astonishment washing over him. He couldn't help but marvel at his adorable little sister. The doubts that had plagued him vanished, replaced by warmth and gratitude. How could I ever doubt her? He thought to himself. Overwhelmed by emotion, Gilbert knelt before Patricia, extending his hand towards her. As a token of gratitude for this wonderful surprise, he declared, his voice filled with sincerity, "Patricia, will you dance with me?" Patricia, her smile radiant, gracefully accepted. As music filled the air, Gilbert and Patricia waltzed gracefully, their movements a symphony of elegance and joy. Toto watched on, his tail wagging approvingly. "Was it difficult to prepare all of this?" Gilbert asked, his eyes twinkling with admiration. "Not at all," Patricia replied, her voice calm and reassuring. "Toto and Deborah were a great help." But beneath her cheerful facade, a steely glint flickered in her eyes. "I had to get rid of a couple of pests," she thought to herself, her gaze drifting towards the edge of the garden. Meanwhile, in a distant palace, a storm raged. Prince Alfonso, consumed by fury, slammed his fist on the table. That attempt to murder the Patricia brothers failed again. He roared, his voice echoing through the chamber. "Noble Alphonse, right now we need a plan," his assassin began, only to be silenced by a chilling glare. "Please, be quieter," Alfonso hissed, his voice laced with menace. "Whatever it costs me." He snarled, his teeth gritted in rage. "Julius, I will destroy everyone who supports you," he vowed, his eyes blazing with hatred as lightning crackled outside. Back at the party, the festive mood was momentarily interrupted as Patricia's brothers informed her of Prince Omnis's upcoming engagement celebration. "To celebrate the engagement of Prince Omnis?" Patricia asked, her brow furrowed in thought. "And the party will be held in his kingdom," "That's right," Gilbert confirmed. "We'll be attending as father's representatives." "Correct," Leonard added. "We'll both be going in father's place." "Well, I will be accompanying Gilbert." "This event is being organized by Prince Alphonse," Gilbert continued, "Julius' elder brother." Patricia's mind raced. Alphonse, Julius' vengeful older brother, was behind this celebration. She knew she had to act quickly and formulate a plan. "I hope we still have some time," she said, her voice betraying a hint of urgency. "When exactly will the celebration take place?" Leonard, ever the cheerful one, delivered news that sent a shiver down Patricia's spine. "The event may be the after tomorrow. Or day after tomorrow." Patricia's carefully crafted plan crumbled. There was no time to orchestrate the elaborate deception she had envisioned for Gilbert. Panic surged within her. Summoning her brothers with a sweet and innocent expression, she expressed concern for their safety. "Patty is worried. Please take Toto with you," she pleaded. Both Leonard and Gilbert were touched by her concern. "Thank you for caring," they said in unison. However, Leonard explained that the servant list had already been approved, making it impossible to add Toto at the last minute. Gilbert, observing Patricia's distress, remarked, "It appears that Patty is a person who worries easily." Patricia seethed with frustration. "Idiots!" she thought. "You're not worried about yourselves." She knew the danger they were facing. Murders were on the rise, and their invitation to the palace, practically on the border, was a foolish risk. "I had a bad feeling about this," she thought. They both made a mistake accepting this invitation. The thought of her brothers venturing into enemy territory without protection filled her with dread. Her intuition screamed that something terrible would happen if they went alone. With a boldness born of desperation, Patricia made a daring proposition. "If you can't take Toto," she said, her voice trembling slightly, "can you please take me with you?" Leonard and Gilbert exchanged astonished glances. Before they could object, Patricia continued, a shy expression gracing her face. "Omnis is the homeland of Prince Julius, right?" she asked, her voice soft and dreamy. "I want to see the country where I'll be living after I marry Julius." The thought of Patricia living with Julius struck a chord within her brothers. Leonard's heart sank, while Gilbert's face fell. Leonard, regaining his composure, agreed with a forced smile. "Well, that's true. He understands how Patricia feels. He will ask father." Patricia, her face beaming with gratitude, thanked her brother. "Now I can protect you both," she thought triumphantly. "Let Toto and Deborah do their best to protect mother and father." Her thoughts then drifted to Julius. "Even though it's been 3 years, I hope you're okay." 2 days later, Patricia found herself traveling in a grand carriage towards Omnis. I want to see if this country is as prosperous as mine, she mused, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. However, their journey took an unexpected turn. Bandits attacked their entourage, highlighting the escalating insecurity near the border. Thankfully, we arrived in time, Leonard said, his voice laced with relief. But now it's night. Now it's night, Gilbert sighed. Patty will also be disappointed. You won't have time to meet Prince Julius. Patricia, though secretly relieved that the bandit attack had thwarted her immediate plans, feigned disappointment. What else can we do? She said with a shrug. I'm sure we will meet soon. The scene shifted to a grand palace in Omnis, where preparations for the engagement celebration were in full swing. Excuse me, Your Highness, a servant announced, the party is ready. She repeated her call, addressing the young prince as young master, her voice tinged with concern. Julius, lost in thought, stood by a window, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon. A soft smile touched his lips as he turned to face the servant, his demeanor composed and regal. At that moment, at the grand party, Prince Alphonse burst into the grand hall, his face alight with a mixture of excitement and malice. Welcome to all present. He boomed, his voice echoing through the grand hall. I am especially happy to see the honorable guests I have been waiting for. My friends, Prince Leonard and Prince Gilbert of the country of Shine. Alphonse approached Gilbert, his eyes scanning the group. He noticed a young girl hiding behind Gilbert in feigned surprise. And who is this beautiful princess? He inquired, his voice dripping with false charm. I don't believe we've met, my lady. Patricia, stepping forward, executed a flawless curtsy, her movements graceful and refined. It is a pleasure to meet you, she said, her voice as sweet as honey. I am Patricia. Gilbert's mood darkened as he heard her name, but he forced a smile. Welcome, Princess Patricia, he said, his voice strained. Come on, you three, Alphonse said, gesturing towards the grand hall. Please come inside. Patricia, her assassin's instincts on high alert, sensed the malicious intent lurking beneath Alphonse's charming facade. This man has evil intentions against us, she thought, her heart pounding in her chest. As they walked towards the hall, Alphonse paused, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Oh, by the way, he said casually, I heard that you were attacked by bandits on your way here. How unfortunate. Leonard chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Ah, that's just a little joke. We were a little delayed because our horses were stopped. Alphonse's expression shifted, feigning concern. I'm glad everyone is safe. We were very worried that something happened to Princess Patricia. Imagine if Shine's national treasure was stolen. But behind Alphonse's facade of concern, a storm of anger brewed. I wanted to kill them all before they arrived, he thought bitterly, but these people are so lucky. However, a flicker of triumph lit up his eyes. It was a stroke of luck that I was able to draw Princess Patricia. He had been waiting for this opportunity. Until now, the monster has been hiding in the royal palace, making her difficult to catch. If I manage to remove her, Julius will lose his supporters in Shine. Alphonse subtly stirred a vial of poison into Patricia's glass, concealing the pouch before offering her the drink. First of all, let's toast to our meeting tonight, he declared, raising his own glass. Thank you very much, Patricia replied, her voice polite and composed. This is without alcohol, Alphonse said smoothly, his thoughts a stark contrast to his words. Instead, it's a deadly poison. Patricia lifted the glass to her nose, inhaling the aroma. Oh, what a wonderful aroma! Is this drink made with a light fruit tint? She asked, feigning innocence. You have a rare, subtle sense of smell, Alphonse remarked, hiding his surprise. This is so delicious. Does your Highness Alphonse like it too? Patricia inquired, her eyes watching him closely. Yes, of course, Alphonse lied, his smile strained. If so, please go ahead, Patricia urged, pushing the poisoned glass towards him. I don't like fruit, so I can't drink it, Alphonse said quickly, trying to recover. But, this is your favorite, isn't it? If so, Your Highness, please enjoy it, Patricia insisted, a sweet smile gracing her lips as she gently pushed the poisoned glass towards Alphonse. Come on, just one sip, please, Alphonse's brother-in-law. Alphonse felt a bead of sweat trickle down his temple. He was trapped, his own elaborate plan turning against him. Refusing the drink would raise suspicion, but accepting it meant consuming the very poison he had intended for Patricia. His gaze darted between Patricia's innocent smile and the deadly drink, his mind racing for a solution. Patricia extended a glass toward her brother-in-law, Alphonse, her smile dark and unreadable. "Please, take this drink," she said, her tone sweet but laced with something unsettling. Alphonse hesitated, feeling a wave of unease wash over him. He reached for the glass, his hand trembling slightly, as a heavy silence settled between them. Around them, people were murmuring and chatting, oblivious to the tension that had thickened the air. Sensing his reluctance, Patricia leaned in, her voice deceptively soft but insistent. "Please, don't be shy, brother-in-law." Alphonse felt a flicker of panic, and anger flared in his eyes. His voice rose, barely concealing his contempt. "I feel as though you have no manners," he sneered. "Returning something that was given to you, how dare you?" Patricia's smile grew sharper, almost as if she found amusement in his reaction. "She's starting to suspect. She thinks there's something in it." She tilted her head innocently, her voice dropping to a mock apologetic tone. "That's right, perhaps I crossed the line. My apologies, Your Highness." She paused, her eyes gleaming. Before Alphonse could respond, her brother Leonardo approached, his brow furrowing in concern. "Patricia, is everything all right here? If you don't want the drink, I'll take it for you." Patricia turned to him with a look that could cut through steel. Her eyes were cold, calculating. "No, brother. This drink was personally given to me by His Highness, Alphonse." She lifted the glass again, turning to Alphonse with a challenging look, as if daring him to deny it. "Isn't that right, Your Highness?" Alphonse froze, his composure faltering. He realized too late that his plan had backfired. Patricia was turning the situation against him. She held the glass high, her every move deliberate. "This is something personally given to Patricia by His Highness, Alphonse," she announced to the surrounding crowd, who had started to notice the tension between them. As Patricia held the glass with a sly smile, she looked at Alphonse and spoke in a soft, mocking tone, "How kind of you, Your Highness. You're so thoughtful toward your younger brother's fiancée, who isn't very close to you." She paused, letting her words sink in. Such a kind brother-in-law. Alphonse's eyes widened as he began to realize the depth of her words. This girl, she already figured it out. He thought, a bead of sweat forming on his brow. He couldn't believe she had seen through his intentions so easily. Some people whispered to each other, the curiosity in their voices growing. "Is that Princess Patricia?" "Julius's fiancée," someone murmured. Another person added, "I heard His Highness Alphonse offered her a drink. Do you think it could be poisoned?" The whispered speculation sent a shiver down Alphonse's spine. He realized, with horror, that if Patricia drank the contents of the glass and anything happened to her, he would be the one blamed. "Patricia," he called out hastily, his voice cracking. Perhaps now is not the best time, but Patricia raised her hand, stopping him with a single, imperious gesture. Her smile widened, her eyes sparkling with a dangerous amusement. She lifted the glass closer to her lips, her voice calm and sweet. "Don't worry, Your Highness. I'll drink it." Panic flashed in Alphonse's eyes. He reached out, his hand shaking. "Patricia, wait!" Just as she was about to sip from the glass, a strong hand reached out and stopped her. Patricia looked up, surprised to see Julius, her fiancé, holding her wrist gently but firmly. His face tense with worry. "Don't drink," Julius said in a low, urgent voice, his gaze intense. "You'll die." Patricia blinked, momentarily stunned. He knew? She had planned to expose Alphonse herself, but Julius had stepped in, effortlessly foiling her scheme. Annoyed at the sudden interference, she muttered his name in frustration, but Julius calmly took the glass from her hand. Without another word, he placed it on a passing servant's tray, removing it from the scene. Just then, Alphonse's voice rang out, filled with anger and desperation. But suddenly, Alphonse shouts at Julius, calling him an uninvited guest, asking, how did he sneak in? Julius merely smirked, the darkness in his eyes hinting at long-held grudges. Turning to the maid holding the poisoned drink, he gave a subtle nod, ordering her to remove it discreetly. Then he looked back at Alphonse, his voice smooth yet dripping with sarcasm. "Half-brother," he said with a mocking tone, "how could this foolish younger brother not attend his own half-brother's engagement party?" A dark aura seemed to surround Julius, his deadly gaze fixed on Alphonse as he continued, "Or is it, did you forget to send your brother an invitation?" Alphonse's face paled as the crowd's eyes fell on him, whispering and murmuring among themselves. For a moment, he was speechless, unable to defend himself under the scrutiny of his guests. Julius, clearly enjoying his brother's discomfort, kept his piercing gaze on Alphonse. He gestured gracefully toward the area where Alphonse's fiancée stood, his voice deceptively polite. "Your fiancée has been waiting for you, brother. Wouldn't it be better if we didn't keep the ladies waiting?" Alphonse clenched his teeth, barely able to contain his rage. He forced a stiff smile and started walking toward his fiancée's table. But as he passed by Julius, he leaned in close and whispered in a venomous tone, "Don't get carried away, Julius, murderer." Julius's face darkened, his expression hardening as he stood silently, absorbing the insult. Patricia, who had been watching the exchange closely, caught the word and felt a pang of curiosity. "What does he mean by that?" Leonardo, who had also overheard, approached Alphonse with a frown. "What do you mean, calling your brother a murderer?" he asked, his voice low but firm. Alphonse quickly forced a laugh, waving off the accusation. "My foolish younger brother has such a strange sense of humor." "It's just a joke, of course," he said smoothly, though there was a flicker of unease in his eyes. "Please, allow me to introduce you to my fiancée." Leonardo gave him a suspicious look but nodded, agreeing to meet Alphonse's fiancée. Alphonse guided Leonardo and Gilbert toward the table, putting on a polite facade as he entertained them, though his mind was still seething with resentment toward Julius. As Julius turned to leave, he crossed paths with Patricia once more. She looked at him thoughtfully, her eyes narrowing as she tried to piece together the mystery of his half-brother's words. Julius seemed to sense her gaze, and as he stopped in front of her, he spoke in a soft, measured tone. "Patricia," he said, "can we talk for a moment?" Patricia tilted her head, a sly smile playing on her lips as she observed him. "Of course, Your Highness." As Patricia accepted Julius's invitation, she glanced back at her brother, Leonardo, who had been watching her closely. His brows furrowed in concern as he called out, "Patricia, where are you going? Do you want to take Gilbert with you?" Patricia offered him a reassuring smile. "No, brother, it's fine. His Highness Julius is with me," she replied smoothly, glancing at Julius. "Isn't that right, Your Highness?" Julius met her gaze, his expression unreadable, and nodded. "Yes. You have nothing to worry about," he replied, his voice steady. Leonardo's protective eyes lingered on them as they began walking away, disappearing from view. Gilbert, noticing his younger brother's unease, leaned in and whispered, "Should we follow them, equals younger brother?" Leonardo considered it, his jaw tight, but finally shook his head. "Let's leave them alone. Patricia can handle herself." Patricia and Julius walked in silence until they reached a beautiful fountain in the palace gardens, the soft sound of water splashing around them. The moonlight glinted off the water, casting an ethereal glow over the scene. Patricia broke the silence first, her voice calm but tinged with curiosity. "It's been a long time, Julius," she said, studying him with a slight smile. There was a mixture of nostalgia and wariness in her gaze. They both knew that despite their engagement, there was a distance between them, a dark history neither had fully confronted. But before she could continue, there was a sudden flash of movement. Patricia barely had time to react as Julius drew his sword in a fluid motion, the cold steel glinting in the moonlight as he brought it up to her chin, his deadly aura palpable. She froze, her heart pounding, though her face remained composed. With an edge to his voice, Julius leaned in, his eyes filled with suspicion. "Have you come to kill me too?" he asked, his voice low and dangerously quiet, his gaze boring into her. As Patricia stood there, the blade dangerously close to her neck, she called his name softly, "Julius." But Julius only tightened his grip, pressing the edge of the sword closer to her skin. His eyes burned with a fierce determination, a storm of anger swirling within them. "I'll ask one more time," he said coldly, his voice laced with an intensity that made Patricia's heart skip a beat. "Do you also want to kill me?" The words hung heavily in the air, and Patricia could see that he was deadly serious. He didn't flinch, didn't waver, as if he were prepared to cut her down if she gave the wrong answer. "Don't move," he commanded, his voice low and unyielding. "My fiancée. Patricia von Annika." For a moment, Patricia felt the chill of fear pass over her. She hadn't expected Julius to be this ruthless, this unrelenting. But just as she was about to respond, she paused, taking a deep breath to steady herself. Closing her eyes for a brief moment, she gathered her resolve. When she opened her eyes again, there was no hint of softness left in her gaze. She looked at Julius with the cold, calculating stare of a trained assassin, a woman who had taken countless lives without a second thought. "Julius von Laser," she said, her voice steady and deadly calm. The sound of his full name startled him, and before he could react, Patricia seized the blade of his sword with her bare hand. Blood trickled down her fingers as she gripped the blade firmly, her expression unfaltering. "Who do you think you're asking that question to?" she whispered, her voice filled with dark amusement. In one swift motion, she closed the distance between them with the speed and precision only a top assassin could possess. Julius instinctively took a step back, his eyes widening as Patricia moved with a fluid grace, defying his expectations. Before he knew it, her hand was around his neck, gripping him firmly, forcing him to stare into her deadly gaze. With a quick twist, Patricia wrenched the sword from his hand, and in a matter of seconds, she had him pinned to the ground, the blade now resting against his throat. She held him down with surprising strength, her eyes dark and unyielding. "If I wanted to kill you, Julius," she said, her voice a low growl, "your head would have long been separated from your body." Julius lay beneath her, momentarily stunned by her display of skill. She was breathtaking in her fierceness, her assassin's instincts in full force. A slow smile spread across his face as he took in her words, her power, her defiance. "Patricia," he murmured, still pinned to the ground, as he began to laugh, the sound deep and genuine, echoing in the quiet night. He looked up at her with a strange glint in his eye, equal parts admiration and amusement. "That's why you're the only one I can trust," he said, his laughter settling into a quiet chuckle. "The only person." His hand slowly rose, reaching up to her face. "You're full of secrets, Patricia. My one and only, beautiful fiancée." Patricia released him, getting up with a look of irritation on her face. She brushed herself off, looking down at him with a mix of exasperation and disbelief. "Julius, are you on drugs?" she asked, genuinely annoyed by his sudden shift in demeanor, her patience wearing thin. Julius, still grinning, got to his feet and dusted himself off, his expression softening. "We've started dating again seriously, building a good relationship, haven't we?" he said, still catching his breath from his laughter. Patricia sighed, rolling her eyes. "Is that what you call this? A good relationship?" She shook her head, exasperated. "One moment, you're ready to kill me, and the next, you're acting like a love-struck fool." But Julius only smiled, his gaze softening. "I missed you," he said simply, his voice warm, the anger from earlier fading from his face. Patricia took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down, her annoyance melting away as she took in his earnest expression. "Fine," she muttered, half to herself, "but if you ever point a sword at me like that again, I won't hesitate to return the favor." As Julius carefully wrapped a bandage around Patricia's wounded hand, she looked at him, a hint of irritation in her eyes. "This isn't how you welcome someone, Julius." Julius finished tying the bandage and looked up, his expression softening. "I was testing you," he admitted. Patricia raised an eyebrow, clearly unimpressed. After a moment, she asked, "Come to think of it, did you know there was something in the glass that your half-brother gave me?" Julius shook his head. "No, I didn't know for certain," he replied. "But I can guess what my half-brother might have been thinking." He paused, studying her carefully. "You seemed awfully sure that there was poison in it." Patricia's face remained calm, almost indifferent. "Of course I was sure," she replied without missing a beat. Julius, however, gave her a pointed look. "But you still tried to drink it, didn't you?" His words made Patricia pause, caught off guard. She couldn't tell him the truth, that her body was used to most poisons after years of assassin training. Instead, she quickly formulated an excuse. "I thought I'd just pretend to drink it and make him nervous," she said smoothly. "It was a way to protect my brothers."
After all that attention, Alphonse won't dare to touch them or me again.
If anything happens to us, he'll be the first suspect.
He won't take that risk. Julius nodded thoughtfully. I see. That's your way of protecting them.
A faint smile crossed his lips. In that case, I should greet both of your brothers properly. Patricia narrowed her eyes slightly. Please stop testing me like you did just now, she said, her voice carrying a warning. She was tired of his endless suspicion and games.
Julius only chuckled softly.
You're the only person I can trust, he murmured, his gaze softening. But there was something else in his expression, a weight, as if he were carrying a dark burden.
Patricia noticed, and her brows knitted in concern. You're making everything a little complicated right now, she thought to herself.
She hesitated, then asked, Did something happen after you parted from me? Before Julius could answer, a sudden movement caught his eye. His expression changed instantly, his eyes widening in alarm. Patricia, watch out! Before she could react, a gloved hand clamped over Patricia's face, pressing a cloth laced with a strong sleeping agent against her nose. She struggled for a brief moment, but the effects of the drug were swift, and her body began to lose strength. Her vision blurred, and she saw was Julius, panicking, shouting her name. Julius tried to reach her, but he was quickly ambushed by other assassin. As he was slammed into the ground, after assassin twisting his arm behind his back and pinning him with brutal force. As Patricia was falling into a deep sleep due to the handkerchief used on her, Julius, on the ground, tried to wake her up. One of the assassin turned to his partner. What about the prince? Should we take him as well? He asked in a gruff voice. The second assassin hesitated, not immediately responding. As Patricia lay semi-conscious, she began picking up fragments of conversation between her captors. One of them spoke in a strange language, urging the others to make sure to share, like, and comment this video when we're done. The northern dialect, Patricia realized, her mind struggling to stay sharp through the haze of the sleeping agent. The words echoed oddly in her ears, but she caught the tone. These were mountain tribe soldiers, unmistakable with their strong builds and unique musculature. But why were they speaking like this, as if they were broadcasting her abduction? Her assassin's instincts kicked in, and the pieces started to come together. He's a soldier, but he's not from this country. And he's not targeting Julius. A dark realization formed in her mind. I am the target. Her gaze shifted subtly toward the ballroom. There were no signs of disturbance there, the party continued as if nothing had happened. Deborah's men have already infiltrated the hall, she reassured herself. At least my brothers will be safe. As Patricia's senses dulled from the sedative, she realized her best option was to let herself be taken, at least for now. If they want me, then I'll let them have me, and I'll see exactly who's pulling the strings. In her hazy state, she muttered to herself, to eradicate weeds, you have to attack the roots. She understood that these men were just pawns, carrying out orders from someone higher up. Whoever orchestrated this kidnapping clearly underestimated her. She would play along, gather information, and, when the time was right, strike back. Nearby, Julius continued to shout, struggling against his captors. With one last glance toward him, she murmured under her breath, for now, let's just assume I've been kidnapped. In the next scene, a young woman is thrown harshly onto the ground. She gasps, struggling to get up, and cries out, Stop! Please, stop! Her voice is filled with desperation as she looks up, recognizing her attacker. Patricia, she whispers, fear evident in her eyes as she meets the gaze of the deadly assassin standing over her, weapon in hand. Patricia's face is cold, unreadable, as she raises her knife, prepared to strike. In her final moments, the young woman stammers, You, of all people, but before she could finish, the memory faded, and Patricia jolted awake, her senses dulled by the lingering effects of the sleeping drugs that had been used on her. She felt disoriented, her vision blurry as she looked around. Outside, through a small window, why am I here? She thought, struggling to piece her memories together. She remembered the attack, the sudden ambush and the swift kidnapping. She and Julius had been overpowered, drugged, and thrown into this carriage together. Patricia leaned close to Julius, her voice low and urgent. These people are likely assassins from another country, Julius.
They won't keep us alive for long. She glanced around, assessing their situation. We'll pretend to be caught for now, and then escape when we see an opening. Her eyes moved to Julius, who was still slumped against the side chair, his eyes closed. She shook his shoulder gently, whispering, "Julius, wake up." When he didn't respond, she called again, her voice a bit louder this time. Julius blinked, his expression shifting from confusion to irritation as he fully registered the situation. "You said you'd escape, Patricia," he muttered, his voice laced with frustration. "But it looks like you've been sleeping soundly all this time." Patricia gave him a sharp look. "I was exhausted, all right?" "I couldn't hold on any longer," she replied defensively, her tone softened by a hint of embarrassment. Despite her tough exterior, the kidnapping had drained her, and the drugs had done the rest. Julius sighed, taking a quick glance around the room interior. "These people locked us in here and are talking about summoning their master. Whoever they're working for, they seem to want us alive, at least for now." Patricia nodded, her mind racing as she formulated a plan. "If they're bringing us to their master, then we have a chance. There's no point in struggling right now. Let's observe and bide our time. We'll strike when we see an opening." As Patricia sat in the dim room, she found her mind drifting back to the strange dream she'd had just before waking up. "When I think about it, it felt like I was dreaming about something unsettling." But her thoughts were interrupted by Julius, who regarded her with a concerned, almost exasperated look. "What if those people come back while you're sleeping?" he asked, his voice carrying a slight edge. "I can't protect you if you're out cold like that." Patricia shot him a look of confidence, though there was a hint of annoyance in her expression. "I can protect myself, okay? I don't need you to worry about that," she replied firmly. Julius raised an eyebrow, a skeptical smile playing on his lips. "You're really a princess, aren't you?" She frowned, not understanding the implication. "What's that supposed to mean?" He sighed, his tone shifting to something more serious. "I mean it genuinely. You're a princess loved by your parents, your brothers, and your servants. You've been shielded and protected all your life. Protecting yourself isn't as easy as you think," he said, his gaze turning slightly distant. "Especially when it comes to killing others." The mention of killing others made Patricia tense up, her heartbeat quickening. Memories surfaced, reports she had read, ones she'd tried to forget, ones that hinted at Julius's dark past and the dangerous life he led. The report that Patricia received after 3 years was simplified to minimize the risk of leaks. Julius's 2 loyal servants were sent to deliver it discreetly. He hadn't heard anything from him. Julius was no stranger to violence, and he'd lived a life in the shadows, shrouded in danger. She took a deep breath, steadying herself. "Julius, have you changed at all over these past 3 years?" He smirked, a faint glimmer of defiance in his eyes. "As you can see, I'm still alive." Patricia narrowed her eyes, not fully satisfied with his response. "So, nothing has changed?" He shrugged, his tone laced with a weary resignation. "My enemies have been quiet for about half a year since we got engaged. But I'm not naive enough to believe that'll last forever. I wonder how long this peace will continue. How long until they try to end me once more? When will I finally win?" Patricia gave him a small smile, refusing to give in to the darkness of his words. "Well, you're still alive, Julius," she pointed out gently. "That means, for now, the other side keeps failing, and we keep winning." Julius gave a faint chuckle, the tension momentarily easing from his face. "That's right. If Patricia says so, then it must be true." She glanced at him, wondering if there was a trace of sarcasm in his words. Was that sarcasm? Am I still not understanding the hearts of others? "I don't understand," she thought, feeling a pang of uncertainty. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside the room door, breaking the quiet atmosphere. Someone was approaching, their heavy steps reverberating with purpose. Julius tensed, his expression sharpening as he turned to her. "Patricia," he murmured, his voice low but intense. He looked directly into her eyes, his tone serious. "Have you ever killed 3 people?" She felt a chill at his question, but he continued, his gaze unwavering. Have you ever killed someone with your own hands, not by order, not as part of a mission, but with your own hands?
As they sat in the dimly lit room, Patricia looked at Julius with a piercing gaze, her voice soft yet probing.
Have you ever done it, Julius? Have you ever killed someone close to you? Julius's expression darkened, and for a moment, he seemed lost in a painful memory.
He took a slow, steadying breath before speaking, his voice low and filled with sorrow. There was a woman, a nanny who took care of me as a child. She was my mother's friend. After my mother died and I lost all support, she was the only one who stayed by my side.
She never abandoned me.
He paused, his gaze distant as he relived the memory. But one night, she drugged me. She tried to kill me in my sleep. I woke up just in time to see her standing over me with a knife, the same woman who'd once cradled me as a child. Patricia's eyes widened slightly as she listened, sensing the weight of the story. I saw the drug in my drink earlier that night, Julius continued, his voice growing colder. I pretended to be asleep, waiting to see who would come to finish me off. When she came at me with the knife, I struck back. I defended myself. He paused, his face taut with pain. I will never forget her expression, the shock, the hatred, the despair, and, strangely, a look of deep relief as she lay there, bleeding out. Julius's voice softened, barely more than a whisper. She never stopped thinking about me. I still wonder what drove her to that moment, what made her turn on me, after everything. As Patricia, a skilled assassin, skillfully unbound her ropes like a pro. Patricia, feeling an unexpected surge of empathy, moved closer to him and wrapped her arms around him in a tight embrace. Julius stiffened, completely taken aback by the gesture. Why are you hugging me? He asked, his voice tinged with confusion. Patricia buried her face against his shoulder, her voice soft. I don't know. But in that moment, she understood his pain in a way few could. As an assassin, she had encountered her own moments of betrayal, her own loss of innocence. This child, she thought, had practically killed his mother with his own hands, a woman who had once cared for him, yet betrayed him. You, of all people, the words echoed in her mind, a chilling reminder of similar words she'd heard once in her own past, when she'd had to kill someone she had once trusted. In a low whisper, she admitted to him, yes, once she killed someone she trusted. Julius looked at her, a flicker of understanding in his gaze. She raised a hand to stop him, her voice firm. Let's stop talking here. We've both had to do things we don't want to remember. Those people will be back soon. Let's focus on the present. Patricia smirked, a hint of his usual bravado returning. Come on then, Julius. Let's get our revenge and escape from here. As they prepared themselves, untying ropes and making silent plans, the scene shifted to a dark corridor elsewhere in the castle. Two men, both with striking golden hair, walked side by side, their shadows casting long figures against the stone walls. One of them, a tall man with a smug expression, spoke with glee. The news about Princess Patricia's capture must be true, right? His companion, a man with calculating eyes, nodded. Of course, Your Excellency. It's confirmed. The first man grinned, his expression filled with ambition. Great job. As long as I can marry that princess, my status in this country will be secured. She's a prize worth any price. His servant, a man with a cold, loyal gaze, bowed his head slightly. By the way, Your Excellency, Duke. What should we do with Prince Julius? As the Duke let out a sinister laugh, his dark intentions radiated from him. It would be a shame if we killed him, he murmured with malice. No, I'll drug him and offer him up to please Lord Alfonso. He opened the door to the room where Patricia and Julius were held, only to freeze in surprise. Instead of finding them restrained, he saw Patricia standing protectively by Julius, completely untied. The Duke turned to his servant, a look of fury flashing in his eyes. Didn't you tie her up? He hissed. Was you lenient on her because she's still young? The servant stammered, No, Your Excellency, that's not possible, as he swore she was bound tightly. The Duke's gaze shifted back to Patricia, his expression darkening, yet curiosity sparked within him. Very well, he thought. She doesn't seem to understand the situation she's in. I wonder how she'll react when she learns the truth.
Patricia, sensing the danger but disguising her true strength, decided to play along. She softened her expression, her eyes filling with tears, and put on a look of feigned innocence. "Please, where are my brothers?" she asked in a trembling voice, as if she were terrified. The Duke stepped forward, putting on a mockingly polite smile. "Good afternoon. Are you Princess Patricia of the Skynan Kingdom?" She nodded slowly, her voice barely a whisper. Yes, I am," she replied, allowing fear to flicker in her eyes. The Duke chuckled, bowing mockingly. "I am your humble servant, Tasker," he said, his tone dripping with false charm. Patricia forced a small, hopeful smile. "Really?" she asked, her voice laced with innocence. "Indeed," the Duke replied, his eyes glinting with malevolence. She tilted her head, playing her role perfectly. "I see," but then, the Duke's expression twisted as he threw away his pretense. With a dark grin, he suddenly lunged forward, pinning her to the ground. "But before we continue with formalities," he sneered, his weight pressing down on her as he gripped her shoulders. "Let's create an event based on the truth." Patricia's face twisted in disgust as she struggled under him, her voice dripping with contempt. "You, disgusting old man," she spat. Ignoring her, the Duke continued, his vile intentions spilling out as he laughed. "As the evil Duke explained his plan," he said, "if you do it, I'll give you a memory erasing pill. Once I'm done with you, you'll be nothing more than a tainted princess kidnapped by villains. I'll come to the rescue as the noble Duke, marrying the damaged goods out of my supposed kindness." He grinned, slowly loosening his clothes as he leaned over her. "You'll have no wealth, no prince, and your only value will be as an offering. I'll take it all, princess. Don't you understand?" But instead of cowering, Patricia's expression turned deadly, her eyes narrowing into a cold glare. "I doubt that's enough to make them stop loving me," she said, her voice low and filled with menace. The Duke faltered, taken aback by the sudden shift in her demeanor. What are you?" Before he could finish his sentence, Patricia's hand moved like lightning. She swiftly pulled a thin needle from her sleeve and jabbed it into his neck with precision. The Duke's vision began to blur, his body growing weak as he felt the effects of the poison spreading through his veins. His eyes widened in horror as he saw Patricia standing before him, no longer the innocent princess he had imagined, but a deadly assassin with a cold, murderous gaze. She straightened, her posture poised and dangerous, like a predator closing in on her prey. "You thought you could toy with me," she murmured, her voice dripping with contempt. "You really should have done your homework, Duke. I am not some helpless damsel to be manipulated." The Duke's servant, who had been approaching, suddenly saw the Duke collapsing to the ground, clutching his neck. "Your Excellency, Duke," the servant shouted, rushing forward. But he didn't get far before Julius, now free from his ropes and armed with a knife, moved swiftly to confront him. The servant's eyes widened in shock as he stammered, "This child." But before he could react further, Patricia appeared beside him, her movements quick and precise. With a practiced hand, she inserted a needle into the weak point in the servant's neck. The servant fell to the ground, immobilized, his body slack and unresponsive. Julius glanced at her, a flicker of admiration and surprise in his gaze. "Are they dead?" Patricia shook her head. "No, I only used sedatives. It's just self-defense," she explained calmly, though her eyes held a hint of something darker. "But, at this rate, even if I don't kill him, my father will. Or perhaps one of my brothers." She withdrew the needle from the Duke's neck, careful to leave no trace of her actions, her movements efficient and cold. "Besides, if I kill him now, I'll have to make excuses to my brothers," she muttered to herself, a shadow passing over her face. Julius watched her, recalling the words she had spoken moments ago. "Yes, I have killed someone before." He felt a strange mixture of respect and wariness toward her. "Patricia," he began, his voice hesitant. "Killing someone means," she turned to him, cutting him off with a determined look. "Julius, listen. If you have questions, just ask." "I'll tell you what I can," she said, her gaze unwavering. He hesitated, then asked, "Is there something you can't talk about?" "Yes," she replied simply, her expression softening slightly. "But I want you to know this: I will protect you and trust you, Julius. I swear, I will never harm you."
Her words were resolute, carrying a promise that seemed to run deeper than he could fully understand. Julius looked at her, momentarily speechless. A faint blush crept over his cheeks as he realized the weight of her words. "I see," he murmured, his voice soft. With newfound conviction, he took her hand in his grip gentle yet firm. "All right. I won't ask anything more. I trust you, Patricia." He brought her hand to his lips, pressing a chaste kiss to her knuckles in a gesture that was both reverent and affectionate. "I told you before, you're the only one I can trust." Patricia felt a strange sensation in her chest at his words. She was used to cold calculations, strategies, and survival, but this warmth was something foreign to her. "So, tell me any time," he said, his gaze intense and sincere. All of Patricia's secrets. Strange, she thought to herself, not understanding the feeling swelling inside her. But just then, another guard entered the room, catching sight of them. "The princess and the prince," he started, his voice sharp with alarm. But before he could reach for his weapon, Patricia moved with deadly efficiency, throwing a needle that struck his neck precisely. He crumpled to the floor, joining the others in a sedative-induced stupor. Julius stared at her, utterly stunned by her calm, lethal precision. She had the presence and skill of a seasoned assassin, far beyond what he had ever imagined. He swallowed, then hesitated before asking, "Patricia?" Patricia turned to him, an eyebrow raised in question. "May I ask you something?" he began cautiously. His voice wavered, betraying a mix of awe and uncertainty. "Are you really 10 years old?" As we see Patricia holding the assassin as his soul slowly drifts away. The scene shifts to the dense, moonlit jungle, where Patricia and Julius were trudging through trees. The towering trees swayed gently in the cool breeze, their branches blocking most of the silver light from the crescent moon above. The sound of rustling leaves and distant chirping insects filled the air, but the weight of silence between the two escapees was deafening. It had been less than an hour since their harrowing escape from the kidnappers. The chilling forest was illuminated by the flickering glow of torches as Deborah and her knights approached, their shadows stretching across the dense trees. Deborah, who had found Patricia and Julius wandering in the cold after escaping the kidnapping, removed her thick cloak and draped it over Patricia's shoulders. The air was icy, and Patricia's pale fingers trembled as she clutched the cloak closer for warmth. "Thank you," Patricia said softly, her voice steady despite the ordeal. But before she could say more, she heard her name being called, two voices shouting in unison, growing louder as they drew closer. Turning toward the source, Patricia's sharp eyes softened with warmth as she saw her two brothers, Gilbert and Leonardo, running toward her. A smile broke across her face. "Brothers," she exclaimed. But to her astonishment, the two noblemen, known for their composed and dignified bearing, abandoned all decorum. They fell to their knees, wrapping their arms tightly around her legs in a thigh embrace. It was such an uncharacteristic display of emotion that Patricia froze, blinking in confusion. "Sister!" Gilbert exclaimed, his voice trembling. "I told you not to go far alone. Do you have any idea how worried we were?" Leonardo, who rarely showed vulnerability, stroked her hair gently and said, "I was so worried about you. You could have died, Patricia." His voice carried an unfamiliar quiver, betraying just how shaken he truly was. Patricia, unsure how to handle this unusual display, let out a light laugh to ease the tension. "You're both such worrywarts," she teased gently. "I won't die so easily. But I must admit, it's comforting to see how much you care." Though she tried to reassure them, her words seemed to do little to ease their anxieties. Patricia stood tall, her confidence radiating despite the circumstances. "Let me reassure you," she declared, her voice steady and filled with certainty. "I'm fine, brothers. You don't have to worry about me so much." Both Gilbert and Leonardo looked at her with a mix of disbelief and admiration at her composure. But as if to push her point further, Patricia added with a playful smile, "I even thought this might happen. That's why I asked Deborah to give me a weapon for self-defense." Leonardo's brow furrowed, his sharp eyes narrowing as he processed her words. "Is that, for self-defense?" he asked, his voice low. Patricia nodded confidently, raising her hand to show off a makeshift weapon. "Exactly," she said, gesturing animatedly as she recounted the events.
That's how we beat the kidnappers. Patty is really strong, you know.
Her cheerful demeanor lit up the cold night, but Leonardo's sharp gaze caught something she hadn't intended to reveal. His eyes zeroed in on her hand, bandaged and faintly stained with red blood.
Leonardo's expression darkened instantly, the concern in his eyes quickly replaced by anger.
Gilbert, who had also noticed the injury, gasped.
"Sister," he exclaimed. "You're hurt."
Patricia, however, waved it off with a bright smile, completely unfazed.
"It's nothing," she said lightly. "It's like, kidnap me as much as you want."
Her voice was playful, teasing, as if this entire ordeal was just another adventure for her. As she suggested to her brothers, go back to the party without worrying about her. But before she could continue, the sharp crack of Leonardo's hand across her face silenced her instantly. The slap echoed in the cold night air, leaving everyone frozen in shock. Patricia's head turned sharply from the impact, her cheek stinging as a bright red mark began to form. She stared at Leonardo in disbelief. Gilbert shouted, horrified, his voice shaking with fear.
"What are you doing?" Patricia looked at Leonardo, her astonishment clear in her wide eyes.
This was her composed, collected brother, the one who never lost his temper. Yet here he stood, his expression dark with anger, his jaw clenched tightly as he glared at her. Leonardo's voice was cold and firm, filled with barely contained fury. "Don't say things like that," he growled, his words cutting through the silence like a blade. "Even if you're joking, don't you dare make light of your own life like that. Don't joke about something like that ever again." Patricia's expression softened as she began to understand the depth of their fear. Her brothers weren't angry because of her words alone, they were terrified of losing her. They had seen how close she came to danger, and the thought of losing their sister, someone they cherished deeply, had pushed them to their breaking points. As Patricia gently touched the spot on her cheek where Leonardo had slapped her, she felt his hand gently cover hers. His touch was soft, filled with regret, and his voice trembled as he spoke. "I can't express how worried I was when I heard you were kidnapped." His deep voice carried the weight of his emotions, and before Patricia could respond, he pulled her into a warm embrace. They couldn't leave their younger sister, Leonardo murmured as he held her tightly, who was just kidnapped and rescued.
"There's no way I would return to that party. Not after something like this."
Patricia, for all her strength and poise as a deadly assassin, found herself speechless. The weight of Leonardo's affection and genuine concern was overwhelming, unfamiliar, but not unwelcome. Gilbert, standing beside them, reached out to gently pat Patricia's head, his movements tender. "That's right, Patty," he said, his voice laced with guilt and affection.
"This is our fault. We let them kidnap you. Please, allow me to apologize."
Leonardo pulled back slightly, looking into Patricia's eyes, and echoed his brother's sentiment. "Forgive me, Patty," he said, his tone heavy with regret. "I was wrong to take my eyes off you when you're still so young. I should have protected you better."
For a moment, Patricia couldn't respond, while Gilbert also hugged Patricia in a warm embrace.
As an assassin trained to survive on her own, she was used to relying solely on herself, rarely experiencing such warmth and love. But now, with her brothers embracing her, their words filled with nothing but care and sorrow, she closed her eyes and allowed herself to enjoy the unfamiliar yet comforting feeling. "No," she finally said, her voice soft but resolute.
"It's not your fault. It's mine. I was careless."
Patricia opened her eyes and smiled faintly, reassuring them both.
"You don't need to apologize to me." As this heartfelt moment unfolded, Julius stood off to the side, watching the scene with a blank expression. But inwardly, his thoughts were racing. Their sibling relationship is really close, he thought, his gaze lingering on Patricia and her brothers. Patricia is so loved, by her parents, her brothers, even her servants. It's like she's the heart of their world. For a brief moment, Julius's own memories crept up on him, unbidden. He remembered the cold, loveless stares of his family. His half-brothers who called him a murderer. The maid who once tried to poison him, her face contorted with hatred. Compared to the warmth surrounding Patricia, his childhood had been a frozen wasteland. "She's so different from me," he thought bitterly, his hand unconsciously clenching at his side. "She doesn't know what it's like to be alone, to be betrayed by the very people who are supposed to love you. But just as Julius was sinking into his own dark memories, Patricia's voice snapped him out of his thoughts. "Julius," she called out, her voice bright and cheerful. Julius blinked in surprise, startled as she suddenly reached out and grabbed his hand, tugging him closer. Her happy smile radiated warmth, and for a moment, Julius could feel the cold walls around his heart begin to crack. "Why do you look so uninvolved in all this?" Patricia asked with a teasing grin. "Come here." Julius froze. He wasn't used to this, being included so openly, being pulled into someone's light. But her smile, genuine and unguarded, sent a faint blush spreading across his cheeks. He allowed himself to be pulled closer, his stiff posture relaxing slightly as Patricia and her brothers welcomed him into their circle. Gilbert patted him on the shoulder, while Leonardo gave him an approving nod. The moment felt strange but warm, and for the first time in a long while, Julius felt accepted. Deep down, a flame began to ignite in his heart. He glanced at Patricia, whose smile shone brighter than the moonlight, and made a silent vow to himself. "I'll be the king of this country," he thought with fierce determination. "To make you happy, Patricia, and to give you the life you deserve." The scene slowly shifted, and the camera panned away from the forest. The scene shifts to the grand mansion glowing with lights under the night sky, the soft fragrance of blooming roses drifting through the air. Inside, Prince Alfonso sits beside a tall window, with a thoughtful expression. His hands were clasped tightly behind his back, his normally composed demeanor cracking under the weight of his thoughts. The quiet murmur of his reflection was interrupted as an assassin clad in black approached and bowed low before speaking. "Your Highness," the assassin said in a low, respectful tone, "Princess Patricia has been found." Alfonso immediately turned to face him, his sharp eyes narrowing. "Is she dead?" he asked, his voice laced with tension. Though the words were cold, there was an undercurrent of worry, as if the idea of her death weighed heavily on him. The assassin, sensing his unease, quickly reassured him. "No, Your Highness. The princess is safe. Don't worry." Alfonso exhaled softly, a rare moment of relief crossing his face. The thought of Patricia dying during the incident would not only have political repercussions but would also draw all blame directly to him. He would have to answer for her safety, or lack thereof, due to the incident at the party. For now, he was safe from the backlash, but his relief was short-lived. "Can war be avoided?" Alfonso asked, his brows furrowed in concern. The tension in his voice betrayed his inner turmoil. He knew the fragile balance of diplomacy was teetering on a knife's edge. The assassin replied calmly, "The kidnappers have been caught as well. It will soon be proven that this has nothing to do with His Majesty. The evidence is clear." Alfonso nodded, but his expression was still dark. He placed a hand on his chin, contemplating the next steps. "I wonder if Leonardo and Gilbert will believe it," he muttered. He was furious when he couldn't find his sister. The assassin, steady and pragmatic, responded, "Since this incident has nothing to do with His Majesty, I believe they won't want to escalate the situation unnecessarily." Alfonso trailed off, his voice quieter, the worry seeping through. "Won't they become more cautious of me?" The assassin didn't hesitate. "As you said, Your Highness. After the princess's kidnapping, vigilance around her and her brothers will increase greatly for a while. Security will be tighter than ever." Alfonso sighed deeply, his fingers curling into fists. The assassin continued carefully, "Even if someone were to target or kill the princes at this point, suspicion would undoubtedly fall upon His Majesty due to the timing of the incident." "Who knows?" Alfonso muttered under his breath, the weight of the situation pressing down on him. His position was precarious, and one wrong move could tip the scales. The assassin's voice dropped even lower as he offered his suggestion, his tone cold and calculating. "Under enemy control, Your Highness, I would suggest a change of plans." Alfonso's head lifted slightly, his curiosity piqued. "Tell me," he said, his voice sharp with intrigue. The assassin leaned in slightly, his eyes glinting with deadly intent. "The main target is King Skynan, Your Highness," he began, his voice steady. "Soon, the Kingdom of Skynan will commemorate its founding. There will be a large-scale festival, an annual tradition in their native country. a celebration of their strength and prosperity. The assassin's voice took on a chilling edge as he continued, "There, we strike. During the festival, we kill King Skynan." Alfonso's eyes widened slightly at the suggestion. The assassin's unwavering gaze met his as he added, "With King Skynan dead, it will destabilize the power dynamics of the neighboring kingdoms. The chaos that follows will open doors for us to secure complete control." The plan was bold, ambitious, and dangerous. It would send shockwaves through the kingdoms, potentially giving them the upper hand in this Game of Thrones. Patricia's father, the king, was sitting quietly, drinking his tea in peace. A shadowy figure loomed just outside his window, unnoticed at first. The king, his sharp instincts warning him of the danger. Without hesitation, he reached for his sword, moving swiftly to strike the intruder. But as he turned to the window, there was no one there. The room was silent, save for the faint rustle of the curtains. The king thought to himself, "It doesn't take much time for the evening to arrive." Meanwhile, we see Toto, one of the king's most loyal protectors, dragging a bag stained with blood. He had just eliminated an assassin who had attempted to strike the king. As he walked, the sound of footsteps echoed through the dim corridor. A familiar voice called out, "Toto." Turning, Toto saw Deborah, another fierce protector of the royal family. She approached him with her characteristic smirk and asked, "Did you kill someone again, Toto?" Her tone was casual, as though this was an everyday occurrence. Deborah carried her own bag, which she threw into a basin of silver water. She continued, "There's been a load of them recently, hasn't there? So many trying to kill His Highness." Her nonchalant tone was laced with a chilling coldness. Toto nodded grimly, his mind still replaying the earlier fight. Deborah's expression turned serious as she said, "Patricia commanded us to ensure the king's safety at all costs." It was clear in her eyes as she firmly told them, "They will be severely punished if they dare to let their guard down and fail to stop another attack. We've cleared the immediate threats, but there are always more waiting to strike." Toto couldn't help but wonder aloud, what is Princess Patricia doing now? His concern for her was evident. Deborah, catching on, teased him with a sly smile, "Oh, Toto, are you worried about our dear princess?" Obviously, Toto responds bluntly, his sharp tone betraying his genuine concern. Deborah chuckles, her demeanor both mocking and warm. "She's stronger than you think," she says with confidence. "If Patricia knew you were fretting over her, she'd laugh in your face." Toto sighs, her words only making him feel more dejected. "She's stronger than me," he admits quietly. Deborah steps closer, her voice softening slightly. "She's stronger in some ways, sure. But that doesn't mean she doesn't need you." She pats Toto gently on the head, a rare gesture of affection from the otherwise ruthless woman. "That's the thing Patricia likes about you. You're strong, loyal, and you care about her. That's what makes you valuable, not just as a soldier but as someone she trusts." Deborah steps back, her expression thoughtful. "The princess, she's a special one. Someone like her, someone so strong, she's also prone to loneliness. People like that tend to be left behind." Her voice grows distant as if she's thinking of someone else, someone from her past who reminds her of Patricia. She doesn't elaborate, but the wistfulness in her eyes is unmistakable. Shaking off the memory, Deborah withdrew her hand from Toto's head. "Come on," she said, her commanding tone returning. "Let's go, Toto." As they walked through the dimly lit underground passage, Deborah warned with a malicious smile, "Don't fall into the water, Toto. Someone as small as you would be swallowed whole in a single bite." "I already know that," Toto muttered, rolling his eyes. The two left the underground chamber, moving quickly but carefully under the dim light of the underwater cavern. The deadly moisture clung to the air, and the eerie sound of mournful laughter echoed. Around them, the deadly mists of the subterranean waterways swirled, hiding unknown dangers. From the shadows, the faint, sinister laughter of creatures like crocodiles and other monsters could be heard. The assassins had been dealt with for now, but a few days later, Princess Patricia returned to the royal estate. Her presence was commanding, yet her voice soft as she said, "Good job, Deborah and Toto." Deborah bowed respectfully and replied, "You don't need to thank me, Your Highness." Toto, standing tall beside her, added, "It's my duty to protect your family, Princess." Deborah, always observant, asked with a relieved expression, "I'm glad you've returned safely, Your Highness." "How was His Highness Julius?" Patricia, feeling a bit exhausted, leaned against one of the chairs for support, sliding gracefully into it. Deborah chuckled lightly, unable to hide her amusement, as she said, "A report arrived so quickly from our secret agents, it seems our spies are efficient as always." "But, Princess, your expression is too cute for someone of your stature, even after all this." Patricia gave Deborah an unimpressed look but didn't comment further. Instead, she gave a simple command, "Deborah, make some tea for me." Deborah bowed once again and responded, "As you wish, Your Highness," before leaving to fulfill the request. Patricia, still worn out, rested her eyes for a moment, sinking deeper into the chair. However, Toto, ever watchful, stepped closer, noticing something unusual. His sharp eyes caught a faint mark on Patricia's hand. He knelt beside her, gently taking her hand, his expression shifting to one of worry. "Princess Patricia," Toto said, his voice cold yet laced with concern, "why does your hand smell like blood?" "I'm certain this is your blood." He inspected her hand closely. "The wound is already closed, but the scent is unmistakable." Patricia blinked, startled. She glanced at the faint scar on her hand and thought, the wound has already healed. Can it still smell like blood? Toto's expression darkened, his jaw tightening as a deadly aura seemed to surround him. "Who did this to you?" he asked, his voice low and dangerous. His deadly gaze bore into her, demanding an answer. Patricia calmly pulled her hand back and reassured him. "It's nothing, Toto. Something minor happened with Julius, but it's not a serious injury." Toto frowned deeply, clenching his fists tightly, and muttered Julius' name under his breath, his fury barely contained. The thought of anyone daring to harm his mistress boiled his blood. Patricia noticed the storm brewing within him and quickly placed her hand gently over his. "Toto," she said softly, "you're a good boy. There's no need to worry. I earned Julius' trust thanks to this injury. Everything is going according to plan." But Toto couldn't let it go. His head drooped, his expression pained. "Princess Patricia," he muttered, his voice trembling with dismay, "why do you have to endure so much and commit to someone like him? Why must you shoulder everything alone?" Seeing his dejected expression, Patricia sighed and thought, he's really upset. I need to cheer him up. Then, an idea sparked in her mind. She stood up, a sly smile gracing her lips, and extended her hand toward him. "Toto," she said brightly, "it's been a while since we've had a sword fight. Let's spar." Toto blinked in surprise. "Come on," Patricia said, already leading him to the garden. "Grab a sword and attack me. Attack me however you want, from wherever you want. No holding back." Toto hesitated, gripping the hilt of the practice sword nervously. His thoughts raced. How could I ever dare to point a sword at my master? She's already been through so much. But Patricia stood confidently, holding her own sword with ease. Her commanding voice cut through his doubts. "Toto, don't think so much, show me your strength." Toto, although reluctant, tightened his grip on the sword and prepared himself. Toto hesitated for a moment, his hands trembling slightly as he held the sword. But before he could make a move, Patricia's voice cut through the air, her tone sharp and playful. "If you won't come at me, Toto, then I'll strike first." A deadly smile graced Patricia's lips as she lunged forward, her sword gleaming in the sunlight. With calculated precision, Patricia closed the distance between them in mere moments, her movements sharp and fluid, like a predator stalking its prey. "Shadow Fang strike," she announced, naming her attack as her sword arced through the air with incredible speed. Toto's eyes widened as he barely managed to raise his sword to block the blow, the force of the strike reverberating through his arms. "She's strong, far stronger than I imagined,"
Toto thought, his astonishment evident as sweat dripped from his brow. Patricia's movements were almost too fast to follow, and her technique was flawless. The sound of clashing metal echoed through the garden as Patricia backed off briefly, only to regain her stance with a confident grin. "You're holding back, Toto," Patricia teased, her eyes gleaming with challenge.
"It's not like you to lack motivation. Come on, show me what you've got."
Motivated by her words, Toto steadied himself, his resolve hardening. With a glint in his eyes, he swung his sword in retaliation, aiming to close the gap between them. Patricia gracefully stepped back, avoiding his attack, her movements as light and quick as a feather.
The intensity between them grew as their sparring session became a display of skill, strategy, and determination.
"You're improving," Patricia remarked with a smirk, dodging another swing from Toto.
"But if you think that's enough to beat me, think again."
Meanwhile, in another part of the castle, the warm glow of a fireplace illuminated a quiet room. A shadowy figure sat at a desk, writing a letter with a steady hand. The flickering fire cast dancing shadows on the walls as the person's quill scratched against the parchment.
"Princess Patricia," the letter began. "Forgive me for writing to you like this, but this is an urgent matter."
The writer paused for a moment, their expression darkening as they continued. "It has come to my attention that Prince Alfonso, the one who calls himself your father's ally, has made a move against him. I regret to inform you that it appears your father's life is in danger. The threat is closer than you think." As the scene shifts back to Patricia and Toto, we find them locked in an intense sparring session. The sun cast long shadows across the training ground as the two displayed their remarkable skills. Nearby, Deborah stood silently, observing the battle. As Toto recounted a memory with Deborah, he posed a question that lingered in her mind, leaving her deep in thought. Toto, watching Patricia with awe, remarked to Deborah, "She's so much stronger than me. Even if I tried my best right now, there's no way I could defeat her." His voice carried a note of dejection as he continued, "Apart from her natural talent and the immense effort she's put in to get where she is, there's a gap between us that I can't seem to bridge. Even when I give it my all, she never fights me with her full strength." Deborah's mood darkened at Toto's words.
Her piercing eyes fixed on him as she sharply asked, "Are you implying that you doubt Patricia-sama's power?" Toto was taken aback, his expression one of shock.
"No. I would never doubt Patricia-sama's abilities," he said quickly, shaking his head.
"I know how strong she is, stronger than anyone I've ever met.
I would never question her power." Deborah, still displeased, sighed and offered a suggestion, her tone lighter but still laced with a hint of sarcasm.
"Then fight her properly, Toto. Don't hold back, and maybe you'll understand her better. After all, what could be more humiliating than realizing how far behind you truly are?
Besides," she added with a mischievous smile, "there's something oddly satisfying about seeing Patricia-sama prove just how invincible she is."
Meanwhile, Patricia and Toto continued their sparring match with unrelenting energy.
Toto barely managed to avoid Patricia's blade, retreating as her strikes came at him with relentless precision. Patricia, unfazed, regained her footing almost instantly and prepared for another attack, closing the distance between them with graceful efficiency.
Toto's mind raced as he struggled to keep up.
"It's not that I doubt her power," he thought, "but she's my master.
How can I truly challenge her?"
As Patricia swung her sword toward him again, Toto raised his blade to block her strike. However, the sheer force of Patricia's attack shattered his weapon, sending fragments flying in all directions. Staring at the broken sword in his hands, Toto's heart sank.
How can I protect her if I can't even protect myself?
Patricia didn't give him time to dwell on his thoughts. In a blur of motion, she leaped into the air, her sword gleaming in the sunlight as she prepared for another powerful strike. Toto looked up and saw her descending toward him with unwavering determination, like an unstoppable force. That's why I must become stronger, Toto thought, his resolve hardening. Only by becoming stronger can I protect her. At that moment, something shifted within him. His eyes glowed red for a brief instant, and a surge of energy coursed through his body.
Patricia's sword came down in a sweeping arc, slicing through the air with devastating precision. The ground beneath them trembled as the force of her attack split the flowers around them in half, scattering petals into the wind. Toto, invigorated by his newfound determination, dodged the attack just in time, his feet skidding against the ground as he prepared to retaliate. For the first time, there was a glimmer of hope in his heart, hope that one day, he might truly stand by Patricia's side as her equal and protector. As Patricia landed on the ground, she took a deep breath, evaluating Toto's skills. Pretty good, she thought to herself, but it's still inefficient. However, before she could fully analyze his movements, she realized something was off. Where did he go? Patricia's sharp eyes scanned the field, but Toto had vanished without a trace. The ground was eerily quiet, the only sign of his presence being faint claw marks on the floor. Suddenly, a shadow loomed behind her. Toto, in his beast form, had silently crept up, his claws ready to strike. With calculated precision, he closed in on Patricia's back, his intent clear. But just as he prepared to deliver his blow, Patricia spun around swiftly. Bam! A loud sound echoed through the field as Toto was sent sprawling to the ground. He groaned, clutching his side. That really hurt. His beastly eyes flickered with concern as he called out, "Miss Patricia, are you okay?" But his words froze mid-air as he noticed her lying still on the ground, motionless. "Miss Patricia!" Toto shouted again, panic evident in his voice. He scrambled closer to her, fear gripping his heart. But before he could reach her, two hands shot up and grabbed him by the neck. In an instant, Patricia sprang up and wrapped her arms around him in a tight hug. "You really have become stronger," she exclaimed with a wide grin, her tone full of pride. Toto's face flushed a deep red, completely caught off guard by her affectionate gesture. "And Miss Patricia," he stammered, unsure of what to say. Patricia smiled warmly, still holding him. "I'm so proud of you, Toto. You've improved so much, and I'm looking forward to seeing what else you're capable of in the future." Her voice carried a tone of genuine admiration. She released him gently and took his hand in hers, giving it a soft squeeze. "You're growing stronger every day. You have the potential to reach heights even greater than mine." Toto, overwhelmed by her praise, straightened his posture and tried to maintain his composure. "Thank you, Miss Patricia," he said, his voice steady despite the blush that lingered on his face. "That surprised me. I didn't think I'd get that close." Patricia chuckled softly. "You surprised me too. I didn't expect you to use your beast skills so effectively. You almost managed to get behind me undetected." She crossed her arms thoughtfully, replaying the fight in her mind. "He used his beast form to close the distance so quickly. I barely reacted in time." She couldn't help but smile. "Toto will definitely reach the same level I attained in my past life, perhaps even surpass it." For a moment, Patricia's gaze softened, full of hope for Toto's future. As their sparring session concluded, an eagle soared above them, circling once before descending. Patricia's sharp eyes caught sight of a letter tied to its leg. With a sense of unease, she extended her hand and untied the message. She quickly unfolded the letter, her eyes scanning the hastily written text. The handwriting was rushed, the ink smudged, but the contents were clear. "Princess Patricia, I apologize for the disorganized letter, but this matter is urgent. It concerns a dangerous plot against your father. His life is at risk, and there are whispers of betrayal within the palace. Please act quickly, for time is running out." Patricia froze, her grip tightening on the letter. The thought of her kingdom, on the brink of destruction, lingered in her mind like an ominous shadow. Her heart pounded as her thoughts raced. If that was the turning point, then. Patricia's face hardened as she calculated. "I only have 1 year left until I turn 12. 1 year before our kingdom faces complete destruction." The realization struck her like a lightning bolt. In other words, fate is finally getting serious. Her eyes sharpened with deadly resolve as she called out, "Toto! Come here immediately." Toto appeared instantly, sensing the urgency in her voice.
Miss Patricia, what's wrong? He asked, concern written all over his face.
We're leaving. Return to the dark castle immediately.
She clenched the letter tightly in her hands, the edges crumpling as she whispered to herself, I won't allow anyone to die.
Not this time. I'll ensure everyone's protection.
Her gaze sharpened, her expression transforming into that of a deadly assassin ready for battle. Determination radiated from her as she began preparing for the battle ahead. She refused to let the tragedy of the past repeat itself.
Meanwhile, in another part of the castle, Leonardo sat in his chambers, leisurely sipping tea.
The tranquil scene was deceptively calm, but the sound of blood dripping onto the floor disrupted the serenity. The crimson liquid spread across the floor, glistening in the dim light. His golden eyes glinted coldly as he glanced at the growing pool of blood. He casually wiped the edge of his lip, his expression unreadable. As the blood continued to trickle, a mysterious tension filled the room. It was as if the walls themselves were holding their breath, waiting for what was to come. As Patricia entered her mansion, the maids bowed respectfully upon her arrival. Walking through the grand corridors of her chambers, her mind was weighed down by a singular thought, I will not let anyone harm my family.
No one will die under my protection.
Her determination was unwavering. She knew the upcoming event was vital, and it was Leonardo and Gilbert who were responsible for organizing it. Both the celebration and security were under their command. She hoped everything was progressing smoothly. As Patricia approached Leonardo's door, she raised her hand to knock. I need answers, she thought. First, she had to confirm whether the planning for the event had been finalized. If not, she needed to draft blueprints for security measures, including traps to capture or eliminate any potential assassins. When her knocking went unanswered, her patience wore thin. Growing concerned, Patricia's expression darkened. She pushed the door open with force, the door swinging wide with a loud smash. Leonardo, why aren't you responding? She asked sharply, her voice echoing in the room. But her anger quickly dissolved into shock. Her eyes fell to the ground, where Leonardo was lying motionless. Blood pooled around his mouth, and streaks of it seemed to drip onto the floor beneath him. Her breath hitched. Leonardo, she shouted in panic as she rushed to his side, scooping him tightly into her arms. Leonardo, wake up! Her hands trembled as she held him. Her brother's face was pale, and she feared the worst. But to her dismay, Leonardo's body stirred slightly, and tears began streaming down his cheeks. He opened his eyes faintly and looked up at Patricia. In a voice that was weak but filled with emotion, he whispered, why did you do this? Patricia froze, confusion filling her mind. Why is Leonardo saying this? What happened to him? What does he mean, why did I do this? Her eyes darted around the room as panic and worry consumed her. Her gaze locked onto the shattered teacup lying next to where Leonardo had fallen. There was a deep red liquid pooling around the shards. Patricia's thoughts raced. That tea, it was red tea. Leonardo, is he allergic to red tea? She felt a momentary wave of relief as it became clear the red liquid wasn't blood. But as relief settled in, it was quickly overtaken by confusion and guilt. Did he drink it by mistake? Or, did someone else give him this? In that moment, Gilbert arrived, his presence bringing Patricia a sliver of reassurance. Patricia, Gilbert called as he entered the room. Patricia looked up, tears shimmering in her eyes. Gilbert, she exclaimed, her voice filled with both panic and hope. Something's wrong with Leonardo, he passed out. Gilbert quickly moved to his brother's side, assessing the situation. Leonardo was still breathing, he said firmly, but his tone revealed underlying concern. Patricia grasped Gilbert's arm tightly. Brother Gil, do you know what happened to him? Did someone give him red tea? He's allergic to it, isn't he? Gilbert sighed heavily, his tone filled with dismay as he spoke. Patricia, this situation it happened because of you. What happened? She asked,
her voice laced with both confusion and dread. Gilbert hesitated before continuing. Do you remember earlier, when you were fighting Toto so fiercely, with all that overwhelming determination? Patricia's face darkened as the realization began to dawn on her. She thought back to that sparring session with Toto, the swift movements, the powerful strikes, the sheer skill she had displayed. This entire situation wasn't because of anything serious, but because Leonardo found my actions suspicious? Did someone see that fight, she wondered? Gilbert nodded grimly as he noticed the change in her expression. Yes, one of Leonardo's servants was present during the sparring match. The servant saw everything and found it suspicious. That servant later approached Leonardo to report what they had seen. They told him how naturally you seemed to get along with Toto, and how casually you hugged him afterward. Patricia blinked in shock. What does that have to do with this? She asked. Gilbert rubbed his temples, letting out another sigh. Apparently, it caused Leonardo such a shock that he ended up choking on his tea. And that's why he collapsed. Gilbert shook his head as if he were exhausted by the foolishness of it all. Your poor brother had his imagination running wild and worked himself into this state. What a fool, he said, rolling his eyes. Patricia stared at Leonardo, who was still unconscious on the floor, her emotions a mixture of frustration and guilt. Slowly, she forced a smile, though it felt hollow. So he fainted from misunderstanding? As Gilbert nodded in confirmation, Patricia exhaled sharply. Before she could dwell further on this, Toto appeared, entering the room while balancing a tea tray with careful precision. He quietly poured tea for Patricia, Gilbert, and the recovering Leonardo, who was now sitting groggily on the sofa. Leonardo, regaining his bearings, groaned slightly before addressing his sister. Patricia, he began weakly, rubbing his temple. Why on earth were you playing around with something so dangerous? Do you have any idea what could have happened? His question clearly referred to the sparring with Toto. Despite his usual calm demeanor, Leonardo's voice held both concern and reprimand. He could still vividly recall flashes of her swift movements, each strike brimming with power and precision. Gilbert quickly jumped in. Leonardo, calm down. They were just having some fun. Yes, it looked intense, but everything was under control. Patricia opened her mouth to respond, but no words came. She wanted to reassure them, to explain herself, but something in her heart stopped her. Instead, she quietly stared into her teacup, her reflection rippling on the surface of the liquid. In the golden tea, she saw her past self, her true self. A version of herself that her brothers didn't know. Her high level of skill in combat, her incredible abilities, what if they found out? Would they stay away from me, she wondered. Would they be scared of me? Would they stop trusting me if they knew I was more dangerous than anyone else they know? The thoughts tormented her as her grip tightened on the delicate teacup. In her heart, she wanted to reveal her truth to them. But fear held her back. Patricia placed her teacup back on the saucer with a quiet clink, breaking the silence in the room. She looked up at her brothers with a newfound resolve glimmering in her eyes. I'm already 11 years old. I don't need to be sheltered anymore. I've grown and I can protect myself. Gilbert suddenly called out her name gently. Patricia, his voice was soft as his hand stroked her face lightly, an unexpected gesture of comfort and concern. What's wrong? What's happening? He asked, his warm eyes searching hers, trying to understand the hidden worries she carried so heavily. Patricia was caught off guard by this sudden tenderness. As a trained assassin from her previous life, her instincts flared at the physical contact. In one swift movement, she pulled back, slipping from his warm grip like a shadow in the night. It's nothing, she answered abruptly, her voice guarded. But inwardly, she was shaken by Gilbert's unexpected kindness. Gilbert seized Patricia in astonishment. Patricia thought she had been feeling strained lately, as she sometimes felt that contact with her parents or brothers made her thoughts stop flowing. She clenched her hand tightly over her chest, a burning sensation spreading from within, so sharp, so unfamiliar. What is this? She wondered. This burning feeling, it's so deep. It's nothing like the emotions I knew in my past life as an assassin. Breaking her train of thought, Patricia inhaled deeply and steadied herself. She decided to speak, masking her inner conflict behind a calm, innocent facade. I just want to protect my brothers. Her voice was soft, almost vulnerable, but her assassin's mask slipped effortlessly into place. A playful, cute expression danced across her face, concealing her turmoil. Patricia smiled sweetly, tilting her head in a way that had always disarmed those around her. You've always protected me, so if you're ever in danger, I want to protect you, too. Isn't that what siblings do? Leonardo and Gilbert froze, her words sinking in. Patricia's smile, so charming yet so genuine, tugged at their hearts. Their cheeks flushed at her adorable declaration. Leonardo, trying to regain his composure, coughed awkwardly. That's very kind of you, Patricia, he said, avoiding her gaze, but his voice grew serious, the elder brother surfacing again. It's not proper for you to be sparring with someone as strong as Toto. It's dangerous, and frankly, overwhelming. Patricia's lips curved into a sly smile. She leaned closer to Leonardo and tilted her head innocently. Brother, are you just concerned about my little sword-fighting spar with Toto? She teased, her tone light and playful. Leonardo narrowed his eyes, trying to resist the distraction of her antics. Patricia chuckled softly, her voice carrying a teasing lilt. But, brother, don't you remember? Toto is just my ordinary pet. Her tone grew sly, deliberately baiting Leonardo with her words. Patricia, please don't change the topic, he said firmly, trying to steer the conversation back. But Patricia only smiled wider, her charm shining through. What topic? She asked with a feigned innocence, her voice sweet and coy. Leonardo's heartstrings were tugged at her deliberate cuteness, and despite his resolve, he sighed in surrender. It's nothing. Gilbert, watching this exchange with growing amusement, hid his chuckle behind his hand. He had to admit, Patricia had a way of disarming Leonardo like no one else. Just a moment ago, Leonardo had been stern and serious. Now he looked as though he couldn't recall what had bothered him in the first place. Seeing that she had successfully diverted the conversation, Patricia's confidence swelled. She smiled inwardly, knowing she had skillfully steered them away from the subject of her recent sparring incident. But she couldn't let her relief last too long. There was still something important she needed to address. Gathering her courage, Patricia's face turned somber. By the way, brothers, she began, her voice trembling slightly, I heard rumors that something bad is going to happen during this year's festival. Leonardo and Gilbert stiffened at her words, their amusement replaced with alarm. Patricia clenched her hands tightly, gripping the fabric of her dress to steady her shaking fingers. Despite her usual strength, a tremor betrayed her unease. I don't know the details yet, but I can feel that something isn't right. Patricia's voice trembled slightly, a rare crack in her usual composed demeanor, as she turned to her brothers and asked, What would happen if father was killed? Her question, blunt and laden with dread, sent a shockwave through the room. This left her brothers in shock. Toto, standing in the corner and observing silently, stiffened at Patricia's grim expression, his ears perking up with worry. Breaking the momentary silence, Leonardo chuckled nervously, trying to diffuse the tension. Patricia, you always worry about the strangest things. Nothing like that is going to happen. Everything will be fine, you'll see. Gilbert nodded in agreement, attempting to echo his younger brother's words. Father's too well guarded, Patricia. Something like that is highly unlikely to happen. However, Patricia's frustration boiled over. She shot up from her seat, slamming her hands against the table, the sound echoing through the room. How can you say that? How can you just brush this off as if it's nothing? She demanded, her voice laced with urgency. What if something like this does happen? What if we lose father? Leonardo finally stood, walking over to her. His expression softened as he placed a gentle but firm hand on Patricia's shoulder. With quiet reassurance, he said, if anything like that were to happen, Patricia, I will protect everyone. I will protect you. I promise.
Patricia stared at him, her frustration momentarily dampened by his words, but deep down, she knew she could not tell them the truth. She could not reveal her secret, the knowledge she carried, or the dark skills she possessed. Her brothers would never understand, they would never let her do what she needed to do to keep them safe. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, Patricia finally nodded, though her heart was heavy. "Okay," she said, her voice faint and resigned. She stepped away from the table, turning her back to her brothers as she headed toward the door. As Patricia left the room, Gilbert watched her with a concerned expression. He picked up his teacup and took a slow sip, the mood in the room now somber. Across the room, Leonardo moved to stand by the window, the sunlight illuminating his sharp, serious features. Without turning away from the window, Leonardo broke the silence. "Gilbert," he said in a low, commanding tone, "I want you to look into Patricia's recent activities. Something's been off about her." Gilbert lowered his teacup and nodded, his usual playful demeanor replaced with a deadly seriousness. "I'll take care of it," he promised. "No matter what happens," Leonardo declared, his tone firm and unyielding, "we have to protect Patricia during the festival." Gilbert, mirroring his older brother's intensity, clenched his jaw. "Even if it means going to war, even if it means going against the world, we'll do whatever it takes." Leonardo rested his hand against the glass, his dark eyes reflecting the weight of his words. But their resolve was clear, they would not allow anything to harm their sister. Even if it meant shedding blood or burning everything to the ground, they would keep Patricia safe. In the next scene, we find Patricia sitting in a chair, deep in thought, as she recalls her previous conversations with her brothers, Gilbert and Leonardo. She remembers how they made light of the conspiracy against their father, brushing it off as inconsequential. Judging by their reactions, she thought, they haven't noticed anything unusual yet. Nearby, an eagle landed, holding a message on its leg. Patricia recognized the bird instantly. She carefully reached for the letter. She always ensured her communications with informers were discreet and limited to urgent matters via letters alone. If he contacted her directly, she mused, it must be something of great importance. Patricia's expression turned grim as she reflected on the string of recent assassination attempts. Despite their frequency, her informants had not flagged any of these as pressing. It became clear to her that this situation wasn't just another routine threat. In other words, Patricia thought, this danger is greater than anything she's faced so far. She scanned the letter's contents with sharp focus. The note revealed critical details. The plan coincides with the upcoming celebration of the founding of the country. The attack will take place during the festival. Her contact had refrained from writing further details, most likely to avoid suspicion. Instead, the note hinted that it would be safer to discuss these matters in person. Patricia quickly surmised, he cannot move due to his investigative work, so it is more natural for her to go to him. Resolving to take immediate action, Patricia began writing a response. Her message indicated that she would visit him soon to gather the details in person. Once the letter was completed, she called out to Toto, who perked up at the sound of her voice. Patricia handed Toto the letter, instructing, "Toto, place this card in the tube near the eagle's leg." Toto nodded and gently fastened the letter to the bird's leg. As he worked, he glanced back at Patricia with curiosity and asked, "Does the owner of this bird work for you?" Patricia, still lost in thought, gave a small nod. "He doesn't exactly work for her," she replied vaguely. "But he plays a crucial role in ensuring our safety." Patricia sat deep in thought as Toto stood nearby, patiently listening. She affirmed to Toto, "That's right. The owner of this bird works for her." She explained that she had planted informers in other nations long before now, strategically gathering intelligence. She sent informers to every country with evidence of sending assassins to our kingdom. Each and every one, she continued, her voice tinged with deadly seriousness. Patricia gestured toward the eagle perched nearby, adding, "This particular bird is from Omnis. There aren't many others besides Omnis capable of devising something as dangerous as this right now." Toto, trying to connect the pieces, hesitantly asked, "You mean?" Before he could finish,
Patricia interrupted. That's correct, she confirmed. The culprit is likely Julius's brother-in-law, Alfonso. Toto's mood darkened upon hearing the name Julius, silently processing what this revelation might mean.
Patricia, sensing the gravity of the situation, stood abruptly and declared, she needs to meet the sender of this letter in person.
She turned to Toto and asked, "Do you know how to ride a horse?"
When Toto didn't respond immediately, lost in his thoughts, Patricia called his name sharply.
Startled, Toto coughed and admitted, "There are some horses he can ride, and others he cannot." Patricia raised an eyebrow. "Does it depend on the type of horse?"
Toto replied, "No, it depends on the horse itself.
Some are afraid of half-beasts."
Patricia, her thoughts racing, began planning their journey. She considered taking faster modes of travel, but new complications might arise. Her momentary distraction was interrupted when the eagle soared back toward them, landing gracefully on Toto's arm.
Toto smiled, stroking the bird gently.
"A horse unafraid of a half-beast is a horse with true courage," he said proudly.
Soon, Patricia and Toto mounted their horses, ready to embark on the journey.
The horses galloped across a lush, vibrant expanse of grass, the eagle flying overhead to guide them toward their destination. Patricia's spirits lifted slightly as she admired the beautiful weather, momentarily reveling in the refreshing breeze.
Toto broke the silence.
"From here, the eagle should be able to catch the updraft and lead us to Omnis," he said confidently.
Patricia glanced at him. "She sees you've been studying, even though she knows you dislike doing so." Toto blushed, scratching the back of his neck.
"That means he's growing up, doesn't it?" he asked with a shy smile.
Patricia smirked. "Of course not."
"You're still a child," she teased, eliciting even more blushing from Toto, who shyly called her name in protest.
Patricia's expression softened.
"She'll do anything to protect you," she said, her words carrying a heartfelt promise. As they approached a picturesque town, the horses slowed to a stop.
Patricia took in the infrastructure with a mix of admiration and unease.
"If she fails, and her family dies," she whispered to herself, "this entire country will burn to the ground." The gravity of her thoughts bore heavily on her shoulders. Memories of past events haunted her, the dread of losing her family, the devastation it would cause.
She vowed silently to protect everyone she loved at all costs.
For a moment, Patricia felt overwhelmed and covered her face with her hands. Seeing her sudden shift, Toto called out, surprised, "Patricia, are you all right?"
Lowering her hands, Patricia forced a composed smile.
"It's nothing," she said with a weary tone.
"Let's keep moving toward the city." As they resumed their journey, flashes of her brothers, Leonardo and Gilbert, entered her thoughts.
Patricia meticulously analyzed the plans for the upcoming festival and noticed a glaring security hole. Concerned, she decided to inspect the issue herself. As she turned to leave, Toto, ever loyal, asked, "Understood, Patricia.
Are we heading out now?" Patricia nodded, yet her mind churned with conflicting thoughts.
She hesitated for a moment, silently wondering, how long would it take to reach the capital of Omnis from here?
Would it truly be wise to bring Toto with her?
She glanced at him but then reconsidered. Perhaps it's better if she goes alone, she thought to herself. She could move much more freely that way. As a deadly assassin in her past life, Patricia was used to working in solitude.
Depending on the situation, she reasoned she could always confront or, if necessary, eliminate Prince Alfonso.
If anything happens, she can just kill him on the spot, she assured herself coldly. Overhead, the sharp cry of an eagle echoed. The bird glided through the air, carrying Patricia's letter.
Somewhere far away, the letter reached its destination.
A man with a shadowy figure took the letter, breaking into a knowing smile.
He whispered Patricia's name as he read the contents. Nearby, an orange-haired boy, watching the man with suspicion, asked sarcastically, "What do you find so amusing?"
The mysterious man turned to him, amusement still gleaming in his eyes. "Your dear princess, Patricia," he said mockingly, "she's coming here." The orange-haired boy flared up with anger, his fists clenched tightly. "Are you threatening me?" he growled, his fiery gaze boring into the man. "Are you truly willing to betray your master?" Beside them, a wolf, fierce and deadly in appearance, stood silently, its sharp eyes observing the tense exchange. It was clear the wolf was no ordinary creature, it was one of Patricia's trusted informants. Together with its loyal eagle companion, it worked as an extension of Patricia's calculated network, prepared to assist its master in uncovering the dangerous plots unraveling in Omnis. As night blanketed the castle, Princess Patricia decided it was time for a break. However, her thoughts were preoccupied with her plan to visit Toria, the designated spot where she was supposed to meet her second set of informants. Back in her room, moonlight streamed through the window, painting a serene picture. Patricia lay in her bed, her breathing steady as though she were sound asleep. But Patricia wasn't one to sleep soundly, especially during times like these. Her sharp senses suddenly brought her awake. She opened her eyes in an instant, a glint of clarity and danger flashing within them. Without hesitation, she turned toward the window. "Fox," she said, her tone cutting and sharp. "How much longer do you plan to hide out there?" For a brief moment, the shadow outside hesitated before slipping silently through the window. The intruder, who thought he had successfully concealed his presence, realized that Patricia had seen through his act. Smiling faintly, he remarked, "As expected from my master, nothing ever escapes you." A young man with feline grace landed lightly in her room, his lips curling into a sly smile. "Well, nothing ever changes," Fox said, his voice smooth and casual, though there was a hint of admiration as he studied her. "You're as sharp as ever, Lady Patricia." Patricia slowly sat up in bed, her composure cool yet deadly. Her piercing gaze fixed on Fox, who, despite his usual bold demeanor, began to sweat under the intensity of her stare. She folded her hands in her lap, exuding the presence of a queen reprimanding an unruly subject. "You were instructed not to leave Julius alone," Patricia said, her tone clipped and firm. Her eyes never wavered. Fox winced slightly but tried to deflect, giving a lazy shrug. "Don't worry, Lady Patricia. Wolf is keeping an eye on him." Fox said, "Well, actually, I'm doing Wolf a favor. I figured it'd be better if I handled things instead of letting the lady do all the heavy lifting." He reassured her not to worry, adding that he already knew all the plans they were plotting. But when Patricia called his name in a tone sharp as a blade, it sent a shiver down Fox's spine. Her deadly gaze made him tremble in fear. Despite his initial confidence, Fox's posture faltered, and he hesitated before stiffly adjusting himself, trying to appear formal, like a butler. Patricia's voice cut through the air like ice as she repeated her command, her tone unwavering and lethal. "Let me make this clear, do not leave Julius alone." Patricia's expression was calm, but her eyes carried a chilling intensity, as though she could strike him down at any moment. With a forced gesture of submission, Fox explained nervously, "Julius is already under Wolf's protection. His safety is ensured." He added, trembling, "The cats and the other guardians have also been deployed to keep watch." As Patricia stood there, her presence was overwhelming, a reflection of her former self, the deadly assassin she once was. Fox could see it clearly, and it terrified him. For a moment, he thought she might kill him right then and there. Finally, Patricia let out a quiet sigh of relief and simply said, "Okay." Then, with a sharp, commanding tone, she asked, "What the hell are you even doing here?" Her eyes burned with intent, making it clear she wasn't going to tolerate excuses. Fox, still trembling, nodded quickly, realizing there was no room for error. Patricia said firmly, "All right. But if anything happens to Julius, I'll kill you," without hesitation. Fox, still uneasy, nodded his understanding. Yet, a mischievous smile suddenly appeared on his face. He chuckled and remarked teasingly, "You really love His Highness Julius, don't you?" Patricia's expression shifted. She shook her head and replied, "Don't talk nonsense." Her tone was sharp, but there was a hint of confusion in her voice. Fox, taken aback by her reaction, looked at her with a mix of surprise and amusement.
Don't say stupid things, Patricia added coldly, brushing off his teasing. Just finish your task regarding the letter. Fox, now serious, nodded and said, understood. He then informed Patricia about the intelligence he had received from Wolf. It seems that Alfonso was planning an attack on His Majesty the King during the royal celebration of the founding of The Shining. Every year, royal families from different countries attend this festival as guests. Alfonso might try to use this as an opportunity to strike. Patricia's mind raced as she processed this information. Of course, she had anticipated such a move, but there were still gaps in her understanding. Is it true that Alfonso was targeting my father? She asked Fox. He nodded gravely. That's what I heard from Wolf, he confirmed, adding that Wolf had personally gathered this information. The mention of Wolf's name triggered memories for Patricia. She recalled her first encounter with Wolf, a man who had once bowed before her as her loyal servant. He had been the right-hand man of her family, but years ago, he made the decision to leave the country and serve abroad. Now, he was Alfonso's knight, a role he had been in far longer than he had served Patricia directly. Snapping back to the present, Patricia turned to Fox and said, "You've done well. Let Wolf know he has my approval. But remember, do not leave Julius's side again." Fox nodded respectfully. "Understood," he said before leaving. As Fox departed, Patricia stepped out into the moonlit night. The cool breeze brushed against her face as she thought about the days ahead. Soon, she would turn 11, and the country's grand celebration would take place. There was still much to prepare for the festival, and Patricia felt the weight of unfinished tasks pressing down on her. She knew that if she wasn't careful, everything could fall apart. Her thoughts turned darker as she considered the threats around her. Alfonso wasn't the only one who wanted her life, there were others, hidden in the shadows, with similar ambitions. Patricia also wondered if it had been Alfonso who orchestrated the destruction of the shining royal family in Edward. After all, she wasn't originally born into this family but had come into it through circumstance. Her mind wandered to a chilling memory, the poisoned glass incident. Although it seemed like a minor attempt to harm her, the truth was more sinister. The poison had been meant for both her and Julius. Thinking of Julius, she suddenly remembered Fox's earlier remark about her feelings for him. The thought made her cheeks flush with embarrassment. She placed her hands on her face to cool the heat as a whirlwind of thoughts flooded her mind. Fox says the strangest things, she murmured to herself. Someone had silently crept up behind her, and now her life hung by a thread under the moonlit sky. Patricia, still unfamiliar with the concept of love, suddenly found herself under attack. Someone lunged forward at her without warning, a blade glinting in the moonlight. Instinctively, Patricia raised her hand to defend herself and took a quick step back, her sharp gaze locking onto the would-be assassin. Her eyes burned with a deadly intensity as she declared, "As long as there are people who wish to harm my family, I won't let a single one of them live." The assassin froze, stunned not only by her words but also by the eerie red aura that seemed to ignite in her eyes. Before the attacker could make another move, Patricia struck with swift precision, eliminating him in an instant. As his lifeless body collapsed to the ground, Patricia clenched the knife she had taken from him. Her mind raced, wondering if this was only the beginning of the threats looming ahead. The scene shifted to the Shining Kingdom, where preparations for the national festival were in full swing. The eve of the celebration brought music, bustling streets, and colorful decorations as the country prepared to welcome royals from across the land. Patricia pointed toward a distant flag fluttering in the wind and asked curiously, "What is that over there?" Leonard, one of her brothers, explained, "It's a commemorative flag for a country that won't be able to attend the festival this year." Before the conversation could continue, Gilbert interjected with concern. "Patricia, you need to be more discreet," he said, trying to remind her of the risks of being too visible. But Patricia completely ignored his warning. Instead, her eyes lit up as she spotted a nearby ice cream stand. She smiled mischievously and said, "There's ice cream," before darting off toward the vendor. Gilbert groaned in frustration and yelled, "Patricia," as he chased after her. But her carefree laughter rang through the air, and her beautiful, cheerful smile was enough to melt anyone's heart. When she reached the stand, Patricia turned to her brothers and asked with a grin, "Do you want to have ice cream with me?" Her radiant smile was infectious, and her brothers couldn't help but nod and agree, despite their earlier protests. At that moment, it was clear that Patricia had turned 11 years old, not just by her age, but by the happiness and youthful innocence that shone through her smile. Both brothers were reminded of just how beautiful and full of life she truly was. Patricia cheerfully accepted the ice cream cone from the vendor, who handed it to her with a kind smile. "Be careful not to drop it, young lady," the vendor cautioned, recalling how many children had accidentally dropped their treats. Patricia politely thanked him, clutching the ice cream securely. The vendor smiled and nodded as he turned to his next customer. Patricia was happily licking her ice cream when her mood suddenly shifted. She heard a voice behind her that brought her carefree joy to an abrupt halt. Alfonso had arrived. Leonardo called out to her, "Patricia," as he approached, holding his own ice cream cone. Nearby, Gilbert stood silently, his usual composed demeanor intact, but he gave Patricia a knowing smile, one that seemed to say, "Stay on guard." Patricia turned back, her face seen licking an ice cream with a chilling expression. Her unsettling demeanor became more apparent as she smiled, using her tongue in a way that enhanced her deadly appearance. She thought to herself, "This is no simple reunion. War has been silently declared between us." With a steely resolve, she vowed to protect her family from whatever Alfonso was planning. The scene transitioned to the Grand Royal Palace. Inside the throne room, Patricia's father, King Julius, addressed the gathered nobles and guests. "Thank you all for coming," the king said warmly. Alfonso, standing beside his entourage, gave a respectful bow and thanked the king for the kind invitation. "It is an honor to attend this occasion," Alfonso said with a carefully measured tone. "Unfortunately, due to my father Christopher's untimely illness, he could not leave the country. As the eldest prince of the Omni Kingdom, I am honored to represent my nation." Patricia's father nodded, his expression calm but thoughtful. "We are glad you could join us, Prince Alfonso. This meeting of nations is an important step toward maintaining friendly relations between our kingdoms." Alfonso smiled politely, though his thoughts were anything but friendly. "Yes, smile now, King Julius," Alfonso thought darkly. "Soon, your kingdom will be mine." The king, unaware of Alfonso's true intentions, continued to speak warmly, gesturing to his attendants to show the Omni delegation to their quarters. "Please rest well before tomorrow's banquet," he said with hospitality. Alfonso thanked the king again, but inwardly, he calculated his next move. The scene shifted to a beautifully lit mansion adorned with blooming roses in the sunshine. Alfonso sat alone on an ornate chair, his face pensive yet sharp with cunning. His personal aide, Wolf, appeared before him, bowing respectfully. "The journey was short, but still exhausting," Wolf remarked. Alfonso waved a hand dismissively, clearly uninterested in pleasantries. "What is the status of our spies in this kingdom?" he asked coldly. Wolf hesitated for a moment before replying, "My prince, according to the latest reports, most of our spies have been discovered by Leonardo and Gilbert. Every single one of them has either been captured or eliminated. Their efficiency is truly terrifying." Wolf's voice carried a hint of unease. Sitting on his ornate throne, his head was lowered as though in thought. Wolf, standing beside him, noted Alfonso's momentary silence, almost as if he had lost hope. But Alfonso suddenly lifted his head, a sinister grin spreading across his face. "It's all happening just as planned," he said, his voice calm but filled with malice. Wolf mirrored his master's expression with a sly smirk of his own. "Exactly," Wolf replied, his tone chilling. "It's precisely what we anticipated. The captures were nothing more than bait to lure them into believing they've thwarted us." Alfonso's sharp eyes gleamed with a dangerous light as Wolf elaborated on their plan. "By allowing them to capture all the spies planted in the city, we've distracted Leonardo and Gilbert. Leonardo and Gilbert will likely spread their guards thin to focus on defending the city perimeter and overlook our true target." With a deadly grin, Wolf gestured ominously, "We'll introduce false reports about suspicious individuals elsewhere in the city to keep them occupied. They'll never suspect that they've already fallen into our trap. Alfonso leaned back on his chair and clasped his hands together, satisfied. Now the palace will be left vulnerable. Leonardo and Gilbert will likely spread their guards thin to focus on defending the city perimeter and overlook our true target. I must say, Alfonso spoke casually as he poured himself a glass of wine, I was wondering if I could still trust you, Wolf. You see, on my way here, one of my informers claimed that you originally served Princess Patricia. Naturally, it made me begin to suspect you of playing a double game. Wolf merely bowed slightly, his expression unreadable. My prince, he said smoothly, I am your loyal servant now. My allegiance is yours, and yours alone. Wolf recalled past conversation with Fox, another of Alfonso's conspirator, as he turned to Wolf and asked, Is it true, then? Did you once intend to betray Princess Patricia and the kingdom for your gain? Wolf's grin widened. Of course, he replied in an unsettlingly calm tone. Now and forever, Prince Alfonso is my only lord. Patricia and her kingdom mean nothing to me. Patricia, concealed behind the shadows with her white cloak, listened intently as the malicious conversation between Alfonso and Wolf unfolded. She overheard this as Alfonso declared, I trust Wolf, my faithful knight. Her heart raced as she processed every word, her mind calculating her next steps. As she shifted slightly to get a better view, her foot accidentally brushed against floor, making a faint but noticeable noise. Alfonso smiled darkly and turned toward Wolf. Let's discuss tomorrow's lunch. Aren't we planning to poison everyone at the banquet? Wolf responded, Yes, Your Highness. Everyone will meet their end during the feast. Alfonso froze, his sharp instincts kicking in. His piercing gaze shot toward the direction of the sound. Did you hear that? He asked Wolf, his voice tense but dripping with malice. Alfonso smirked, as if relishing the possibility of uncovering an eavesdropper. Perhaps our little princess has decided to join our game early, Alfonso sneered, his voice dripping with mockery. He slowly unsheathed a small, sharp knife and twirled it casually in his fingers. Alfonso tilted his head as if considering an idea. With a knife in his hand and an ominous expression, he said, But what if we move things forward? Why wait for tomorrow when we could handle this today? Wolf, unfazed, responded with a sinister smile. Yes, Your Highness. If need be, we can carry it out sooner. Good, Alfonso replied with a chilling tone. For example, if our little princess were to get lost in this enormous palace, could you finish her quickly before there's any trouble? He said, his voice steady but carrying an undertone of cruelty. Hidden in the shadows, Patricia tightened her grip on her cloak. He called out, Princess Patricia, shall we play a little game? You seem so busy wandering the halls, don't worry, brother Alfonso will happily keep you company. His mocking tone sent a chill through the air, the cruelty laced in every syllable unmistakable. Unaware of Patricia's exact position but confident she was close, Alfonso turned to Wolf, his trusted assassin, who walked quietly at his side. She thinks she can escape, doesn't she? Alfonso sneered, his expression twisted into one of mocking disdain. But let her try. This little game will end soon. Alfonso paused at the entrance to a garden, the ornate gate creaking softly as he pushed it open slightly. A soft breeze carried the scent of roses and freshly watered grass. Patricia had hurried into the garden to put distance between herself and her pursuers. He turned to Wolf and gave him an order in a deadly, low tone. Wolf, demonstrate your loyalty to me, your true master, Alfonso said with a flicker of cruel amusement in his voice. Hurt Patricia, but don't kill her. Just enough to break her spirit. Bring her to me alive. Wolf bowed slightly, his expression cold and devoid of emotion. As you command, Your Highness, he replied. Alfonso casually slipped his dagger back into its sheath, his actions deliberate as though savoring the moment. Alfonso, momentarily lost in his wicked thoughts, ordered Wolf with a chilling tone, You can cut off a pair of her limbs. It's not that scary, he said with a sinister grin. Deliver that as a present to one of Patricia's favorite brothers. He leaned back with satisfaction, smiling darkly. Let Julius spend the night in a cage with her corpse before the funeral. It will break whatever strength they have left. Wolf, as cold and obedient as ever, silently listened to Alfonso's twisted desires. But as Alfonso clutched his ornate robes tightly, a new level of malice glinted in his eyes.
No, Alfonso hissed, his tone now laced with venom. That's why, he paused and smiled even darker, his words cutting through the air like daggers. That's why I'll leave one of them intact, just one, to confirm the destruction. Let the world know their entire family was annihilated by me and me alone, so I'll ascend the throne of this kingdom in an instant. The horrific grin stretched across Alfonso's face as he added cruelly, I can't have my younger brother dying a virgin, though, can I? His laugh echoed in the room as he gestured toward Wolf, issuing his final order. Go. As always, your work is unmatched, Wolf. Do not fail me. Wolf lowered his head in deference, replying without emotion, As you wish, my highness. Good, Alfonso muttered, dismissively waving Wolf away. As Alfonso headed toward his chambers, an ominous voice suddenly broke through the air behind him. Your highness, came the cold, mocking tone, piercing through the deadly silence like a blade. Alfonso froze, his smug confidence dissolving in an instant. He spun around sharply, his face pale with shock. Patricia stood in the shadowy hallway, her dark figure menacing yet regal. I see you're in a very good mood, she said, a devilish smirk curling her lips. Alfonso's confidence faltered immediately, his hands shaking as sweat began to bead on his brow. The self-assured prince now looked like prey cornered by a hunter. Why you, he stammered, confusion plain on his face. But his breath hitched as another figure emerged from the darkness, a figure that chilled him to his core. There were two princesses. One was cloaked, standing confidently, while the other sat with a soft smile, exuding an air of authority as if watching a mere child throw a tantrum. Alfonso's wide eyes darted between the two figures as his mind tried to process the impossibility before him. What is this sorcery? The seated figure gently lifted her hand, motioning for the other to remove her hood. At her command, the cloaked figure revealed her true self. Standing before him was not Patricia, but Toto. The white-haired beastman now glared directly at Alfonso, her sharp, predatory eyes flashing with barely concealed bloodlust. Toto's presence was overwhelming, a beastman's innate ferocity was impossible to ignore. The air around her seemed to thrum with lethal energy as her lips curled into a wolfish grin. Patricia chuckled darkly, propping her chin on her hand with ease as if enjoying a casual evening. Oh, dear brother-in-law, she said with a sugary yet mocking tone, you mentioned wanting to play with me, didn't you? Her laughter echoed softly, resonating like the chiming of a wind bell masking the howl of an approaching storm. Her gaze swept over Toto. Since you're so eager instead of me, Toto will play with you instead. Toto cracked her knuckles with a deadly calm, her piercing gaze never leaving Alfonso's trembling figure. Playtime with me might not be as pleasant, she growled, her tone icy enough to freeze the blood in his veins. Alfonso's panic fully took hold. He stumbled back several steps, sweat pouring from his brow as his voice cracked. Where is that useless idiot Wolf? His eyes darted in every direction, frantically searching for his shadowy enforcer, but Wolf was nowhere to be found. How did she get a beastman, a creature of such power, by her side? Patricia, with a happy smile, called out his name with a dark grin on her lips and a deadly assassin's expression on her face. For that, I will kill you, she said coldly. Alfonso, still in panic and without any protection, stammered, Princess. I don't have time for games anymore. His voice was filled with hesitation. Patricia, however, remained calm, her deadly gaze unwavering. Princess Patricia looked at him with a wicked smile. You thought that I would wait for you to attack my father, she said, rising from her seat. No, I just need to get rid of you. Her words hit Alfonso like a shockwave, leaving him stunned and confused. Patricia, noticing his confusion, added with a malicious grin, the preparations are already complete. Suddenly, Toto disappeared from Patricia's side, leaving Alfonso even more panicked. Patricia stood before him, confident and imposing. Her tone became cold and commanding. Your Highness, she said, her voice deadly. Let's end this game immediately. Alfonso's panic escalated. Sweat dripped from his forehead as Patricia says, run as fast as you can, if I catch you, she will kill him. Patricia gave him a deadly stare, and with a slight motion, she hid a knife in her hand. You won't die immediately, she said coldly. But you will suffer. Her lips curled into a smile that could send chills down anyone's spine. Her deadly glare intensified as the background seemed to darken with wilting flowers, adding to the menacing atmosphere.
Otherwise, you'll wish you were in hell, Patricia added with a mocking tone. Alfonso's fear deepened as he realized the gravity of his situation.
Without saying another word, he started running at full speed, his panic fueling his every step. He pushed himself to run faster, but soon, exhaustion caught up with him. He gasped for air, his body burning with fatigue as he wondered, who is Patricia? Why am I the one running from her? In his mind, he recalled Patricia's image, her deadly assassin smile, the ferocious aura surrounding her. He realized that if she caught him, she would definitely kill him. Suddenly, Patricia's voice echoed behind him, her tone as deadly as ever. "Alfonso," she called out, her voice slicing through the air like a blade. His panic intensified, and he felt a cold sweat run down his back.
Alfonso stumbled as he tried to open a door to the royal palace, banging on it in desperation.
"Why are all the doors locked?" he muttered, panic overwhelming his thoughts.
Just then, Deborah appeared beside him.
Deborah, who had been silently watching, smiled coldly and said, "Your Highness, come here."
Alfonso, still out of breath and with his mind clouded by fear, turned to Deborah.
"Who are you?" he asked, his voice trembling. "I am from Wolf," Deborah replied with a cold smile.
"Wolf sent me." Alfonso's face lit up with relief, his panic momentarily abating. "Did Wolf send you?"
"Excellent," he exclaimed, relieved to have found someone he trusted. Deborah led him to an underground passage. "This path leads to the dungeon of the royal palace," she explained, guiding him through the dimly lit corridor.
"Follow the burning lanterns, and you'll reach the bottom floor. From there, you can find an emergency exit." Alfonso's curiosity grew.
The corridor was dark, the only light coming from the dim lanterns along the walls.
Alfonso started to descend stairs as he turned to Deborah and said, "Delay Patricia, even if it costs you your life. This is an order."
Unbeknownst to him, Deborah was Patricia's servant. Her expression darkened as she glared at him. Suddenly, Wolf appeared behind her, his presence menacing. As he gave her a deadly look, and a smirk formed on his lips. She glared at Wolf with the same malice, as his predatory smile mirrored hers. "Wolf, ever the assassin," called Deborah out, his voice laced with venom. "Long time no see, fat woman," he sneered, a sharp edge to his words. The tension in the air was palpable. Meanwhile, Prince Alfonso was still descending, his breath ragged, his energy drained. Every step felt heavier as exhaustion overcame him, his mind racing in panic. How long is this descent? He thought, his thoughts fragmented as he struggled to maintain his focus. Suddenly, Alfonso reached the bottom floor and froze. He had reached the lower level of the dungeon. Before he could make sense of his surroundings, Patricia's voice echoed through the darkness.
"Alfonso," she called, her voice chilling.
The coldness in her tone sent a wave of dread through him. Turning toward the sound, he saw Patricia standing with a knife, her deadly aura surrounding her.
She was ready to end him. Alfonso, panic rising in his chest, stammered her name.
Patricia smiled coldly, walking toward him as she spoke with a deadly calmness. "Alfonso, are you always like this?" she asked, her voice dripping with contempt. "You give orders, carefully sacrificing the lives of your subjects." She raised an eyebrow, her gaze cold and unforgiving. "You raise taxes in the areas you control, not caring how much suffering it causes. Anyone who can't pay, you punish them severely."
Alfonso's mind raced, trying to process her words.
Patricia's eyes narrowed as she continued, "And you eliminate anyone who stands in your path.
You execute innocent people without a second thought."
She raised the knife, now inches from his neck, her gaze piercing him with fury.
Alfonso's heart pounded in his chest as he stumbled backward.
"You're making a mistake," he gasped, fear consuming him. Patricia's eyes were filled with disdain. "Have you never wondered about the risks of your actions?" she asked, her voice laced with contempt. Suddenly, Alfonso heard the sound of footsteps approaching. His attention snapped to the side, and he froze. There, behind Patricia, stood Wolf, a menacing presence. Patricia didn't flinch. Alfonso, his panic now fully consuming him, shouted, "Kill her!
Now, Wolf! She's a threat to me."
He could hardly believe his own words.
He had turned to his knight, his trusted enforcer, in a desperate plea. Patricia turned to Wolf, a wicked smile curling her lips. "It appears you've crossed the line with Deborah," she said, her words playful but deadly. "And after all this time, Deborah was so happy to meet you again." Wolf grinned, but his demeanor remained deadly serious. "Prince Julius arrived safely at the palace, as you ordered, my mistress," he said, bowing respectfully before Patricia. His words were clipped, formal, but there was an unmistakable loyalty in his tone. Patricia's eyes gleamed as she acknowledged him. "Good," she replied. Then, turning to Alfonso, she spoke with a wicked gleam in her eye. "Even if you disappear now, the festival will proceed without a hitch," she said, her voice dripping with malice. Wolf confirmed this. "Yes, Your Highness." "No one will notice his absence," he replied calmly. Alfonso, his face twisted with fury and disbelief, shouted at Wolf, accusing him of betrayal. "You traitor," he screamed. "How could you side with her?" His voice cracked with the weight of his anger. Wolf slowly revealed his face, his expression unreadable. There was no remorse in his eyes, only cold indifference. As we first see Wolf's appearance, a muscular and handsome man, he speaks with confidence. "Alfonso was right," Wolf says, his voice calm but full of purpose. "I was sent on a mission to follow Prince Alfonso, but my true task was far more dangerous: to infiltrate the kingdom and eliminate any threats to Patricia's rule." Patricia, wearing a sinister smile, watches the scene unfold, her eyes gleaming with malicious intent. Wolf imagines that his success will bring Patricia happiness, and with that, he will become her most beloved servant. As he envisions this, he addresses her reverently, "Princess Patricia, goddess of death." Alfonso, trembling, hears these words and becomes even more fearful. Patricia, amused by his fear, gives him a wicked smile. She shushes him with a finger to her lips and adds, exactly as Wolf said. In the blink of an eye, Patricia shoves Alfonso, causing him to lose his balance and fall into the waters below, a treacherous pool filled with dangerous creatures. Alfonso struggles to breathe, sinking deeper into the water as ferocious crocodiles lunge at him. He tries to fight them off, but their cold, predatory eyes lock onto him. His efforts are futile, and the scene ends with Alfonso's tragic death. Almost a year has passed since that fateful incident, the death of Prince Alfonso still a recent memory. Patricia reflects on it, considering how it might have been an accident, but killers have rarely been sent after them since then. She ponders over this while dispatching one of the assassins trying to kill her. With a swift movement, she takes them down effortlessly, lost in thought about the recent attempts on her life. She says, "But sometimes a few of these assassins still appear." Patricia looks at Deborah and Toto, her trusted companions, with a slight smile. "Wolf was originally a knight bound to Prince Alfonso by his father's command," she says, explaining his departure. "He had to return to Omnis." Deborah's face shows some discontent with Wolf's departure, but she says nothing, and Patricia notices her reaction. "I think Wolf will become the guardian of Prince Julius," Patricia muses. "If anyone tries to harm him, Wolf will return to the shadows." Her thoughts are interrupted when she turns to Toto. "What's on the agenda for today?" she asks. Toto begins to speak, but before he can finish, Patricia interrupts, smiling. "It's already coming up to the 12th birthday, isn't it?" she says, looking out of the window. Her thoughts drift back to her past life, the day she met God and received her orders to build a new family. Patricia remembers the instructions God gave her: never to know love, to create a family without affection. She wasn't sure if she could ever love her family, but one thing was certain: she would protect them, no matter what. As Patricia approaches her door, Toto suddenly opens it, urging her to come inside. Patricia enters, expecting a warm birthday celebration. Her family, Leonardo, Gilbert, and her parents, stand there, smiling, with bouquets and gifts, calling her name joyfully. "Happy birthday, Patricia," they say, their voices full of love and excitement. But Patricia's heart sinks as she enters the room. Her family members, Gilbert, her father, her mother, and even Leonardo, are all dead. The shock is overwhelming, and she stands frozen, unable to comprehend what has just happened. How could this happen, she wonders, her mind racing. She had already killed Prince Alfonso, but this, Patricia suddenly remembered her own past.
She realized that she was the reincarnation of a girl chosen by God, a girl who had once been miraculously saved by divine power. Now, she had a new identity, Patricia. She had won the right to fight against injustice, and her mission was to save this country from its inevitable destruction. But before she could even grasp the true extent of her powers, a terrifying sight unfolded before her eyes. Her entire family lay lifeless on the ground. Blood stained the floor. Her father, mother, and brothers, all of them seemed dead. Something inside Patricia shattered. Her body trembled, her lips quivered, and in a faint whisper, she said, "No, this can't be happening." Today was her 12th birthday. This was the very day she was supposed to protect her family until. As Patricia stood frozen, her breath hitched in her throat, the once lively and warm mansion was now transformed into a macabre tableau, a graveyard of lifeless bodies. Her vision blurred, the edges of reality seeming to fray as she struggled to comprehend the sheer horror that lay before her. Her entire family, lay dead, scattered amidst pools of crimson that stained the pristine marble floor. Her older brother Leonardo, always so strong, so fiercely protective, was sprawled lifelessly, his sword, his constant companion, lying just inches away from his outstretched, unresponsive hand. Gilbert, who, despite his endless teasing, held a special place in her heart, had fallen beside him, his face eternally frozen in an expression of utter shock and disbelief, a silent scream etched onto his features. Her mother, Julia, the epitome of kindness and warmth, the gentlest soul Patricia had ever known, had collapsed, her lifeless eyes still wide open, filled with a lingering worry, a mother's concern even in death. And her father, Lawrence, the mighty Duke, a pillar of strength and authority, was motionless, his hand outstretched as if he had been reaching for something precious, something just beyond his grasp in his final moments. Patricia's entire body trembled uncontrollably, a violent tremor racking her small frame. "This isn't real," her mind screamed, rejecting the ghastly scene, refusing to accept the brutal reality that assaulted her senses. This can't be real. This was a nightmare, a cruel illusion, not the loving home she cherished. But then, her gaze, drawn by an invisible force, shifted, and her stomach twisted violently, a sickening lurch that threatened to empty its contents. Julius, her dearest friend, the boy with whom she had shared countless laughter-filled days, was also dead. His white hair, once so vibrant and full of life, was now streaked with blood, clinging to his pale forehead like macabre strands of silk. And then she saw him, Toto. The ever-loyal Toto, her faithful companion, the one who had sworn an oath to protect her, no matter the cost, no matter the danger, was covered in blood. His once pristine white fur, a symbol of his purity and devotion, was matted and soaked in deep crimson, a horrifying testament to the violence that had transpired. His body was slumped protectively over Julius's lifeless form, a final act of unwavering loyalty, even in death. Patricia, finding it almost impossible to draw breath. Patricia's breath came in ragged, uneven gasps, sweat trickling down her forehead, plastering strands of hair to her skin as she desperately tried to comprehend what had just happened, what cruel twist of fate had brought her to this moment. Why is this happening? She had done everything she could, meticulously followed every instruction, every guideline, to alter the course of fate, to avert this catastrophic outcome, yet she had failed. Suddenly, a deep, resonant voice, imbued with an otherworldly power, echoed through the void, shattering the silence. "Did you fail?" The world around her blurred and darkened, the mansion dissolving into an amorphous nothingness, and before she could react, before she could even formulate a response, she found herself standing in an unfamiliar space, vast, empty, and suffused with an ethereal, otherworldly glow. A figure stood before her, a being of immense power, golden light radiating from his form like a miniature sun. His expression was calm, unreadable, almost amused, a disconcerting contrast to the turmoil raging within Patricia. "You're the god who sent me back. This wasn't supposed to happen." Her emotions, a tempest of grief, anger, and disbelief, boiled over, and before she could stop herself, before her rational mind could intervene, she lunged forward, grabbing onto the god's resplendent robe with a surprising strength. "Did you do this?" she snarled, her teeth gritted, her eyes burning with a fierce, unyielding fury. "Did you hurt my family?" The god remained infuriatingly silent, his gaze steady and unwavering as he observed her outburst, her desperate display of grief and rage. The dagger she had instinctively drawn, a weapon she always kept close, was now pressed against his throat, the cold steel glinting menacingly. Patricia's hands trembled with barely suppressed rage, but the god, this being of immense power, showed no fear, no hint of concern. With an effortless motion, a display of casual power, he reached up and grasped the blade of the dagger with his bare hand, his fingers closing around the sharp steel. And then, the dagger vanished, dissolving into thin air as if it had never existed, a blatant demonstration of his absolute control. Her eyes widened in shock and disbelief, her mind struggling to reconcile what she had just witnessed. The god sighed softly, a sound that seemed to carry the weight of ages, and his lips curled into an amused, almost pitying smile.
Calm down, little sinner.
Patricia jolted from her dismay, snapping back to her senses. She took a step back, her breath unsteady, as God slowly descended before her. With a mischievous smile, he looked at her, his expression unreadable. The one standing before her now, he was the one who placed this fate upon me. She clenched her fists as she watched God smile cruelly, as if amused by her suffering. But then, a deep voice, resonating with power and authority, echoed through the air, cutting through her daze. Well then, shall we settle this? Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind, seemingly conjured from nothing, swirled around her, pulling her off balance, disrupting her equilibrium. The world around her blurred, twisting and distorting into a chaotic vortex of colors and shapes, and in the blink of an eye, faster than she could comprehend, she was somewhere else, transported to a new and terrifying location. She found herself standing before a vast, desolate mansion, a structure that exuded an aura of ancient power and ominous secrets, beneath an endless, starless sky. Sitting on a grand throne, a seat of immense authority, was God himself, his presence radiating an almost palpable energy. With a mischievous, almost playful smile, God leaned forward, his gaze piercing and knowing, and said, "Now then, Patricia, or should I say, the soul of a great sinner? You let your guard down at the very end," God continued, his voice a smooth, melodious baritone that somehow made his words even more chilling.
I let my guard down?
That's right, Patricia nodded. She had allowed herself a moment of relief, a fleeting instant of hope, and that single, unguarded moment had cost her everything, and because of that, her entire family died. Patricia clutched her dress tightly, her fingers digging into the fabric, the physical sensation a meager anchor to reality. But then, God spoke again, his voice taking on a sharper edge. "Are you ready for your punishment?" Patricia took a deep, shuddering breath, trying to steel herself against the inevitable.
"You're sending me to hell, aren't you?" God's smile didn't waver, his expression remaining infuriatingly enigmatic. "Yes." Patricia had nothing left to say, no arguments to offer, no pleas to make.
A storm of emotions raged within her: grief, despair, anger, and a profound sense of helplessness. But then, a thought, a spark of desperate hope, struck her.
"Those people, my family."
Patricia's voice wavered, her throat tight with emotion.
"Are they truly dead?"
God seemed momentarily surprised, his eyebrows lifting slightly in a display of genuine curiosity.
Then, he asked, "What do you mean? If they died, will they go to heaven?"
For the first time, God looked genuinely taken aback, his composure momentarily disrupted. But then, he laughed. A deep, echoing laughter that filled the vast space around them, a sound that seemed to mock her grief and desperate. Patricia narrowed her eyes, her anger rekindled by his callous amusement.
"What's so funny?"
Still chuckling, God wiped a tear from his eye, a theatrical gesture that only fueled her rage.
"Humans, this is why you fascinate me so much."
Then, he exhaled slowly, a long, drawn-out sigh, and looked at Patricia with a knowing, almost pitying gaze.
"That was just an illusion, a warning for you. Your family is alive."
Patricia's breath hitched, her mind struggling to process his words.
"What?"
"Yes," God confirmed, his voice now calm and matter-of-fact. "It was merely a test to remind you, never let your guard down.
The road ahead is long and dangerous." Patricia's heartbeat thundered in her chest, a frantic rhythm of disbelief and relief. "But, my 12th birthday was supposed to be the final deadline,"
she muttered, her voice still trembling with the lingering effects of the horrific illusion. As God continued to speak. "That's right," he said, his voice smooth yet ominous, carrying a weight that seemed to press down on her. "Originally, this country was supposed to vanish without a trace on your 12th birthday. It was meant to be erased from the map entirely.
And yet, here it is, still thriving."
But, God said, destiny has changed, or at least, it should have.
Patricia's eyes narrowed. What do you mean? God's teasing smile grew wider, his eyes gleaming with a mixture of amusement and something far more dangerous. Looks like I was only able to extend your time a little longer.
Patricia's eyes widened in shock, her mind reeling from the implications of his words. God sighed, as if amused by her reaction, a sound that grated on her nerves. Sorry, but plans have changed. You'll need to protect them for a little longer. A fire of anger, hot and intense, ignited in Patricia's chest, burning away the lingering fear and confusion. She clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms. You said I only had to keep them safe until my 12th birthday. Now you're changing the rules? You damn God! She lunged forward, her body propelled by a surge of adrenaline, aiming straight for him, her intent clear. But with a mere flick of his finger, a gesture of casual, almost contemptuous power, she froze midair, her body locked in place, an unseen force stopping her in her tracks. She struggled, straining against the invisible bonds, but it was useless, her efforts futile against his absolute power. Enough, God said, his voice laced with amusement, a sound that grated on her nerves. Patricia felt herself being pushed back, propelled by an invisible force, her body floating helplessly in the air. God tilted his head, his expression still get dark. That illusion earlier was just a warning. But make no mistake, that future could easily come true. Patricia's blood ran cold, a chill creeping through her veins despite the burning anger within her. If you don't act, your family will die. His smile never wavered, but his words carried a deadly certainty, a chilling promise of what awaited her if she failed. Without a doubt. Then, with a single tap of his finger against her forehead, a seemingly insignificant gesture, Patricia was sent flying backward, propelled through the air like a rag doll. Now, God said lightly, his voice echoing in the vast emptiness, protect them until you turn 17. Patricia struggled, thrashing against the magic pulling her away, her body twisting and turning in a desperate attempt to break free, but God merely waved his hand, a dismissive gesture that sealed her fate. Darkness swirled around her, a suffocating vortex that enveloped her, the world slipping away, fading into nothingness. As she was forced back to her reality, ripped from the presence of the deceitful God, one final thought, a burning ember of defiance, burned in her mind, that cruel God, using threats to make me obey. The next time I see his face, her eyes glowed with unyielding rage, a fierce determination hardening her gaze. I will kill him. Suddenly, a voice, familiar and comforting, called out to Patricia, jolting her from her thoughts, pulling her back to the present. Patricia, are you all right? She turned to see her father, Lawrence, watching her with concern etched on his face. You're still not feeling well, are you? Leonardo, Gilbert, and her mother were also looking at her, their faces filled with worry, their love and concern a stark contrast to the cold indifference of the God. Patricia quickly put on a warm smile, masking the turmoil within her, forcing a facade of normalcy. I'm fine, Father. I was just overwhelmed by such a wonderful birthday celebration. As she spoke, her gaze suddenly landed on Julius, and her heart skipped a beat, a flicker of unease returning. With a polite smile, a practiced gesture of social grace, she said, I didn't expect His Highness Julius to attend as well. Julius chuckled softly, a warm, familiar sound. How could I miss a special day for my lovely fiancé? Before Patricia could react, before she could formulate a response, he leaned down and placed a gentle kiss on her cheek, a gesture of affection that sent a ripple of tension through the room. The room instantly grew tense, the atmosphere shifting subtly. From behind her, she could feel an ominous pressure, a palpable wave of disapproval. Leonardo and Gilbert looked deeply annoyed, their eyes narrowing at Julius, their expressions a mixture of jealousy and protectiveness. Meanwhile, Toto, barely hiding his irritation, subtly stomped on Julius's foot under the table, a silent act of defiance. The formal birthday banquet with the nobles is scheduled for tomorrow, her father said, his voice breaking the tension. But His Highness Julius is already like family to us. Hearing this, Patricia kept her smile intact, a mask of composure. Yes, thank you, Father. But inwardly, her mind was racing, a whirlwind of thoughts and suspicions. Julius's older brother died in this country. My father is a good man, but he is not naive. Even though Julius holds a high rank in the line of succession, there's no way my father would pass up an opportunity like this.
Why else would rumors spread that he orchestrated the death of the older prince to solidify my engagement?
As Patricia pondered, she realized something crucial. In other words, the King of Shy is serious about this marriage. This rumor, whether true or false, had completely changed the perception of her father. Once seen as a kind, perhaps even weak and easily manipulated ruler, he was now viewed as a strong and formidable king, a man capable of ruthless action. Even if my father truly had no involvement in Julius's brother's death, people will still suspect him. They might see him as dangerous, and perhaps even hold grudges against him. Patricia's thoughts were interrupted as her father spoke, his voice drawing her back to the present. "Julius, I regret that we could not prevent your brother's accident," he said solemnly, his voice heavy with genuine sorrow.
"I have fulfilled what I promised before."
Julius, maintaining his usual composed demeanor, his princely mask firmly in place, smiled.
"I deeply appreciate your kindness. Is this about Alfonso's belongings?" Patricia's father hesitated for a moment, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his face.
"Yes, however, I still wonder why would Lord Alfonso venture into the castle's underground chambers? According to his servants, he did not share his reason but went there entirely of his own accord." Julius listened, his smile unwavering, but a subtle tension flickered across his face, a brief betrayal of his inner turmoil. The thought of it sent an uneasy chill down his spine, a premonition of danger. Suddenly, someone gently tapped Patricia's father on the arm, a subtle gesture of caution. "Your Majesty, perhaps this isn't the best topic for children to hear," her mother, Julia, interjected, her voice soft but firm. Julius, nodding in agreement, added, "Yes, perhaps this conversation should wait for another time." Lawrence, Patricia's father, sighed and offered a small smile, a gesture of apology. With that, the serious atmosphere dissipated, the tension easing, and once again, the room was filled with warmth and joy, a carefully constructed facade of normalcy. Everyone gathered around Patricia, their faces beaming with happiness, their love and affection a stark contrast to the chilling reality she now faced. They raised their glasses in a toast. "Patricia, happy 12th birthday." Startled by their cheerful gesture, Patricia blinked in surprise before her cheeks flushed slightly, a faint blush coloring her pale skin. She had protected them until today.
"Thank you, but it can't be helped. I just have to keep protecting them from now on."
As Patricia raised her glass to join in the celebration, laughter and joy filled the air, a fragile bubble of happiness that could shatter at any moment.
Time passed swiftly when surrounded by happiness, a fleeting illusion of peace.
But soon, the moment arrived. Julius had to return to his kingdom, his departure casting a shadow over the festivities. Patricia, frowning slightly, her unease returning, remarked, "You could stay a little longer, you know." Standing nearby, Leonardo, clearly annoyed, muttered under his breath, his words barely audible, "Hurry up and leave already." Julius chuckled but shook his head, his expression a mixture of regret and determination. "I wish I could, but this time, I have orders from my father." Patricia's smile faltered for a brief second, a flicker of doubt crossing her face.
Did my father give him that order?"
Before she could dwell on the thought further, Julius turned to her, waving as he said, "See you later, Patricia." Startled from her thoughts, she quickly waved back, forcing a smile, a mask of cheerful farewell.
"Yes, let's meet again next time."
Julius smiled one last time before stepping into his carriage, the ornate vehicle a symbol of his royal status. As the wheels rolled forward, taking him farther and farther away, a strange feeling, a premonition of doom, settled in Patricia's chest. Something felt off, terribly wrong. Toto, noticing her tense expression, her barely concealed anxiety, tilted his head, his canine eyes filled with concern.
"Patricia? What's wrong?"
She shook her head, unable to articulate her fears.
I don't know. But why does it feel like I'll never see Julius again?"
Her gaze lingered on the distant carriage, a small speck on the horizon, as uncertainty gnawed at her, a growing sense of dread filling her heart. Meanwhile, in the ominous depths of the Omnis kingdom, Julius strode through the grand halls, his footsteps echoing in the vast emptiness. He walked with a heavy heart, a sense of foreboding weighing him down, toward his father's chambers, the seat of power and judgment. Inside the vast, dimly lit throne room, the king sat on his grand seat, his piercing gaze, sharp and unforgiving, locked onto Julius. A heavy silence filled the air,
thick with tension and unspoken accusations. Julius stepped forward and bowed, a gesture of respect and submission. "I have returned, father."
Beside the king, an advisor stood, watching intently, his expression unreadable. The king's expression was dark, his anger barely concealed, a simmering rage that threatened to erupt. He leaned forward, his voice like ice, cold and brittle.
"Did you retrieve what I wanted?"
Julius nodded, his movements stiff and controlled.
"Yes, I returned it without issue. These are Alfonso belongings. The metal was discovered at the bottom of Lake Venini."
The king's eyes narrowed, his gaze like daggers.
"He died in that shining underground castle, didn't he?"
Julius's voice was calm, but his fingers clenched slightly, a betrayal of his inner turmoil.
"That is correct.
I heard from Lord Laz that he entered of his own accord." The king exhaled slowly, a long, drawn-out breath, his expression unreadable, his thoughts hidden behind a mask of regal authority.
"I see, good work." Julius straightened, relief flickering through him. "Thank you. Then, with your permission, I shall take my leave."
But just as he turned, his father's voice, sharp and commanding, cut through the room, stopping him in his tracks.
"Julius."
The king's eyes burned with cold fury, a chilling intensity that sent a shiver down Julius's spine, as he pointed downward, a gesture of condemnation.
"I hereby strip you of your right to the throne." Julius's breath caught in his throat, his mind reeling from the unexpected blow. "What?"
The king's voice was firm, merciless, his words carrying the weight of absolute authority. "The crime of conspiring with Shan to eliminate your own brother is unforgivable.
From this moment forward, Prince Julius will be disinherited."
Suddenly, armed guards, their faces impassive, moved in, surrounding Julius, their presence a tangible threat. The king's gaze was like steel, unwavering and unforgiving.
"This decision is final."
Julius stood frozen, his body numb with shock, as the weight of his father's words sank in, crushing him with their finality. Patricia, her elaborate blonde hair cascading around her face, stood frozen, her expression a mask of shock and disbelief. Her eyes widened, and her mouth gaped open as she absorbed the unbelievable news. "Julius has been disinherited," she exclaimed, the words bursting from her lips with the force of a physical blow. Nearby, Toto, his wolf ears twitching with concern, and Katsa, the cloaked figure, stood observing Patricia's reaction, their expressions reflecting worry and curiosity.
Toto questioned, his voice laced with concern, "What on earth is going on?" Patricia, still reeling from the shock, repeated the devastating news, her voice barely a whisper. "Disinherited?"
She pressed her gloved hand to her mouth, her knuckles white against the delicate fabric, her body trembling slightly.
Her voice, thick with emotion, pleaded for more information. "Tell me more."
Katsa, the cloaked figure, began to speak, addressing Patricia formally and acknowledging her status as princess.
Katsa explained the unfolding events, the words heavy with gravity.
King Omnis returned to the country and, after receiving Julius's report, condemned him for conspiring with Shanan to murder his elder brother, the late Prince Alphonse. The narrative shifted to depict a regal scene, showing King Omnis seated on a throne, his expression stern and unforgiving as he held crossed spears, symbols of judgment.
"The crime of fratricide is severe, and hence he has been disinherited."
Patricia reacted with renewed outrage, her voice rising in disbelief and anger. "Ridiculous," she shouted, her face contorted in fury, her eyes blazing with indignation. Beside her, Toto looked on, his wolf ears lowered slightly, his expression a mixture of concern and a quiet understanding of the gravity of the situation.
Patricia grappled with the sheer impossibility of the accusation, questioning aloud, "Julius killed Alphonse?"
She clenched her gloved hands into fists, her knuckles straining against the delicate fabric, her body tense with emotion.
On the day Alphonse died, Julius was miles away in Shanan, a verifiable alibi.
Furthermore, Alphonse's death lacked any witnesses, the time of death merely an estimation, shrouded in uncertainty.
And finally, the most damning point, Julius stood alone, without anyone to vouch for his innocence. Patricia's face etched with distress, she internally wrestled with the implications of this lack of evidence. Despair crept into her thoughts. Even if she were to step forward, her testimony, placing Julius in Shanan, would be dismissed as mere hearsay, insufficient to prove his innocence. Shaking her head, a growing sense of hopelessness washed over her.
Besides, it doesn't make sense, she murmured, her voice barely audible, her hand moving to her forehead in confusion and despair. Images flashed in Patricia's mind, Alphonse, once vibrant and smiling, now depicted in a broken portrait. The stark reality hit her: King Omnis had only 2 sons. With one dead and the other disinherited, the royal line was teetering on the brink. The very foundation of the kingdom seemed to crack. Omnis will collapse. Patricia, her brow furrowed in thought, voiced her growing confusion. Even if Julius did kill Alphonse, why would King Omnis condemn him? She sensed a deeper, more complex motivation behind the king's sudden and harsh judgment. I've never heard anything about King Omnis favoring Alphonse over Julius, she stated, highlighting the unusual nature of the king's current actions. She then remarked, settling succession disputes never ends well, hinting at the potential for widespread chaos and instability. Patricia turned to Katza, seeking first-hand insight. Katza, she began, her voice serious and probing, you and Fuchs have been assigned to Julius for a while now. What do you think about all of this? Katza, her expression thoughtful and grave, responded honestly, I don't know. But she then offered a crucial detail that cast a new light on the situation. The late Prince Alphonse was openly targeting Julius's life. But King Omnis never punished him for it. This revelation hinted at a possible bias, or at least inaction, on the king's part towards Alphonse's aggression against Julius. Patricia, absorbing this information, voiced her suspicion: was King Omnis biased toward Alphonse? Katza countered with a denial: no, I wouldn't say so. Instead, Katza offered a different interpretation of the king's behavior. King Omnis's impression was, he's not interested in either prince. She elaborated, suggesting a possible reason for the king's harsh judgment of Julius. If anything, he seemed to favor Julius, who's first in the line of succession. Patricia, her mind racing, then raised a critical question, exploring every possibility. Is there anyone else besides Alphonse and Julius who could be a prince? Perhaps an illegitimate child? Katza, after a moment of consideration, responded definitively, as far as we know, no. She then described the widespread panic engulfing the kingdom. Even the ministers and nobles, regardless of faction, seemed to be in a state of panic. Her focus shifted back to Julius's immediate predicament. What about Julius? She asked, her voice laced with concern. The scene shifted to Julius, forcibly restrained by royal guards, his face a mask of anguish as he cried out, Father! Why, Father? He struggled against his captors, bewildered and betrayed. The announcement of disinheritance had been met with his protest, and that alone was deemed treasonous, escalating his downfall. Maids in attendance were dismissed, caught in the crossfire of the royal scandal, their faces mirroring the fear and uncertainty gripping the kingdom. Julius was left alone, defeated, huddled on the floor, his head buried in his knees, stripped of his title, attendance, and freedom. He was now under house arrest. Katza, her gaze steady, offered a sliver of hope. Fuchs has infiltrated the guards assigned to monitor His Highness, protecting him in disguise. Patricia nodded, a hint of relief softening her expression. You've done well, she acknowledged. Katza dismissed the praise stoically. It was no trouble. She then refocused on Patricia's leadership. More importantly, Princess, I've come to receive your orders. Patricia looked up, her violet eyes meeting Katza's, a flicker of uncertainty crossing her features. Orders? She questioned, hesitant, unsure of the path forward. Her thoughts returned to Julius, alone and distraught in his confinement. I still refer to him as His Highness, but it's likely that boy is no longer your fiancé, she stated, acknowledging the formal implications of his disinheritance. I believe he has already lost that position. Then, Katza posed the crucial question, forcing Patricia to confront the core of her intentions. Do you still wish to protect him? Katza continued, emphasizing the changed dynamics. He's now a man with no connection to you, Princess. Patricia felt the weight of those words, the severing of the formal bond between them, the potential loss of all expectations and obligations. Patricia's gloved hands clenched tighter, the delicate fabric creaking softly under the pressure. She lifted her chin, her gaze hardening, and declared with a resolute tone, I see. Without hesitation, she announced her intentions, her voice firm despite the tremor of emotion that still lingered. If Julius has been disinherited, my engagement to him will be annulled.
unless Julius regains his position, my father won't allow it.
Julius was now effectively erased from her future. Julius will no longer be part of Patricia's family. Patricia's brow furrowed, her violet eyes clouding with thought. The word family echoed in her mind, suddenly hollow and devoid of easy meaning. She questioned, her voice barely audible, a whisper lost in the weight of the situation.
What does family even mean?
She looked down at her clenched fists, her expression troubled and introspective. Her internal monologue spilled forth, a raw and honest admission of her confusion.
I don't know. If it were that easy to understand, I wouldn't be struggling this much.
She addressed Katza and Toto with a clear, commanding tone, all trace of hesitancy gone.
Summon Deborah for me.
Patricia, her violet eyes fixed forward with unwavering resolve, addressed Toto and Katza with a clear, commanding voice. Prepare for my departure. The order was absolute, brooking no argument or question. Patricia turned her attention to Katza, her tone softening slightly, a rare glimpse of consideration beneath her regal exterior. Katza, rest for a while, Patricia instructed. Once everything is ready, we'll leave. Even in the midst of crisis, she recognized the need for her loyal servant to be prepared. Then, Patricia looked down, her expression hardening once more with unwavering resolve. She declared, her voice firm and resolute, cutting through the lingering uncertainty, I will confirm it myself. Against the breathtaking backdrop of the majestic palace, its white walls glowing in the warm, fading hues of a setting sun, Patricia arrived. Her footsteps echoed softly on the polished stone as she approached the imposing figure of King Omnis. She addressed the king directly, her voice formal, befitting her station and the gravity of the audience, yet carrying an undeniable undercurrent of urgency.
I apologize for the sudden visit.
Taking a measured breath, she stated her purpose, her violet eyes meeting King Omnis's stern gaze with a mixture of determination and a carefully concealed apprehension. Patricia stood poised, a princess confronting a king, ready to seek answers, to challenge assumptions, and to fight for the truth she felt was being obscured. Patricia stood before King Omnis, her mind racing as she took in the imposing figure on the throne. So this is Julius's father, she thought, her violet eyes fixed on the king, analyzing every detail of his presence, searching for clues within his unreadable expression. King Omnis remained silent, enthroned and regal, a statue carved from cold authority. Finally, the king's voice, deep and resonant, cut through the stillness. He addressed Patricia, his tone detached, almost dismissive, princess of the land of light, a pause, then a cold, pointed question, what business do you have here alone, in a country that has nothing to do with you? His words were a stark reminder of political boundaries, a deliberate distancing.
Patricia met his coldness with unwavering firmness.
Nothing to do with me, she echoed, disbelief and indignation coloring her tone. She emphasized the personal stake she had in his kingdom, her voice ringing with conviction. I am engaged to Prince Julius. King Omnis remained unmoved, his face a mask of indifference. Prince Julius, he repeated, the title laced with dismissiveness, as if it were a meaningless designation.
He continued, chillingly indifferent, who might that be, princess of the neighboring kingdom? Never even existed.
He spoke as if Julius had been erased, not just from the succession, but from existence itself. Patricia's eyes narrowed, disbelief morphing into anger at the king's blatant dismissal of his own son. Surely, your majesty must be joking, she declared, her voice rising with incredulity. She pressed the fundamental truth, he is your son, is he not? King Omnis's response was stark, definitive, and utterly chilling. The only son I have is the late Alphonse, he stated, severing Julius from his lineage with brutal finality. He elaborated, a bitter edge creeping into his voice as he spoke of Alphonse, my son, who perished in an unfortunate accident in your country. The words unfortunate accident resonated with a loaded weight, hinting at suspicion and blame. He finished, his gaze fixed on Patricia. Surely, you must be aware of that, princess. Patricia softened slightly, acknowledging the king's grief, the palpable pain of losing Alphonse. I am indeed aware, she responded softly, her voice tinged with sadness. That tragic accident where Prince Alphonse lost his life, it was truly a heartbreaking loss, she thought, recalling the event.
Seeking to bridge the chasm of grief and suspicion, Patricia shared a personal memory of Alphonse. Prince Alphonse was always kind to me.
Even though I was merely his younger brother's fiancée, he treated me like his own sister. Her voice was filled with genuine sorrow as she concluded, and yet, for him to lose his life in my homeland.
Her words carried a weight of regret and empathy. King Omnis remained silent, his gloved hand resting on the throne, a faint tremor betraying the turmoil beneath his regal composure. Suddenly, the king's carefully constructed facade shattered. Rage contorted his features, his eye blazing with fury as he leaned forward, demanding, and the single word was sharp, accusatory, demanding more, demanding justification from Patricia. Patricia, unflinching in the face of his sudden outburst, met his fury with a sarcastic defiance. "A dazzling yet powerless princess," she retorted, emphasizing her perceived vulnerability, subtly challenging his perception of her and her role in these events. King Omnis scoffed, dismissing her words with contempt. "You are far too young, too naive," he sneered, his tone condescending, belittling her supposed lack of experience and understanding of the dark complexities surrounding them. Patricia's violet eyes narrowed, her gaze hardening as she rejected his dismissive assessment. "I know not of the one you speak of," she stated firmly, asserting her own agency and knowledge, refusing to be categorized as naive or powerless. King Omnis leaned closer, his face inches from hers, his expression menacing. "But regardless," he began, his voice dropping to a low, threatening growl. He finished his thought with chilling directness, his words laced with a dark, horrifying implication. "Surely even you understand that one cannot wed a corpse." Silence descended, broken only by Patricia's sharp intake of breath, a visible reaction to the king's shocking, gruesome statement. Patricia, her voice trembling slightly but still resolute, finally voiced the unspoken terror. King Omnis finished the sentence for her, his voice cold, devoid of any human emotion, stating the unthinkable aloud. "Julius is already dead." The words hung in the air, confirming Patricia's worst fears, painting a horrifying picture of Julius's fate. Patricia recoiled slightly, shock and horror widening her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. Beneath the grief, a spark of defiance ignited. She straightened her posture, her voice ringing with a newfound determination as she declared, "He has to be." A pause, then, firmly, she stated her audacious demand. "Then, Your Majesty, I would like to claim that corpse for myself." King Omnis's single eye widened almost imperceptibly, a flicker of surprise momentarily breaking through his impassive mask. "No need to trouble yourself by presenting it to me on a silver platter, Your Majesty." Leaning closer to King Omnis, her gaze intense and unwavering, she lowered her voice, making it intimate, almost conspiratorial. "A mere kiss is too lonely a token of our wedding vows, don't you think?" Her words, spoken with chilling determination, hinted at a deeper, more calculated motive than simple grief. King Omnis, intrigued, perhaps even impressed by her unexpected boldness, responded with a curt but decisive agreement. "Very well." Patricia stepped back, a chillingly serene smile gracing her lips, her violet eyes gleaming with an unsettling mixture of sorrow and triumph. "Then I shall permit it if you remain by my side." His words were conditional, a calculated bargain, a strategic alliance rather than genuine acceptance of her queenly aspirations. Patricia's violet eyes widened in genuine surprise. "What?" she exclaimed, disbelief sharp in her voice. "Surely, you must be joking." King Omnis, his expression unyielding, countered her disbelief bluntly. "I am not." He clarified his unexpected offer, laying out the stark terms. "You may become my concubine, or if you prefer, we can simply declare that you were wed to Alfonso and make you my daughter instead." Two stark options, both serving his political agenda. He added, a chillingly pragmatic note in his tone, "With you around, perhaps this dreary life of mine would gain some amusement." Patricia's face hardened with disgust and defiance. "I refuse to comply with that request," she declared, her voice ringing with resolute rejection. King Omnis's gaze narrowed, a thinly veiled threat entering his voice as he challenged her defiance. "You are not Patricia's family." She emphasized his outsider status, attempting to diminish his influence. He then posed a cynical, rhetorical question. "Tell me, Patricia von Annika, what is family?" He elaborated on his bleak view, dismissing blood ties in history. "If we trace our lineage back far enough, we are of the same bloodline. Are we not merely the descendants of petty thieves who carved out land from a great nation?" He scoffed at the concept of nobility, concluding dismissively. "She never cared for history lessons." King Omnis abruptly, his tone shifted, becoming enigmatic, hinting at a darker game. "Perhaps I should tell you a more interesting tale, a tale of the witch who has lived for 1,000 years. Patricia remained grounded, skeptical. "Unfortunately, I am far too old to believe in fairy tales," she retorted, dismissing his manipulation. King Omnis's expression hardened once more, a final, chilling warning in his voice. "Then be gone, rare princess.
Before I decide to take you by force, the threat hung heavy, underscoring the danger she faced. Despite the veiled threat, Patricia remained composed, a flicker of understanding in her violet eyes. A cryptic observation surfaced in her mind. That one resembles you in some way. King Omnis, a sinister smile playing on his lips, reiterated the mysterious figure. The witch at his final word lingered, a chilling foreshadowing, hinting at a hidden connection between Patricia and this enigmatic witch. Julius jolted awake from a nightmare, sitting bolt upright, eyes wide with fear and disorientation, the thought he's been dreaming again, echoing in his mind as his voice trembled, reaching out a hand and whispering "Father," echoing the cry from his dream. Plunging into a deeper anxieties of this abandoned mansion, where guards outside reinforced confinement, focusing on the iron bars on the windows, a stark picture of imprisonment. Julius's eyes, shadowed with pain and resignation, acknowledged the grim reality: it's real. He was trapped, his internal monologue revealing the painful truth that his father, the king, never showed interest in his sons. The king stood at a large window, his back to the viewer, seemingly indifferent to the young man's plight, prompting the young man to recall escalating past conflicts. One remembered incident involved him claiming his big brother pushed him, only for the brother to deny it vehemently, shouting nonsense. Pleading with their father, the young man insisted it wasn't true, adding that his brother had even bitten his arm. The scene shifted, showing the blonde-haired boy contemplating a golden object, perhaps a stone that caught his eye by the roadside. Flashback showed him being pushed down, followed by depictions of escalating harassment from his half-brother, Alfonso, whose cruelty grew beyond reason. A flickering candlelight underscored the grim realization: Alfonso wanted him dead, a fact their father likely also realized. Despite this escalating danger, the king remained equally disinterested in his son's conflicts. Seated alone in his cell, the young man gazed out a barred window at the night sky, recalling his past. He remembered his engagement to Patricia, the Princess of Shainan, not a personal choice but a political maneuver arranged by their majesties upon his birth, as confirmed by a held portrait. He recalled solidifying his claim to the throne through this official betrothal to Patricia, an event met with surprised emotion from the blonde woman. However, this action alarmed Alfonso, intensifying his interference and making his attempts to hinder his brother more aggressive. Following the finalized engagement, depicted amidst scenes of struggle and bloodshed, Alfonso's attempts to eliminate him became even more blatant, escalating their rivalry to a deadly level. Yet, even facing this extreme violence, their father, the king, remained indifferent, saying nothing from his throne. Hunched over, face buried in his hands, the young man anguished over the injustice, questioning why his life took such a tragic turn under his father's indifference. He sought answers, yet none were given for his desperate questions. As he sat in his cell, the silence was broken by the kerchuk of a lock turning. Looking up in surprised disbelief, his choked whisper was cut short as a woman's figure stood silhouetted in the doorway, a radiant presence with long blonde hair illuminated from behind. Astonished, he exclaimed, "Patricia." Stepping into the light, revealing her face and a gentle smile, Patricia calmly greeted him, asking if she had woken him. Still reeling, the young man stammered, overwhelmed with confusion and hope, asking why she was there. Patricia's serene expression held an unsettling gleam in her violet eyes as she walked towards him, revealing the chilling truth of her blood-stained dress. Her voice low and calm, she touched the stain with a gloved hand, her expression unwavering as she explained, devoid of emotion, that the blood velocilisis was not hers, she hadn't been hurt. This chilling declaration implied the blood belonged to those who opposed her. Her intense, unwavering violet gaze hinted at ruthless determination beneath her calm exterior. Patricia stood before the young man, her blood-stained hand extended towards his pale skin. He stared in disbelief, questioning rescue, struggling to comprehend her presence and blood-soaked state. Patricia calmly offered rescue and a terrifying truth. When the young man began confessing guilt for Alfonso's murder, Patricia interrupted firmly, stating she knew he hadn't killed him and wasn't even involved, a powerful exoneration shattering the false narrative. His eyes widened in shocked realization, suddenly convinced, asking forcefully if it was the King of Shainan who orchestrated it. The narrative shifted to a chilling depiction of the King of Shainan on his throne, his motive revealed, orchestrating the murder and framing the young man to make his own beloved daughter queen. However, Patricia's calm, resolute voice cut through the revelation with a simple "no," refuting the young man's theory and claiming responsibility, her blood-stained appearance serving as horrifying proof.
Hand still extended, expression unwavering, she declared clearly and chillingly that she was the one who did it. Her brutal confession stripped away all deception, revealing the horrifying truth. Standing in the cell against the stark backdrop of iron bars, the young man, pale and shocked, stammered, struggling to comprehend the confessed murderer before him. Patricia, her blood-stained visage a terrifying testament, simply replied matter-of-factly, "Just as I said," offering no further explanation, her affirmation leaving no room for doubt. Flashbacks revealed Patricia, beautifully dressed, standing over a body, explaining she drove the man into the underground waterways because he plotted her family's assassination and sought the young man's life too, making it the perfect opportunity for self-preservation and protection. Another bloody flashback confirmed the horrifying outcome: he indeed ended up as crocodile food. Back in the cell, the young man's face was a mask of horror, questioning aloud if Patricia truly killed him, struggling to reconcile the innocent child he remembered with the ruthless killer before him, bewildered by the idea of her driving someone into the waterways. He finally grasped the chilling weight of her past words, realizing her claim of taking a life, once dismissed, was horrifyingly true. Powerful images depicted Patricia transformed sword in hand amidst carnage, crowned yet bloodstained, highlighting her extraordinary abilities and the reality of the blood-drenched life she claimed to have lived. Looking at her with fear and awe, the young man understood the true cost of her actions. Patricia lowered her head, regret filling her voice as she acknowledged failure, admitting recklessness and taking responsibility for the current predicament. Her voice thick with emotion, she confessed that because of her actions, she had put Julius in danger. She confessed that on top of everything, Julius had lost his right to the throne, lamenting that she had ruined everything, her fists clenched white. Patricia, bloodstained against the cell's gray walls, stood looking down at him, offering a simple, profound apology. "I'm sorry, Julius." Julius, surprised, looked up, whispering in confusion, struggling to understand her apology given his own perceived failures. Yet, he acknowledged a deeper truth: Patricia remained Patricia, always honest with him, no matter the circumstances. A surge of affection mingled with sorrow rose within Julius, causing his voice to soften as he began. That's why, reaching out a gentle hand despite the grim surroundings, he addressed Patricia using her familiar nickname, urging her to lift her head. Patricia looked up, her violet eyes meeting his, starting to speak his name before Julius corrected himself, the harsh reality crashing down as he acknowledged his status as her former fiancé, the political severance of their bond forced by his disinheritance. Looking at Patricia with gratitude and resignation, he murmured her name, acknowledging her presence and actions, expressing genuine appreciation for her loyalty and the danger she faced, adding that her stated purpose of rescue had made him happy. Clasping his hands, his gaze dropping, Julius firmly resigned himself to his fate, stating he could not go with her, having been disinherited and lost his claim to the throne. A faint, bittersweet smile touched his lips as he looked up again, reiterating the political reality: he was no longer a prince and therefore no longer her fiancé. Turning away slightly, attempting to sever their connection, he pleaded for her to forget about him, only to look back, surprised by her reaction, questioning, "Patty?" Eyes blazing with sudden fury, Patricia lunged forward, grabbing his shirt with blood-stained hands, shouting vehemently, "Don't be ridiculous," revealing the immediate danger by stating she had met with King Omnis, who planned to kill Julius. Julius gritted his teeth, his hardening expression showing he seemed unsurprised, even defiant. "That much is already known," Julius retorted harshly, pushing her hand away, declaring it was checkmate for him there, accepting his fate and seeing no escape from his father's machinations. Patricia stared back, her determination unwavering, pointing out that if he had met her father, he should understand their engagement was no more, seemingly accepting the political reality he presented. Confused and desperate, Julius looked at her, his voice rising in anguish, questioning why she was even trying to help, probing the motivation behind her reckless, blood-soaked rescue when their political ties were severed. Patricia, blood-stained hands still outstretched, violet eyes blazing fiercely, confronted his despair, exclaiming that he didn't understand, her voice raw with emotion and desperate resolve. Her trembling hand emphasized the weight of her actions as she stated she had to protect her family, revealing the driving force behind her violent path: a primal need to protect those she cared about, even through bloodshed. Julius, seated on the bed, looked bewildered, unable to reconcile the blood-stained figure with the Patricia he remembered. She then delivered a heartbreaking confession, her voice barely a whisper, filled with raw vulnerability contrasting sharply with her earlier ferocity, her blood-streaked face conveying inner turmoil. Even so, she just couldn't accept him dying. Her words revealed unwavering loyalty and the depth of feeling driving her desperate act, even at immense personal cost. A highlighted bloody fist symbolized the violence embraced, a direct consequence of refusing to let him die. Patricia, face streaked with tears mingling with blood, sorrow mixed with fierce determination, declared her true motivation: she wanted to save him. Her voice cracked as she fixed her gaze on Julius, asking desperately if that reason wasn't enough, pleading for understanding, questioning if love and loyalty justified her dark path. Julius, pale and bruised, looked back, eyes filled with awe, fear, and dawning understanding, murmuring her name, overwhelmed. Patricia, voice ringing with newfound resolve, extended her clean hand towards him. She offered a chance to escape his cell and grim fate. Julius hesitated, glancing towards the bars, then back at Patricia, voicing apprehension about being surrounded by soldiers and the king finding out immediately upon escape. His worried expression showed concern for the political trouble their actions would cause Shannon. Patricia, gaze hardening, dismissed his concerns with chilling simplicity, her blood-marked face conveying ruthless efficiency as she questioned what he was talking about, as if the obstacles were insignificant. A new scene showed Patricia, Katza, and Toto, splattered with blood but triumphant, their expressions grimly resolute. Patricia calmly declared they had already killed all the guards, revealing the chilling extent of their actions in clearing the path. Toto, wiping blood, chuckled tiredly, remarking how hard she worked them, a casual acknowledgement of their brutal efficiency. Katza added with grim practicality that the fake bodies were ready, decoys prepared for their elaborate escape plan. Patricia turned back to Julius, expression softening slightly, gratefully acknowledging her companion's efforts before addressing Julius gently but firmly, instructing him to take off his prison clothes and prepare for escape. Extending her clean hand once more, blood-stained dress a stark contrast, her unsettling violet eyes filled with love and fierce determination met Julius's. "He is going to be reborn in this fire," she declared with conviction, fire symbolizing a cleansing, a new beginning forged in violence and escape. Julius, eyes wide with fear, awe, and dawning hope, reached out, his gaze fixed on Patricia. Their hands met, a firm grip sealing their shared destiny. Fire dramatically engulfed a grand building, flames roaring against the night sky, casting an orange glow as thick smoke billowed upwards. Text boxes delivered stark pronouncements. That day, a fire broke out at an old Omnis palace. The entire estate, used to imprison a high-profile criminal, was reduced to ashes. The fire served as a grim cover, leaving devastation and apparent death. Charred remains of guards and what appeared to be the criminal's corpse were discovered among the ruins. A cloaked figure, face partially obscured, stood amidst the aftermath, gazing at the smoldering ruins, expression unreadable, hinting at a deeper connection to the events. At dawn, two cloaked figures on horseback raced across the border at full speed, their escape aided by the previous night's chaos. Text confirmed the horses raced across the border, adding that people, distracted by the flames coloring the night sky, never saw the riders' faces, highlighting the successful concealment of their identities. The scene shifted again, showing two cloaked figures, a man and a woman, standing before another figure. The man, shocked and disbelieving, stammered recognition, exclaiming Patricia's name in astonishment. The man addressing her was clearly surprised to see her in this state, accompanied by another man. His face pale with shock, the man stammered further, voicing utter bewilderment, demanding what was going on and why that kid was there. A chibi-style illustration showed Patricia and the man with her, smiling playfully though covered in dirt, a text bubble asking who knows, emphasizing their mysterious demeanor, while the bewildered man's cartoonish shock highlighted the absurdity. A final image depicted a grand palace sparkling under a bright, sunny sky, a text bubble questioning just what happened in a single night. The king, in his opulent throne room, touched his forehead thoughtfully, a sigh escaping him. "Well then," he began, turning his gaze to his daughter, Princess Patricia, and the young man seated beside her. "Patty, you picked up Lord Julius who was wandering the forest at night?" he asked, his voice echoing slightly in the grand chamber, repeating the question as if to process the unusual statement. Patty, her blonde hair adorned with delicate ornaments, smiled sweetly up at her father. "Yes," she confirmed, her voice clear and confident. The king leaned forward slightly, his expression serious. "Patty," he said, his tone gentle but firm, "you're a smart child, so you understand, right? A royal family member of one nation cannot simply enter another country at will, let alone take a princess with them." "Oh, father," Patty interjected softly, acknowledging his point. She then turned to Julius, her expression earnest as she declared, "Julius is no longer a prince." The king visibly started, an exclamation of surprise escaping him as he stared at the pair. Regaining his composure, he addressed them both, his voice now tinged with a knowing weariness. "You already know that, don't you? Julius has been disowned." Julius, his silver hair catching the light, looked downcast. "I have heard about that," he admitted quietly. The king waved a dismissive hand. "But there has been no official notice yet," he countered, a hint of skepticism in his tone. "So that's why she went to Omnis, I presume." "No, it's true," Patty stated firmly, her purple eyes, which seemed to gleam with conviction and a sudden visual emphasis, shining while a shadowy image of King Christophorus, Julius's father, loomed behind her as she continued, "His Majesty Christophorus himself said so." Patty's father leaned forward, his royal composure momentarily slipping in his shock. "No way, Patty," he exclaimed, "did you directly?" Patty, calmly sipping her tea, met her father's gaze with a slight, enigmatic smile. "I met him," she confirmed. "I wanted to ask about Julius." Beside her, Julius looked towards her, his expression unreadable as she continued, "He told me the disownment was real and sent me away." Patty then spoke, her voice low, while Julius's golden eyes troubled. "On my way back," her words trailed off as a vivid image of a grand mansion engulfed in flames flashed through her mind. "My family doesn't know she have this kind of talent," she murmured. Another memory surfaced, he and Patty, cloaked and on horseback, accompanied by a third, shadowed figure. "Nor do they know what she have been doing," her internal monologue confessed. The scene shifted to Patty, also cloaked, her expression resolute as she addressed Julius in that past moment. "So, in front of them, please play along." Julius, looking slightly startled but understanding, had replied, "Ah, understood." Back in the present, as hushed murmurs seemed to emanate from beyond the grand windows of the audience chamber, Julius wrestled with his thoughts. Did she really meet with father? He wondered, referring to King Christophorus. "In reality, my existence is nothing but a burden to this country." A terrifying image of King Christophorus, his eyes burning with a malevolent glow, flashed in his mind. If father finds out I'm alive, the thought sent a shiver of fear down his spine, a bead of sweat tracing a path down his temple. Patty's father spoke again, his voice pulling Julius from his dark reverie. "I understand Patricia's point, but why was Lord Julius in the forest at night then? And the disownment, is that true?" Julius met the king's gaze, his own eyes reflecting a grim certainty. "Yes, it is," he confirmed. A flashback painted a desolate scene, Julius, alone and dejected, sitting behind the iron bars of a dark, dilapidated room. "My father locked me in an abandoned mansion," he narrated, his voice flat with remembered despair, "and placed guards around me. According to the guards, before the retainers could raise a fuss." He paused, the unspoken continuation of his story hanging heavy in the air. Julius continued, his voice strained, "Before the retainers could raise a fuss, they were ordered to eliminate me." Patty's father listened, his expression growing increasingly grave, his shock evident as if an unspoken exclamation hung in the air beside him. Julius's hand clenched at his side as he recounted, "I was accused of killing my older brother, but I have no memory of such a crime. However, my words fell on deaf ears." He looked towards Patty, his gaze softening slightly. "A servant secretly helped me escape," he explained, "and as I wandered lost, she found me." Patty then spoke, her voice firm and clear, "Father, Julius was disowned because of Prince Alfonso's case. He died in this country. We, too, bear responsibility." The king considered this, his gaze thoughtful. "Lord Julius, you said you were saved by a servant. That means, even now, someone is searching for you." He paused, then continued, his tone becoming more stern, "Even if you are innocent, if we shelter a sinner from another country, it will be seen as harboring a fugitive." He leaned back, his hand gesturing slightly. "I sympathize with you and feel responsible. However, if the disownment is true, then you are no longer my daughter's fiancé." Julius remembered the loyal servant, a pained expression crossing his face. "The loyal servant," Julius murmured, switched his clothes with mine and set fire to the room. The image of the burning mansion returned, stark and terrifying, Julius watching from a distance, cloaked and alone.
Julius is dead, he thought, the words echoing the false narrative created by the fire. An unspoken exclamation seemed to register on the king's face as he absorbed this new information. Julius, however, straightened, his hand clutching his chest. However, the truth remains that the blood of the Omnis king and his queen flows in my veins, he declared, his voice gaining strength. No matter what successor my father tries to set up, nothing surpasses the legitimacy of blood. I will become the king of Omnis. Patty's father covered his face with his hand, a sigh escaping him. Declaring your intent to seize the throne before the king of another nation? He then lowered his hand, a slight, calculating smile playing on his lips. Very well. He stood, his posture regal. Julius von Lasser, I shall go along with the ghost's scheme. Julius looked up, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. The king gestured grandly, a warm smile now on his face. The resolve you have shown and the fact that I allowed you into this castle, it's all for none other than my beloved daughter. Patty beamed beside Julius, her own happiness evident. Patty leaned into Julius, her eyes shining with delight. You did it, Julius, she exclaimed, her voice bubbling with excitement. Make sure you become a proper king. Julius looked at her, a soft smile on his face. Patricia suddenly, Patty's father, his regal demeanor momentarily replaced by a comically exaggerated, chibi-style pout, pointed accusingly. Just so you know, your engagement is cancelled, he declared loudly. Julius, also depicted in a similar light-hearted, chibi form, sweat-dropped, uttering a sheepish, well, of course. Returning to their serious demeanors, Julius addressed the king. I intend to claim the throne, but I lack power right now. There are also significant dangers involved. The king looked at Julius, a thoughtful expression on his face. You're just a child, yet his internal monologue trailed off, impressed. Julius turned to Patricia, gently touching her cheek. That's why, Patricia, he took her hand, his gaze earnest. If I were to claim the throne, let me take your hand again. Patricia's purple eyes widened slightly, a blush dusting her cheeks. I won't wait too long, she replied softly, a hint of a playful challenge in her voice. A few days later, news arrived from Omnis announcing Julius's disownment and his death. At the same time, an official announcement was made. Patricia's father apologized to the Omnis king for his daughter's discourtesy, and the king accepted the request. And thus, Julius von Lasser was declared dead. At a grand ball, ladies whispered amongst themselves. Oh my, who is that gentleman, one asked, fanning herself. The nephew of Queen Uria, another replied. A third chimed in, I heard he recently returned from studying abroad? A hand reached out. Patricia, a voice called. Patricia, now 16 and adorned in a beautiful gown, turned. I turned 16. Until my engagement with Julius only 1 year remains. A split image seemed to show her hopeful face alongside King Christophorus's grim, determined one, his golden eyes narrowed. The royal family of Shainan has several duties. From the day she turned 5, Patricia was assigned to socializing. In short, it was to relieve the young noble's stress and gain their support. A voice called out, Your Highness. At a tea party, Princess Patricia, resplendent in a purple gown, greeted a nervous young lady. Oh, thank you for inviting me today, the girl stammered, wringing her hands. Patricia smiled graciously, tapping her foot lightly. Is this your first time at my tea party? She asked. The girl nodded, still looking stiff. Don't be so stiff, Patricia advised gently, just enjoy yourself. She was, after all, Patricia von Shainan, princess of the kingdom of Shainan, 16 years old. She then gracefully took the young lady's hands, surrounded by other admiring guests. Suddenly, a hand reached out from behind Patricia. Patricia, a male voice called. Patricia turned, a slight look of surprise and perhaps a hint of annoyance on her face. A young man with striking blue-tipped silver hair stood before her, framed by blue roses. He was known as Yuri Bargschmeid, nephew of the Queen of Shainan, 17 years old, though his true identity was carefully concealed, his former name Julius von Lasser. Yuri, or Julius, smiled warmly, waving a hand in greeting. The surrounding ladies whispered excitedly, The Queen's nephew, you've returned from studying abroad. Julius took Patricia's hand gently. I hope you are well, cousin, he said, bringing her hand to his lips.
The lady swooned, whispering, Is the rumor that he was your first love true? Lady Patricia.
Patricia, however, looked flustered, letting out a small sigh. Patricia, Julius said softly, his expression turning serious. He leaned closer, his voice low.
I have found the one we were looking for.
Patricia's eyes widened slightly, a knowing look passing between them. A dark, ominous close-up seemed to focus on Patricia's determined eye, her thoughts racing. After that, the scene shifted to Julius, looking resolute, perhaps reflected in a shattered mirror, as her thoughts continued, was secretly sent abroad by my father's hand and was protected. At times, he studied in a friendly nation as a noble's son, and occasionally, he would return like this. Julius, in his guise as Yuri, was shown interacting with nobles, Patricia observing from a slight distance. As the illegitimate son of the queen's brother, Patricia's internal monologue continued, a hint of a smile on her lips. He gathers information from nobles with an ease that is difficult for a princess like me. The scene changed to a rustic inn at night. A man with light brown hair sat at a table laden with bags of gold coins, meticulously counting them. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, a glint of alarm as he sensed something. He turned towards the door, a dagger now in his hand. A shadowed figure, Patricia, spoke from the doorway. In this country, did you know that slave trading is prohibited? The man, startled, yelled, Who's there? As Patricia swiftly moved, incapacitating him. He cried out, Ah, as he fell. Patricia, cloaked and resolute, confronted the man. You, she began, her voice cold.
The man, recognizing her, gasped, Princess?
With a swift, brutal punch, Patricia sent him sprawling, blood splattering from his mouth. A village near the border was attacked by bandits and burned down, Patricia narrated, a flashback showing a dagger and the terrified merchant. But the number of corpses found was only 1/10 of the recorded villagers.
The ones who disappeared from the village have been circulating as slaves who cannot speak.
She stood over the fallen man, dagger in hand, her eyes glowing with a fierce light.
The one controlling the slave trade in the royal capital, that's you, isn't it?
The man, terrified, cried out, Wait.
I'm just a merchant. There's someone above me.
He then grabbed Patricia's arm, pleading, If you kill me. Patricia leaned in, her dagger pressed to his throat, her voice a chilling whisper.
You'll be the last one. I've been taking them down from the top, one by one.
Blood splattered around them as she finished her grim work. She stood over his lifeless body.
Ever since Alfonso died, the assassination attempts on my family have significantly decreased.
Thanks to that, I had too much free time and ended up doing things like this. She wiped her bloodied dagger, a shadowy figure, presumably Julius, standing behind her. Purging corrupt nobles, cutting off illegal trades, eliminating things that can't be dealt with through proper methods. She sheathed her dagger.
It's not even challenging enough to serve as training.
Standing over the fallen man, she thought, I have no intention of playing the hero. Adjusting her hood, she concluded, if something were to happen to my family, it would be troublesome if my foundation were unstable. That's all. Later, Julius, in his guise as Yuri, smirked.
Not playing the hero, huh?
Patricia, sipping tea, looked away, a slight blush on her cheeks. Yet you ordered that all the villagers who were sold be found. Julius leaned closer. I just need to know exactly what happened. Besides, I hate half measures. He looked at her pointedly.
You're not very honest, Patty.
Patricia averted her gaze, a small, flustered sound escaping her. Julius leaned in, his lips almost touching Patricia's as he whispered, That's something I like about you, though, suddenly, a silver serving tray shot between them with a clang, narrowly missing their faces. A young man with cat ears and dark hair, holding the tray defensively, yelled, Watch out.
Toto! Julius exclaimed, annoyed.
Toto, known as Toto, Patricia's pet, and perhaps 16 years old, glared at Julius. Don't get so familiar with Patricia, you're just a cousin. Julius retorted, sparks seeming to fly between them, you were her special someone only in the past.
A mere pet like you shouldn't interfere in someone else's love life.
Patricia, meanwhile, sipped her tea calmly, seemingly unfazed by their bickering. Now that I think about it, Yuri, Patricia interjected smoothly, turning to Julius. There was something else you needed to report, right? Toto, holding a plate, and Julius both looked towards her. Ah, right, Julius said, regaining his composure. Have you heard of Shannon's elixir of immortality? Patricia looked at him, her expression serious. They say that
bones. Patricia looks up from her tea, her expression showing she is taken aback by the sudden question. Yuri explains the rumors circulating. The royal family has been assassinated many times, but keeps reviving thanks to this family heirloom. Patricia internally confirms that while Julius, Toto, and someone named Deborah know of her powers, they are unaware of her true mission or the god behind it. Deducing his purpose, she thinks there is no other reason for this report and asks aloud if the rumor is causing trouble. Indeed, the rumor is spreading so rapidly that people are beginning to speak of it as if it were a proven fact. Patricia sighs in frustration, dismissing the talk as ridiculous since her family members aren't magicians. Pointing to a family portrait, she states that no one in her family has ever actually died, a fact that a chibi Yuri confirms he already knows. Patricia explains with a comic strip how hired assassins, after failing to kill a royal, would lie to their clients and claim they succeeded to cover it up. She continues, explaining that when multiple assassins claim to have killed the same person, people start to read too much into it. If the story were simply that the royals survived impossible odds, people might just assume they are immortal. But Yuri points out that the rumor has now twisted into the specific idea of an elixir of immortality. Patricia falls into a thoughtful silence as Yuri continues to contemplate the implications. Yuri concludes that the most bothersome detail is the part about reviving from just bones, a thought punctuated by an image of a golden pocket watch. Seated across from Patricia, Yuri quietly asks. Suddenly, Patricia delivers a sharp smack to the back of Toto's head. Toto reassures her that he's fine and that no one was nearby to witness the event. Patricia looks up in disbelief, furiously questioning if he's suggesting Alphonse actually revived. A distressed Yuri admits, with a tear in his eye, that he never actually saw Alphonse's corpse. As Patricia grabs his collar, Yuri recounts the horrific memory of watching Alphonse fall into freezing water, where he was torn to pieces and died. Patricia states with grim certainty that Alphonse is dead. Yuri quietly accepts her conclusion as Patricia looks down, lost in thought. Clutching her dress, Patricia admits that the origin of the rumor is what truly bothers her. Yuri realizes some people don't believe Alphonse is dead, while Toto suggests someone else might be trying to revive using the rumor. Toto concludes that the very existence of a rumored elixir of immortality must benefit someone's agenda. Patricia points at her catboy aide, agreeing with his sharp deduction. That's right, Toto. A flashback illustrates how such dramatic events can cause rumors of immortality to spread among the people. Patricia sighs, dismissing the unsettling idea of immortality as a mere fairy tale. Changing the subject, Yuri brings up their plans for the evening, leaving Patricia confused. Yuri looks at her pointedly, asking if she has forgotten her duties. He reminds her that she must attend the ball tonight as the representative for the princess consort. The realization hits Patricia with comical shock. That's right, the scene shifts to the magnificent ballroom, already bustling with elegantly dressed nobles. Ugh, arm in arm with Yuri, Patricia forces a smile, internally groaning that this is such a pain. Noticing her expression, Yuri asks with concern if her health is all right, and she quietly confirms it is. She suddenly puts on a dazzling smile, loudly proclaiming that thanks to that medicine, she's perfectly fine. A menacing figure watches from the shadows, sneering at the insolent person trying to extract secrets from a supposedly foolish princess. As a candle flickers in the dark, a voice suddenly cries out, "Ah!" The scene cuts to 3 maids gathered in a room, one of whom complains about how annoying someone is. A black-haired maid identifies the source of her irritation. That Deborah maid or whatever. A green-haired maid complains that just because Deborah used to serve the princess, she acts high and mighty, constantly criticizing their work. One maid defends Deborah's strictness, but another whispers a rumor that she was transferred because even the princess grew tired of her. Meanwhile, the maid named Deborah walks alone down a long, dark corridor, carrying a lantern. A scheming maid smirks, thinking her plan will get Deborah fired, and that it serves her right. A flashback reveals the plot. One maid conspired to frame Deborah by hiding silverware in her room. An unseen person suddenly asks Deborah if she knows something, startling her in the hallway. A menacing, beast-like eye glares at her from the darkness, demanding to know if it is here. The scene transitions back to the bright, opulent ballroom. Yuri and Patricia share a dance, captivating the onlookers with their graceful movements. While dancing, Patricia internally plans their next move, deciding they should split up after the song to begin their investigation. Yuri smirks in understanding, agreeing to her plan and resolving to gather information as well. At the end of their dance, Yuri gives Patricia a formal bow in the center of the ballroom. Patricia greets a noblewoman who internally recalls a rumor that a Lady Yuria was studying abroad. Patricia graciously thanks a mustached ambassador for a recent gift, and he expresses his delight. She inquires if the gifted gloves came from the same prestigious workshop that made the lace she received at birth. The flattered ambassador confirms they were, while Patricia explains how captivating she found the lace's delicate beauty. Her patience wearing thin, Patricia's eyes glow as she internally urges the man to get to the point. The ambassador finally reveals his motive. His workshop is opening a new branch, and he's seeking the princess's endorsement. Patricia grimaces, realizing it's personal business when he nervously admits it's his wife's family's workshop. As Patricia walks away from the conversation, a watchful Yuri wonders if she discovered anything useful. A blushing young woman in a pink dress approaches Yuri, shyly asking if he remembers her. While dancing with the young woman, Yuri is surprised to learn she came all the way from Elhedia just for the ball. She looks at him with affection, confessing that she just really wanted to see him again. Yuri smirks, his charming facade hiding his true intentions as he works the ballroom crowd. While dancing, Yuri asks the brown-haired woman if she is concerned about Princess Patricia's well-being. The woman mentions Patricia's recovery was due to Shainen's secret medicine, instantly catching Yuri's full attention. Yuri internally recalls that during their time in her country, this young lady never spoke of any such medicine. Leaning in closer, Yuri presses the flustered woman, asking her directly what she knows about this secret medicine. Flustered, she dismisses it as a rumor, while secretly seeing this as her chance to get closer to him. With a calculated smile, she suggests they find a quieter place to talk. Her intentions now clear. The woman is ecstatic, privately celebrating her success at getting Lord Yuri alone. Yuri agrees, but suggests she go first to avoid suspicion, planning to make an excuse to Patricia later. Kya! As the young woman heads off, her heel catches and she tumbles forward. Ugh! As she looks up, she's met with a horrifying sight, the bloody corpse of the maid Deborah, sending a scream through the hall. The scene shifts to a quiet room where Patricia, now in her formal gown, sits alone and waits. Yuri and Toto return, with Toto reporting that there is no corpse to be found anywhere. The grim news spreads through the party. Over an image of a shattered, bloody lantern, a voice declares that someone has died. The report continues. Upon rushing to the scene, they found a young lady collapsed, but she had only fainted. But the fainted lady suddenly grabs Patricia's arm, screaming in terror that the maid was truly dead. Please, believe me, she begs, desperately insisting that the woman she saw was really dead. Overcome with terror, she screams that there was definitely a body there. Patricia considers the situation, believing that Lady Maria's panic state means she is not lying about seeing a corpse. Toto presents a blood-stained table knife found at the scene. Patricia asks if it is palace tableware, and he confirms it is. Toto reports the stain is human blood, and a significant amount was spilled, based on the strong scent in the area. Yuri adds that the entire incident, from the scream to the body disappearing, took place in about 10 minutes. The green-haired maid, Deborah, reports they have identified a likely victim, startling Patricia. Deborah explains that one of the 3 maids assigned to polish silverware has gone missing, and Lady Maria's testimony may be related. In a brief flashback, Deborah holds the bloody knife, asking if it's blood, and an unseen person confirms it is. A summary of the facts. Lady Amalia saw a body, a maid is missing, and a bloodied weapon was found, yet there is no corpse. Patricia theorizes the body was moved within 10 minutes. Toto notes the floor was washed, and Deborah adds the victim would be too heavy for a woman to carry. Yuri puts the pieces together. The corpse was a real maid, meaning the culprit must be a man strong enough to move her. Patricia, however, offers a chilling alternative. It was all a setup, and a living person simply pretended to be dead before walking away. Yuri questions the motive for such a setup, but Patricia concedes that since Toto smelled real blood, Yuri's theory is more probable. Patricia orders Deborah to investigate the missing maid's background and to double-check the security protecting their fathers. Patricia dismisses a comically dejected Yuri, telling him he can rest now after his good work. Yuri announces his next move. He will go speak with Lady Amalia himself. Patricia immediately shoots down his plan, calling a visit to a ladies' room at this hour completely inappropriate. Clapping her hands to refocus the group, Patricia states their priority is to gather more information, as the full picture remains unclear. The gravity of the situation hits Patricia, who realizes with grim certainty that she has never been involved in a murder before. Looking out a moonlit window, Patricia quietly wonders if the timing of this murder could possibly be a coincidence. She finds it far too convenient that a murder occurred just as they began investigating the immortality elixir. The murder forced the party to end early, cutting short their opportunity to gather intelligence on the rumor. She recalls a distinct unsettling shift in the atmosphere at the party, sensing a hidden malice among the guests. Yuri recalls overhearing a guest at the party mention the existence of an underground waterway. Looking at a family portrait, Patricia wonders if any of her other royal family members are aware of the immortality rumor. The scene transitions to a wide shot of the royal palace, gleaming under the night sky. Patricia addresses a blonde, regal man as father, who reassures her there is no problem. Her father asks if she is all right after the party's commotion, and she cautiously replies that she is, for now. She downplays the incident, explaining it was a fuss over a missing corpse and suggesting it could have just been a ghost. Her father finds the ghost theory odd, remarking that with all the lives he took in past wars, it's strange one has never appeared to him. He then turns to her with a sharp gaze, asking directly if she knows about the immortality elixir. She confirms that guests were discussing a potion that could revive bones, prompting her father to ask if that means the corpse revived. Her father reveals he knows about the immortality elixir of Shannon, causing Patricia to realize with a jolt that this is the true reason for his visit. Her father, King Lorenz, stares intently, calling her by her nickname Patty. Mystical vial is shown, described as the immortality elixir of Shannon, which can resurrect even from bones and is hidden in the castle's waterways. Sitting opposite her, her father asks if she wants to hear about the legendary immortality elixir of Shannon. Patricia looks shocked, asking in disbelief if something like that could possibly exist. In a cute flashback, a young King Lorenz cheerfully dismisses the elixir as a baseless rumor to a young Patricia. Back in the present, Patricia sighs skeptically at the baseless rumor excuse, while her father concedes that there's likely a root to the story. Her father recounts a historical tale of a past king whose concubine poisoned the queen, leading to the banishment of all the concubines after the queen survived. The chibi King Lorenz proudly declares his faithfulness to Julia, much to the comical annoyance of a chibi Patricia. Continuing his story, he explains the desperate king turned to a witch in a dark forest to save the queen's life. The tale concludes as the king receives a glowing antidote from the witch, successfully saving the queen. Patricia questions the story's authenticity, and her father admits it's just an old tale of unknown truth. A thought bubble from an unseen observer wonders why this old forgotten story is being brought up now. King Lorenz thoughtfully confirms to Patricia that yes, it did happen. He recalls that similar rumors were circulating even before Patricia was born. In a flashback, a dark figure asks if the elixir works on the dead, a question posed to the king long ago. King Lorenz recounts telling them the elixir was unfound, and they'd have to overturn the entire castle to get it. He somberly recalls hearing that the beloved woman of a certain man had passed away. A flustered Patricia struggles to place the man in the story, asking who they are talking about. A menacing figure with glowing yellow eyes is revealed, King Christophorus of Omnis. The scene transitions to a grand palace under a starry night sky. Inside, King Christophorus sits alone, calmly swirling a glass of red wine as he contemplates. In a flashback, King Lorenz jokingly tells Christophorus that he'd have to flip the castle upside down to find the non-existent elixir. Back in the present, Christophorus thinks that while Lorenz likely meant it as a joke, he unfortunately doesn't appreciate jokes. With a sinister smile, Christophorus vows to do exactly as suggested and take that country for himself. Patricia stands with grim determination, stating that she would like to claim the corpse. Christophorus poses a question to a ghostly vision of a woman crowned with thorns, identified only as witch. The scene shifts. Yuri reads a book while Patricia and Toto sit at a table, discussing a matter which Patricia admits she doesn't have details on. Patricia asks who proposed the arrangement, and a pensive Yuri replies that he heard it was decided by their parents. When Patricia clarifies if it was just a verbal promise, Yuri explains there was no progress until Prince Julius himself took action. Patricia sighs with dawning understanding, folding her arms as she processes the new information. Yuri narrates that engagements are usually formalized early, but in this case, nothing happened until Julius initiated it. The relationship between Shannon and Omnis is explained as neighboring but untrusting, with Omnis being a country to be wary of. Patricia's eyes narrow in thought, realizing a casual promise between friendly kings is therefore highly unlikely. King Lorenz explains that Lord Oris proposed the engagement, but the Queen of Omnis died right after, and he assumed the matter was dropped. Patricia gasps, a horrifying realization dawning on her as she thinks of the King of Omnis. Yuri has a sudden, shocking epiphany. The King of Omnis needed the immortality elixir. Patricia theorizes the engagement was to gain access to the elixir, but he didn't make it in time, cutting off a concerned Yuri. Yuri blunders, asking if his own mother, the Queen, died right after Patricia was born, causing Patricia to question him as he flushes with embarrassment. Leaping to his feet, a flustered Yuri hastily insists his shocking implication was just a hypothesis. Patricia calmly agrees it's a hypothesis, but confirms the core fact. The King of Omnis did once seek the elixir. Yuri confesses the engagement always felt wrong, and Patricia adds there was no strategic benefit for Omnis in the alliance. A flashback shows the King of Omnis with a younger, white-haired Julius, explaining that the king supporting his son would have been a logical advantage for Julius's side. However, a somber King of Omnis sits on his throne, as the narration reveals he never once thought about his son. A close-up on the king's haunting, glowing eyes reveals what he truly saw. Toto informs Patricia that her father once said the queen was the King of Omnis's greatest love. Yuri cries out, questioning why his father couldn't love him too, but Toto coldly retorts, "Why would he need to love you?" Toto bluntly states that the king loved the woman, not the child, and that's the simple truth. Enraged, Yuri grabs and punches Toto, screaming, "What do you know about me?" Unfazed, Toto tells Yuri that children are killed because he killed his own mother, and because he caused his father to abandon him, as Patricia watches in silence. Toto icily reminds Yuri that as Prince Julius, he was disinherited and killed for angering the king, questioning why his resolve for revenge wavers now. With an anguished expression, Yuri grits out that he would want to know the reason why they were killed. Composing himself, Yuri declares with newfound resolve that this is why he just wants to know the truth. Patricia coolly suggests they ask His Majesty Christophorus directly, causing the chibi Yuri and Toto to gasp in unison. "What?" Yuri protests, calling her Patty and pointing out they can't just approach the king of a suspicious, closed-off country. With a dangerously cheerful smile, Patricia brandishes a letter opener and wonders if the king might answer differently, with a knife to his throat. Watching her, a terrified chibi Toto thinks he's genuinely scared of her, while a sweating Yuri reflects that Patricia has always been scary. Patricia smirks, adding that, while they're at it, they should ask King Christophorus if he still wants the elixir. The chapter concludes, promising more to come. In a dark room, Toto is jolted awake in his bed by a sudden noise. A woman's voice screams from outside the door that she can't take that child anymore, as a young, terrified Toto listens. In a painful flashback, a woman screams she should never have given birth to such a monster, devastating a young Toto. Sobbing on his bed, the small boy apologizes and begs not to be abandoned. The memory shifts as a smiling woman with braided hair enters his room, affectionately calling him a sleepyhead and announcing breakfast is ready. The woman serves a beaming young Toto a bowl of soup, who looks ecstatic to eat. The happy memory sours as Toto lies on the floor next to a spilled bowl, clutching his throat and realizing he's been poisoned. A flashback shows the woman's body hanging from a noose in the rain as young Toto watches in horror, the narration stating that beastkin are. Toto recalls crawling from his grave to find the twisted remains of his mother, noting that in his country, child murder is a grave crime. With tears of rage, he remembers that his mother was duly punished under the law for her actions. The scene transitions to a bright, sunny day over the majestic royal palace. At the evening party, many attendees and their attendants were present, filling the grand hall. Examining the murdered maid's body, Toto notes the foul smell of water, strange since she was found above the crocodile pool, and considers an outsider's involvement. Reporting to a blonde, mustachioed lord, Toto says the lord might want to hear from him directly. The man sighs and asks what the princess said. Toto glares menacingly at the lord and asks if he has a complaint. The lord flinches in terror, hastily waving his hands, and insisting he has no complaint at all. The Lord walks away, staring silently towards a distant door. After crushing a gem in his hand, the Lord mutters, "Beastkin scum," as Toto watches him leave with a cold, unreadable expression. Patricia reviews a report, confirming that the shape of the weapon used matches the silver knife from the crime scene. As Toto stands guard, Patricia is described as a whimsical princess and the spoiled youngest daughter, while interacting with a nervous couple. Recalling the sight of his mother's hanging corpse, Toto thinks to himself that everyone he gets involved with ends up unhappy. Patricia turns to Toto, asking if he's okay and not overworking himself, to which he nervously agrees. Looking away with a troubled expression, Toto apologizes and says he was just lost in thought. Patricia states that while she's unsure if Omnis is involved, she thinks it's still worth talking to him. As Patricia turns to leave, she calls out to Toto, "Lim," and he acknowledges her with, "I see." Turning back with a mischievous look, Patricia holds up a black and white garment and says more importantly, she asks Lim if he would mind trying on the garment, and his eyes flare with a shocked, powerful energy. Now dressed in a maid outfit, a humiliated Lim thinks that he'll gladly wear anything for her. The scene shifts to an imposing palace under a dark, starry night sky. Inside, King Christophorus sits by a moonlit window, contemplating a letter he holds in his hand. The hooded wolf knight appears, announcing his presence and awaiting the king's command. King Christophorus muses over the letter, wondering aloud if he should simply discard it unread. The wolf knight identifies the seal as belonging to the princess of Shainan, while King Christophorus remarks that only royalty can directly address a sovereign. For the princess's own sake, the king decides it would be best to pretend the letter never arrived. However, after reading the letter's provocative demand, he declares his desire for the princess, vowing to trample her, much to his knight's surprise. King Christophorus decides to open it, and as he looks down, he sees a vision of the witch on a throne, who asks him why. The veiled witch responds that it is because that is what His Majesty King Christophorus truly wishes. The wolf knight looks on, perplexed by the king's strange behavior. A flash of the murdered maid appears, accompanied by a warning: "Do not lust after the princess." Elsewhere, Patricia lets out a sudden, loud sneeze. Now wearing a maid uniform, Patricia claims she got chilly while changing, as Deborah and another maid insist she doesn't need to dress up. Lim, also in a maid outfit, confidently poses and declares that if it's just bait, he can handle it by himself. Patricia critiques a shocked Deborah, bluntly stating she lacks the cuteness for the job and that it's a bigger issue than that. Deborah internally lists all the reasons Lim's disguise is a failure: his huge and rugged frame, tight uniform, and obviously male features, concluding that anyone falling for it is blind. Lim asks what's wrong with him, and Patricia cheerily reassures him that he's adorable, making Deborah think the master and servant are disturbingly alike. A flustered Yuri hastily excuses himself, with the narration revealing he fled the moment he heard about cross-dressing. Patricia explains to a crestfallen Deborah that since she's currently unpopular among the servants, she's also unsuitable to act as bait. Defensively, Deborah insists she only trained the other maids a little because they were sloppy, as they cower in fear behind her. As a chibi version of herself, Deborah wails that her harsh training methods didn't warrant them threatening her life. The plan is decided. Toto, now identified by name, will walk the hallways alone as bait, matching the time of the previous incident. Patricia informs Toto that she and Deborah will be watching him from a safe distance. With a serious expression, Patricia declares they won't use Deborah's subordinates, since they don't know where the traitor is. Carrying a lantern, Toto walks through the dark hall, steeling himself with the knowledge that if he fails, Patricia will be the next bait. He stops, lantern held high, as he discovers a maid kneeling in the darkness ahead. The maid lunges with a knife, but Toto deflects the attack, sending his lantern crashing to the floor with a teask of annoyance. The attacker praises his good instincts with a sinister smile, and as Toto recognizes her, he realizes he's facing an enemy he knows. As more assassins drop from the ceiling, Patricia, watching from hiding, confidently declares that she's got them. Patricia whispers to Deborah, asking for the identity of the attacking maid. A shocked Deborah reports that the maid has been working in the castle for 5 years. As Patricia processes this, the captured maid stabs her accomplice and then turns the knife on herself, ending her own life. Patricia cries out Toto, as he suddenly collapses to his knees, clutching his head in pain. The first attacker screams a warning to the princess as another maid leaps from the shadows, flying towards Patricia with a knife. The second attacker reveals a weapon hidden in a garter beneath her skirt. As Deborah panics and Toto realizes he's too far to help, both know they won't make it in time. Patricia moves with lightning speed, blocking the assassin's knife with a dagger of her own. With a powerful grip, Patricia seizes the attacker's wrist, disarming her in an instant. Patricia slams the assassin headfirst into the stone floor, knocking her out cold. Odd. Toto thinks of Patricia's strength, while she notes that fighting barehanded makes it difficult to hold back, then asks if the woman is dead. Suddenly, Patricia is surrounded by cloaked figures with drawn swords as Toto looks on helplessly. The assassins hurl projectiles at Toto, who wishes for more strength to protect his master as he is overwhelmed and falls. Patricia rushes to Toto's side, cradling his face and asking what his attackers threw into his eyes. Wincing in pain, Toto apologizes and explains it seemed to be some kind of chili powder. As Patricia voices her concern, Toto apologizes for his own carelessness. Standing up, Patricia states that despite his injury, they at least managed to capture someone they can interrogate. Kneeling over the bodies, Deborah grimly announces that the captured assassins are dead. A close-up on a bloody face confirms it. All of the attackers are dead. Patricia sadly reflects that just as they caught the culprits, all the suspects died. She grimaces, realizing they must have used hidden poison and that the investigation is back to square one. With Toto now blindfolded and injured because Deborah reacted too slowly, the mood is grim. A lingering thought hangs in the air. It's strange that such skilled attackers would die so easily. Sometime later, Deborah approaches Patricia, who is sitting at a table, to excuse herself. Deborah presents a tray with a list of the castle's workers and a letter addressed to the princess. Patricia takes the letter, wondering who would send a personal message when there is no ball scheduled. Her eyes widen in sudden, sharp realization as she recognizes the seal on the envelope. With a sly smile, Patricia remarks on the very convenient timing, as the letter is revealed to be from King Christophorus von Lasser. The scene clarifies that the letter sent to the King of Omnis was not a formal query, but an invitation to Patricia's 17th birthday celebration. Patricia thinks to herself that inviting a king directly is a formality. Usually, a representative is sent instead. A hazy flashback shows a somber, dark-haired man asking someone to stand by his side. Back in the present, Patricia continues her train of thought. Patricia recalls that the assassin maid was employed even before her brother Alfonso's death. Lost in thought, Patricia narrows her eyes, considering if this could all be the work of the King of Omnis. The scene shifts to Yuri and an eye-patched Toto at a table, while a blonde woman with pointed ears reads a letter. Toto says what he doesn't understand is why this is all happening now. The blindfolded Toto muses that the king's actions would be strange timing if he already knew their plans. In a meeting with Patricia and the white-haired Yuri, Toto wonders aloud why Alfonso would send so many assassins to Cheyenne. Patricia finds it excessive to destroy an entire country just to eliminate a prince's backing. Yuri agrees, while Toto speculates that perhaps Alfonso wanted to conquer Cheyenne for himself. Patricia dismisses the idea, stating that conquering Cheyenne would be a poor move for Omnis, and that Alfonso never seemed interested in her. A flashback reveals a sneering Alfonso thinking someone was a fool, a sentiment that Yuri silently agrees with. Patricia recalls the maid's suicides and a vision of Alfonso sinking into dark water, theorizing he met a similar fate. A shocked Yuri asks if she's suggesting Alfonso was also just a puppet. Patricia confirms it's a possibility, and Yuri realizes that thinking of it that way makes everything fit together. Yuri questions why the king would grant Alfonso a knight, a thought that startles Patricia into a sudden realization. She imagines the hooded wolf knight looming behind Alfonso, wondering if he was manipulating her brother under the king's orders. Patricia reflects that she assumed the wolf knight had simply rejoined the king, but now questions if his disappearance was part of the plan all along. Imagining King Christophorus as a puppeteer controlling her, Patricia wonders just how far ahead the king has foreseen her every move. Changing the subject, Yuri asks Toto how his eyes are doing. Patricia looks on with concern, recalling the moment the assassins threw powder in Toto's eyes. As Toto kneels to thank Patricia for her concern, Yuri watches from the side and thinks to himself, "I see." The red-haired woman with pointed ears declares she will investigate how the rumor about the mysterious potion resurfaced. After Patricia gives her a lock of her blonde hair, the woman vows to also discover what kind of man the King of Omnis used to be. From a balcony, the Wolf Knight watches Patricia and Toto inside the palace at night. Patricia instructs the cloaked figure to return to his role as the king's subordinate, giving him permission to retreat if he's in danger. As he departs, the Wolf Knight gives her a final, cryptic warning: beware the witch. While Toto brushes her hair, Patricia mentions the Wolf Knight's warning about a witch, startling him. Patricia recalls the warning, admitting she initially thought he was just teasing Deborah. She remembers the Wolf Knight telling her of a castle legend about a 1,000-year-old witch who walks the halls at night. With a steely gaze, Patricia declares her hatred for fairy tales, blaming a specific robed, haloed figure from her past. A thud sounds as Patricia places her hand on a stack of books, the word witch hanging in the air as she sits by the window. Lost in thought, she looks at a fairy tale anthology, musing that such stories are considered myths in the current era. Patricia expresses concern for Toto moving around while injured, but he dismisses it as nothing, prompting her to warn him not to overdo it. When Patricia asks for his report, Toto informs her that he made no major discoveries about the potion. His research reveals the last witch hunt was over a century ago, and now hardly anyone believes in witches. Patricia asks if the witch has a name, but Toto speculates it's likely just a made-up story. Toto suggests that in the countryside, witches is a common term for midwives, an explanation Patricia seems to accept. Patricia sighs, remarking that nowadays only children believe in witches. She looks determined, recalling the robed figure on the throne and thinking that she too grew up with fairy tales. Annoyed, Patricia puts down a letter, wishing the Wolf Knight had been more direct with his warning. Toto reasons that he likely couldn't risk leaking information before returning to his infiltration mission, a point Patricia concedes. Patricia decides they must consult her father and others, suspecting there are still things they don't know. Toto looks down with a somber expression, apologizing for not being more helpful. Smiling gently, Patricia calls Toto over, offering to fix his bandage for him. As she adjusts his blindfold, she tenderly tells him he always works so hard. He flashes back to the day a younger Patricia saved him, declaring that from that moment on, his soul belongs. To her, his gaze filled with unwavering devotion as he pledges himself to Patricia. Thinking he's always covered in wounds, Patricia gently kisses her dear Toto's forehead. The scene transitions to a quiet, moonlit bedroom late at night. Toto jolts awake, his senses overwhelmed by the sudden, sharp scent of blood. Hearing a clatter, he leaps from his bed and runs out, calling Patricia's name as the blood scent grows stronger. He finds Patricia sitting by the window, her nightgown splattered with blood. She coolly greets him and dismisses his worried expression. Enraged, Toto grips her shoulders and demands to know why she didn't call for him when she was so clearly injured. Patricia simply asks why she would, before coldly stating there was no need, leaving Toto stunned. She elaborates, telling him it means she doesn't even need to borrow his strength. Defeated and hurt, Toto quietly turns to prepare her bath as she watches him leave. Patricia explains that because Toto can't see, she doesn't want him getting hurt again. Bam! Toto bursts through the door, pillow in hand, looking ready for a fight. The blindfolded Toto declares that from now on, he will stay by Patricia's side at bedtime to protect her. Patricia is completely flustered by his bold proposition, blushing and exclaiming in shock. Toto passionately proclaims that he is Patrica's pet, as Patricia swoons with a love-struck expression. An incredulous echoes from the castle at night, spreading the scandalous news. Sometime later, the white and blue-haired Yuri sips his tea, looking utterly baffled. Patricia calmly informs a confused Yuri that Toto has been sleeping in her room recently. Alarmed, Yuri asks where she has been sleeping. As a flashback shows Toto sleeping at the foot of her bed, a chibi Patricia thinks it's normal, while Yuri spits his tea out in a rage. Yuri furiously grabs Toto, shouting that it's improper for an unmarried princess to sleep in the same room as a man. Patricia coolly explains that Toto is a pet, an identity he readily confirms, calling her his master and heir. She recounts how her father and brothers fainted from the shock, preventing any further discussion, as Yuri pities the poor things. Yuri reminds Patricia that, as an unmarried woman, she risks scandalous rumors by letting a man into her bedroom. A sly smile crosses Patricia's face as she listens to his warning. She confidently challenges Yuri, asking if he'll stick by her no matter the rumors, leaving him flustered. Toto leans in close to Yuri's ear, startling him. Toto chides his ex-fiancée to get on with his report, prompting Yuri to angrily snap back, "Stop calling me that, you mere pet!" Yuri clarifies that he is the queen's nephew and Patricia's cousin Yuri, not an ex-fiancé. Toto smirks, mockingly dismissing him as just a cousin with no special relationship to Patricia. As Yuri fumes that Toto isn't cute, Toto retorts that only his master can dote on him, while Patricia sips her tea, amused that they're getting along. Toto notes that in most countries, beastmen are considered beasts, not human, which piques Yuri's interest. Toto accepts his status as a beast and pet, vowing not to tarnish Patricia's honor, but Yuri scoffs and asks if he's stupid. Yuri gets in Toto's face, angrily insisting that he is a human and a man, not a beast. Touched by his words, Patricia thinks to herself that Yuri has said something good for once. Yuri continues his argument, acknowledging that deep prejudice against beastmen exists throughout the world. He points at Toto, stating that despite a slightly different appearance, he's clearly human. Yuri passionately questions how Toto's hair color or sex makes him any different from himself or Patricia. Toto is taken aback, realizing Yuri treats him as human, perhaps more so than even Patricia does. He worries that, without meaning to, Yuri's kindness might lead him to even greater despair. Yuri Barshmid thinks to himself that Toto may believe he's lost everything, but he is wrong. A flashback shows a young Toto standing in the rain, staring up at a hanged body and thinking he never had anything to begin with. Toto's thoughts conclude that he had nothing except for Patricia. Pulled from his reverie, he asks if she called for him. A boisterous brown-haired woman bursts in, calling for Mama's adorable little angels, shocking both Patricia and Yuri. The woman, Patricia's mother, announces she's joining for tea as maids bring in a tray of snacks. Ruffling their papers, she asks if her darlings were studying. Patricia greets her auntie, who tells her not to be so formal, and asks after her father. Yuri politely replies that he is well. The woman smiles, glad to hear it, while Patricia considers asking her a question. Patricia asks her mother if she's familiar with witches, but her mother only knows of them from fairy tales. Patricia clarifies that she's asking about knowledge beyond fairy tales. Seeing her own reflection in her tea, Patricia resigns herself to another dead end in her investigation of witches. Suddenly, her mother has an idea, declaring she knows of the witch princess of Omnis, which leaves Patricia stunned. Patricia's mother smiles knowingly, adding that it's a famous story. Both Patricia and Yuri are shocked, questioning the existence of a witch of Omnis. The woman confirms that long ago, someone was known by that title. Yuri interjects, stating with certainty that Omnis doesn't have a princess. He recounts the Omnis royal family's recent history, noting the current king has 2 sons, the previous king had 1, and the one before had 2 illegitimate sons, all boys. Yuri concludes that in the last 3 generations, no girl has been recorded as being born into the Omnis royal family. Impressed, Patricia's mother tells Yuri he knows his stuff. She confirms his point, clarifying that, strictly speaking, the witch wasn't a princess of the Omnis royal family. Observing their surprise, Patricia's mother sips her tea and realizes they were unaware of the story. Patricia apologizes for her ignorance, but her mother reassures her, suggesting the topic was likely avoided deliberately by everyone. In a sun-drenched memory, a long-haired woman stands among lilies as her mother narrates that she seemed proud of her infamous nickname. A concerned Yuri asks if this woman was from Omnis, with Patricia listening intently beside him. The story continues, revealing the woman was of distant royal blood from a small country, essentially living as a common noble. Despite her station and gender, the woman defied expectations by passionately pursuing medical studies, seen here drafting an anatomical chart. The narration explains she forsook marriage to serve her people as a doctor, walking through town with no regrets despite facing suspicion. But one day, tragedy struck. A rebellion led by the Chancellor engulfed her city in flames, her face etched with horror. Blindfolded and distraught, she was rescued by her loyal retainers and forced to flee her homeland. She sought refuge with relatives, eventually collapsing in a foreign town square, cloaked and alone. A gentle hand offers a handkerchief to the crying woman, her face bruised and tear-streaked. The man, revealed to be the king of Omnis, kneels before her, offering comfort as she finally found a place to settle. Patricia's mother explains that as a royal woman and a doctor at the king's side, she naturally became the target of nasty rumors. She continues, telling a shocked Patricia and Yuri that due to her age and the king's, people dismissed any possibility of marriage between them. Toto, serving desserts, pieces it together, asking if she was called the Witch Princess of Omnis for gaining notoriety there. his aunt confirms. Patricia's mother smiles fondly, adding that the woman was proud of her skills and happily welcomed the title. A flashback of the King of Omnis makes Patricia realize the connection to his past behavior. Yuri hesitantly asks his mother if the king and the witch were close and why he was so upset. Beaming, his mother confirms their closeness with a simple, powerful reason. He loved her. As a vision of the king embracing the woman before shattered mirrors fills her mind, Patricia realizes this love for that witch explains everything her father said. Stunned, Patricia asks her mother if the woman is still in Omnis. With a somber gaze, her mother delivers the sad news. She passed away. Yuri looks down, his expression heavy, as his mother adds that she died shortly after giving birth to a prince. Patricia stares in disbelief as her mother reveals the shocking identity of the Witch of Omnis. The witch was none other than the Queen of Omnis and Yuri's own mother, a revelation that leaves him speechless. In a flashback, the king asks his wife, the witch, why she isn't angry about her nickname. She looks at him, questioning why she would be angry about being called a witch for her healing arts. Smiling warmly, she declares it an honor to have her medical skills compared to magic. The king looks at her fondly, affirming that's what she is to him. She touches his face, honored, and as they embrace, she confesses she always wanted to be a witch, a desire born from the fire that took her home. She clarifies that her wish began the day she lost her family in the rebellion. The king recalls her earnest wish, remembering she just wanted to save her family, regardless of whether it was through magic or medicine. He calls her name Diana, as she embraces him, saying she may not be a real witch, but he is the one she loves, her face radiant with happiness. The memory fades as the king lies in bed, whispering his late wife's name, Diana. Back in the present, the king startles a maid by demanding to know if the queen is ready. He enters a grand room and addresses a figure on a throne, asking if he kept them waiting. The figure, a woman in a thorny, flower-adorned veil, apologizes for the delay. Maids whisper nervously in the hall, questioning what could be happening to His Majesty. The king stands before the veiled woman, assuring her it's fine, as he just arrived himself. He pauses, trying to piece together the fragments of the dream he just had. Horrified, the maids conclude the king must have gone mad. The king gently adjusts the veil on the still, silent woman, having had it tampered with for this very purpose. Leaning in, he kisses her veiled cheek, calling her his one and only witch, as a terrified maid realizes he is keeping the queen's corpse by his side. The cloaked wolf knight stands stoically in the hallway as the narration pleads, "Please, princess." As the castle looms, a final warning echoes. Be careful. Yuri processes the stunning truth. His mother, the witch princess of Omnis, was also Prince Julius's mother. His mother explains the king and queen were deeply in love, though she herself rarely spoke with the queen. She recalls that King Christopher was known to be difficult, but he softened considerably after Diana appeared. She wistfully notes it was the first time anyone saw the king smile, making the news of the queen's death all the more shocking. Patricia notes the king and queen seemed so close, while Yuri sadly imagines the pain his father must have felt. The reality sinks in for Patricia. The Witch of Omnis is already dead. She wonders what the Wolf Knight's warning could have meant, flashing back to his cloaked figure standing over a bloody scene. King Christophorus, leaning over his deceased wife, vows to the, quote, unfortunate deceased witch that she just has to wait a little longer. He embraces her corpse, determined to acquire the medicine that will, a narration calls him a broken man. With glowing eyes, the king clutches the thorny veil, his obsession with her corpse absolute. The scene shifts, beginning a monologue from a certain wet nurse. The wet nurse, a brown-haired woman, narrates that she was born into nobility. Her father was a marquee, and her mother was the only daughter of royal blood. She recalls being raised with the expectation of becoming the future queen, until another woman, Diana, appeared at the king's side. The wet nurse clarifies that, contrary to expectation, she held no hatred or jealousy toward her. People called Diana a witch, but the insults and slander never seemed to touch her radiant spirit. She remembers Diana as deeply knowledgeable and wise, recalling a time they studied together. Diana was beautiful, cherished by the king, and a comforting presence to the wet nurse. The memory continues as Diana startles the woman by asking her to be the prince's wet nurse. The woman protests that she's unmarried, but Diana explains the different expectations for wet nurses in their respective kingdoms, putting her at ease. Diana makes a grave request, asking her to be the child's other mother so he will be cared for even if she is gone. Her words strike the wet nurse with sudden, alarming clarity, In that moment, the wet nurse realized that Diana was dying. As Diana sweetly asks her to hold the baby, the woman nervously agrees. Whoa! She is left in awe, holding the infant for the first time. She learns the baby's name is Julius, and, looking at the beautiful prince, she vows to protect him. She made this promise for the princess called a witch, and for the moon goddess. And she made it for her childhood friend, the king, whom she had always loved. But the memory darkens as the king, now a grim figure on his throne, orders someone to be beheaded, swallowed by darkness. In a frantic flashback, the wet nurse begs the king to stop, screaming that Prince Julius will die at this rate. The king coldly dismisses her, stating their friendship is the only thing sparing her, and threatens her life if she speaks of it again. The wet nurse recalls wanting to honor Diana's dying wish, clinging to hope from a portrait of Patricia, but fears the kingdom is doomed. Drip, drip, back in her room, the wet nurse mixes a vial, resolving that she is now the child's mother. Gazing at the moon, she decides that if she is his mother, she must save him, certain it's what Diana would want. A shattered reflection reveals the truth. She hated the witch who stole his heart, and the man who gave it to a witch, a dagger glinting in her hand. Her hatred extends to Julius, the child of the two, as a flashback shows him brandishing a bloody sword before a blood-splattered window. A horrified young Julius clutches his head, trying to convince himself that what he did was the right thing. The wet nurse lies dying from a fatal stab wound, smiling as she thanks Julius for stopping his mother. With her last thoughts, she declares her actions a curse upon her beautiful prince. Remembering a happy young Julius, her final words echo as she lies in a pool of blood. I love you too. The scene closes on a sunlit window, marking the end of the tragic flashback. Back in the present, Patricia reflects that if the dead witch princess is the one Wolf spoke of, that means something else is at play. Patricia recalls the legend of Shainin's elixir of immortality, a potion said to bring a person back even from bones. Yuri looks horrified, asking if the king could have obtained the elixir to resurrect the queen. Patricia looks at him with deep concern, uttering his name. Yuri lowers his head, responding softly with her name, Patty. He looks up, his expression a mixture of confusion and pain, asking if his father truly loved his mother. Yuri admits he never understood his father, believing he loved no one and nothing. He erupts in anguish, questioning if a love so great could justify abandoning his kingdom. As Patricia realizes the weight of his question, having calmed slightly, Yuri concedes that he understands love is a noble thing. Clenched Patricia grips her dress, asserting that, while love may be a reason, it's never an excuse. She looks at Yuri with steely resolve, declaring that we are the ones who must deal with the consequences. Patricia continues, explaining that the nation of Omnis is starving, and security at their shared border is deteriorating. Toto adds gravely that if the king ignores his child to chase his love, it is unforgivable. Toto, blindfolded, continues gravely, saying, above all, revealing with grim certainty that the king of Omnis has come for her life. Yuri startles, his expression hardening as he vows to kill his own father to protect her. As the tension mounts, a narrator's voice declares that this conflict will end. A white-hooded figure, haloed in light, contemplates a chessboard, poised for victory. In another scene, a woman resembling Patricia admits she has always hated fairy tales because of someone specific. The hooded man sighs, correctly guessing that he is the someone she despises. He smiles, finding it ironic given how closely he has been watching over her. Yet, his mood darkens as he looks at a chess piece, admitting that things are taking a turn for the worse. He makes his move, lamenting the trouble of relying on temporary fixes and improvisation. Leaning back on his throne, he explains their disadvantage. They cannot intervene directly, while their opponents have free rein. A voice warns Patricia to stay vigilant, reminding her that the Witch of Omnis is no mere nickname, but a literal, monstrous threat. A stern king with dark hair and a goatee commends someone. Your Majesty, well done. The king continues, stating that if he can obtain the elixir from that nation. The cloaked figure makes a shocking confession. She was the one who brought the elixir to that nation long ago. With a menacing grin, the cloaked figure is revealed as the true witch who now seeks to destroy the world. The story shifts, a single candle flame flickering against the darkness. A purple cloaked figure, holding a black chess piece, quietly opens a door. Holding the chess piece, the figure expresses surprise, recognizing someone inside. Inside, a woman with long blue hair kneels before the white-haired man on the throne. making the intruder realize the nature of their meeting. A different white-haired woman with piercing blue eyes observes, remarking on how interesting it is that such a being was born. The man on the throne lists his many titles, Demon King, Devil, Fallen Angel, before looking at the woman and adding witch with a smirk. He clenches the chess piece, affirming that all those dark titles are his. The cloaked figure stares out a moonlit window, lamenting that their hollow vessel overflows with an insatiable hatred. Clenching their fist, they dismiss concepts like family and love as nothing but absurd illusions. With glowing eyes, they accuse God of abandoning them, their hand reaching into a dark abyss. The scene shifts to a grand castle, marking Princess Patricia's 17th birthday, a day she fought hard to reach. On her throne, Patricia reflects on her 17th birthday, the date foretold by the very god she now questions. A sudden announcement shocks the court. His Majesty, the King of Omnis, has arrived. Facing away from the court, Patricia steels her resolve, determined to do what she must. The tense guests watch as King Christophorus of Omnis makes his entrance, flanked by his entourage. Patricia addresses King Christophorus, apologizing for the informal welcome at the private gathering. With a practiced smile, she formally welcomes King Christophorus of Omnis, honored by his presence. He brushes aside her courtesy, stating he is there only to fulfill his own desire, shocking the blonde king. Slam! As the doors are barred, Patricia calmly asks King Christophorus to state his desire. He begins, first, a gift, as a maid presents a small, elegant box. Inside is a stunning necklace he once gave his queen, which he now deems more fitting for Patricia. The guests react with outrage as the blonde king recalls seeking her hand, while Patricia coolly remembers inviting him despite that history. Seated at the head of the table, King Christophorus addresses her by name, Patricia. Beside her, Toto strains, growling that he has heard nothing of this plan. Patricia smiles cheerfully, reminding him that he once proposed she marry the late Prince Alfonso. Or as a concubine, was it? She asks. As the king recalls how she trembled back then, she claims she invited her potential father-in-law to celebrate with her, to which he replies with a skeptical, "Is that so?" Visibly sweating, the king shifts the topic, deciding to move on to his real business. He lunges, grabbing the blonde king Lorenz by the collar, and demanding, "Where is the elixir of immortality?" With sword drawn and eyes glowing, King Christophorus declares his true purpose, to conquer Shannon and claim the elixir. A black-haired king demands the elixir of immortality from a blonde royal who holds two young girls protectively, shocking him. The scene shifts to the night before, as the blonde royal realizes Patricia was right all along. In the flashback, the blonde royal looks concerned, questioning the existence of the elixir of immortality. He asks if that's Christophorus' objective, and a blindfolded man with black cat ears confirms it is. Patrica's voiceover connects the dots. Her engagement, Prince Julius's disinheritance and assassination, and the assassin disguised as a servant. Surrounded by the blindfolded man and a blue-haired man, the blonde woman Patricia explains this is the conclusion she reached after considering all the facts. A black-haired king demands the elixir of immortality from a blonde royal who holds two young girls protectively, shocking him. The scene shifts to the night before, as the blonde royal realizes Patricia was right all along. In the flashback, the blonde royal looks concerned, questioning the existence of the elixir of immortality. He asks if that's Christophorus' objective, and a blindfolded man with black cat ears confirms it is. Patrica's voiceover connects the dots. Her engagement, Prince Julius's disinheritance and assassination, and the assassin disguised as a servant. Surrounded by the blindfolded man and a blue-haired man, the blonde woman Patricia explains this is the conclusion she reached after considering all the facts. The blonde royal recalls how astonishing Patrica's claim and the immense evidence she had gathered were. As he flips through the documents, he considers how the queen's death, the prince's deaths, and a foreign king's visit all add up. He points out that it's all circumstantial evidence, a fact Patricia readily admits is correct. A flashback shows two young men in green uniforms studying documents, as Patricia mentions her brothers were also involved. The blonde royal explains soldiers prepare for contingencies, and Patricia, smiling slyly, offers a hypothesis and a precautionary plan. The blonde royal recalls how astonishing Patrica's claim and the immense evidence she had gathered were. As he flips through the documents, he considers how the queen's death, the prince's deaths, and a foreign king's visit all add up. He points out that it's all circumstantial evidence, a fact Patricia readily admits is correct. A flashback shows two young men in green uniforms studying documents. As Patricia mentions, her brothers were also involved. The blonde royal explains soldiers prepare for contingencies, and Patricia, smiling slyly, offers a hypothesis and a precautionary plan. The scene returns to the present confrontation between the blonde royal and the dark-haired king. The blonde royal's eye narrows in determination, realizing Patrica's hypothesis must be true. He shouts for the royal guard, who storm in to surround the king of Omnis, shocking the other royals. The king of Omnis stands silently as he is completely surrounded by armored guards. The king scoffs, calling the blonde royal, Lorenz, naive for his simple trap. He reveals Lorenz's naivete made it easy to smuggle his own men into Shaynen as he draws his sword among them. The scene returns to the present confrontation between the blonde royal and the dark-haired king. The blonde royal's eye narrows in determination, realizing Patrica's hypothesis must be true. He shouts for the royal guard, who storm in to surround the king of Omnis, shocking the other royals. The king of Omnis stands silently, as he is completely surrounded by armored guards. The king scoffs, calling the blonde royal, Lorenz, naive for his simple trap. He reveals Lorenz's naivete made it easy to smuggle his own men into Shaynen as he draws his sword among them. Tisk, Lorenz, and his court are suddenly surrounded, with blades pointed at their throats. With a sharp flick of his hand, the blindfolded man sends a card flying toward the king. A new, cloaked figure leaps over a table, apologizing for the intrusion as he draws his sword. The cloaked figure blocks the blindfolded man's attack with a brilliant flash of light, sending him reeling. Thrown to the floor, the blindfolded man pants in exertion after the sudden clash. The hooded figure, sword ready, issues a dark command to etch this moment into his mind. As the blindfolded man grabs Patricia, Lorenz and the others cry out her name in horror. T-esque. The blonde royal Lorenz and his court are trapped with blades pointed at their throats. In a flash, the blindfolded man with cat ears flicks his hand, sending a card flying as an attack. A new, cloaked figure leaps over a table, apologizing for his intrusion at the formal gathering. With a brilliant burst of light, the cloaked figure's sword intercepts the card, sending the cat-eared man flying. Ha! The cat-eared man pants on the floor, stunned by the powerful counterattack. The mysterious hooded swordsman stands ready, delivering a chilling command to etch this moment into his mind. Suddenly, the cat-eared man grabs Patricia, causing Lorenz and the others to scream her name in horror. The king of Omnis commands a halt as Patricia presses the tip of a sword to her own neck. The hooded figure pleads with the princess not to throw her life away. The king of Omnis reveals the hooded man wields a witch's blade, capable of cutting even the undying. He smirks, confirming for Lorenz that even the undying can still feel pain. The king threatens to slowly carve up the princess and queen if the elixir isn't handed over. He adds that dissecting them will be good practice for reviving someone named Diana. With a menacing grin, he declares he will raise the princess as his own daughter, but Patricia interrupts him. As Patricia holds a blade to her own throat, the king of Omnis issues a stern command to stop. The hooded figure pleads with the princess not to throw away her precious life. The king reveals the hooded man's weapon is a witch's blade, powerful enough to cut even the undying. He smirks at Lorenz, confirming that even the undying can still feel pain. The king threatens to slowly carve up the princess and queen if he doesn't get the elixir. He adds that their dissection will be good practice for reviving someone named Diana. The king vows to raise the princess as his own daughter alongside Diana, but Patricia interrupts him. Patricia glares, telling him if he wanted her as a daughter, he should not have disinherited Prince Julius, leaving the king speechless. In a dark room, a hooded figure urges someone named Omnis to hurry, while a blue-haired man vows to kill him with his own hands. Staring him down, Patricia retorts that he shouldn't have disinherited Prince Julius, leaving the king speechless. In a flashback, a cloaked figure urges someone named Omnis to hurry, as a blue-haired man vows to kill him with his own hands. Back in the present, Patricia looks toward a shrouded body and says the name, Julius. She feigns ignorance, dismissively wondering if there was ever someone with that name. The king recalls her interest in corpses and asks if she used the medicine on Julius. She answers no, and the king questions why, since she was once so fond of it. A memory shows a body on the floor, as she explains she knew the corpse was a fake. Patricia smiles, realizing he noticed, and informs Emperor Christophorus there is something he doesn't know. She continues, stating it's a secret known only to her and Father Lorenz. Surrounded by roses, she raises a finger to her lips, revealing a secret about the elixir of immortality. Emperor Christophorus is visibly stunned by her bold claim. He furiously demands she speak and tell him what the secret is. Patrika begins to speak, thinking to herself that his attention is now completely focused. A quick transition shows Lorenz's determined purple eyes, ready for what comes next. In a flashback to the previous night, Lorenz listens as Patricia stands behind him, preparing her plan. Patrika explains she has an idea to unsettle King Omnis and needs Lorenz to corroborate her story. In the present, Lorenz reveals the secret. There's only one dose of the showdown elixir of immortality left. He explains this is why he couldn't give it to the boy Patricia brought, as it's a secret unknown even to family. Lorenz declares the elixir will disappear forever, enraging the king, who shouts that he's a fool. He then offers a deal. He'll give the king the elixir if he leaves Shainan peacefully to save his beloved. Lorenz turns to the brunette queen, stating he doesn't claim to understand her pain. But he too has someone he loves, he says, as the brunette queen blushes between her two companions. Patrika watches the distressed cat-eared man, thinking she will do anything to save her people. The king addresses the hooded man as Wolf Knight, entrusting him to handle the rest. Accepting the deal, the king promises Lorenz he will leave the nation once he has the elixir. Lorenz gestures for the king to follow him to retrieve it. Patrika watches as the group is led away, with armored guards standing by the door. The stress becomes too much for the brunette queen, who nearly faints into the arms of her companions. The blonde man in green sighs, "Good grief," as he holds her steady. Observing the tender moment from afar, the Wolf Knight thinks to himself that his lord is truly devious. His thoughts are interrupted as he blocks a surprise attack from the man with glasses, who demands to know his scheme. The Wolf Knight parries another blow, explaining that his lord's words confirmed the original plan is still in motion. He reveals the true plan: take the elixir, dispose of the royal family, and make Shainan cease to exist. The Wolf Knight realizes their game as a dark, faceless vision of Patrika looms over him, shouting, "Shit!" He kicks Patrika out of harm's way, as her companions cry out her name. Patrika stands with a sly grin, demanding to know the true identity of the lord he serves. The hooded swordsman brandishes his blade, ordering the knights that no one is to interfere. His glowing yellow eye narrows with intent as he vows to kill the princess himself, while Patrika looks on, unfazed. In a fractured memory, a smirking Patrika vows to deal with the useless mutt, enraging the hooded swordsman. The scene shifts to the underground of Shainan Royal Castle, where Lorenz asks his father to guide the king below. As they descend, Lorenz reflects that King Omnis is no longer himself, having once been a wise and upright man. He recalls how love first changed the king for the better, but now a darker love has twisted him once more. King Omnis states he cannot understand Lorenz's feelings, but Lorenz reminds him that he too has someone he loves. The king's dark thoughts reveal a plan to gruesomely carve up the prince and queen before Lorenz's eyes. He remembers offering to make Patrika his concubine, noting her trembling and thinking her a rare princess indeed. Patrika declares that right here, a hooded, blue-haired Julius will be the one to strike down King Omnis. A disembodied voice whispers, "Forgive me, Patricia," as a candle's flame is snuffed out. The masked Wolf Knight grips his sword, filled with resolve, and vows to be the one to end this. On Patricia's side of the conflict, the hooded swordsman lunges forward to attack her. He swings his sword down in a powerful, decisive arc. The blindfolded man with cat ears slides into the path of the attack. With a defiant smirk, Patrika raises her own sword, vowing to protect her mother and the others. The brunette queen cries out for Patty, pleading for her not to return to the fight. She desperately calls for Leonhard and Gilbert to save her, as the two men draw their blades, looking grim. The man with glasses tries to stop the cat-eared man, Tot, who warns him not to interfere with his master. Confused, the man with glasses questions what he means by interfere. With a determined gaze, he watches as the hooded swordsman brings his blade down on Patrika. The swordsman strikes empty air, shocked that his target has simply vanished. His eyes widen as Patrika instantly reappears, launching a surprise counterattack from behind. She lands a clean hit, smiling slyly as she compliments his improved skills. Her companions watch in stunned silence as a voice from off-screen shouts for them not to interfere. As their duel rages, the man with glasses watches with a look of pure horror. In a flash of light, the man with glasses intercepts a blow, taking a powerful hit to protect the cat-eared man. Tot now stands guard, sword ready, warning everyone that the first one to move dies. Two of the armored guards recoil in shock, realizing that their opponent is a beastkin. An armored man looks on nervously, calling out for his captain. Patrika calmly observes the standoff, noting that Tot has things handled as the hooded swordsman addresses her. He tells the princess she has grown soft, and her eyes widen in surprise. A vicious slash cuts through the air. Patrika narrowly parries the blow, receiving a cut on her cheek. Bleeding but smirking, she coolly asks if that's all he has, continuing their intense duel. He confirms it is, then leaps forward to press his attack. Swords clash violently as the two combatants are locked in a fierce struggle. Patrika is thrown backward onto a throne, while her allies and the cat-eared man shout her name in panic. She and the hooded man face off again, and he quietly remarks that she has changed as the scene shifts to the castle at night. In a tavern, a distressed man slams the bar as another calls out, "Wolf!" The man panics, realizing with dread that their boss is in trouble. Another man in the tavern asks what happened to cause such alarm. Leaping over a table, the panicked man realizes that they are now the ones being targeted. He thinks of someone called Honeybee, wondering what trap could have possibly caught her, and realizes this must be the beast's lair. A small, hooded girl with pink hair and glowing eyes appears, confirming his fear as he recalls they were all assassins raised by the same mother. He remembers being told that their kind-hearted boss, Honeybee, was killed after letting her guard down for a child, a story he now doubts. The man lies dead in a growing pool of his own blood, a bitter smile on his face. A mysterious man with a bandaged neck looks down at the pink-haired girl, declaring that Wolf and Honeybee now belong to him. As the girl, Honeybee, looks up at her new lord under the full moon, she blushes, her small frame burning with a fearsome power. Patrika calmly greets the hooded swordsman, acknowledging that it's been a while, Wolf. With a confident smirk, she reveals in a flashback that had he not tried to disinherit Prince Julius, she would have saved him, gesturing to her companions and declaring them her true family. Her gaze hardens as she raises her sword, vowing to protect her mother and the others. Wolf retorts that she was never bound by worldly things like family or love. As her companions cry out her name in concern, Wolf insists a being like her has no need for love. In a flashback, a young, bleeding Patrika reassures someone as the hooded man grimly vows to deal with those who molded her. He bitterly realizes she has changed because she learned what love is, a throb of emotion echoing his thought. Back in the present, Patrika stands, tired of him speaking so freely, as Tot worriedly calls out to her. She looms over him with a chilling smile, calling his name as he looks up in dawning horror. In a flash, her sword pierces his chest, and he coughs up blood in utter shock. As he collapses, she turns away, warning him not to make her waste time on redisciplining him. Patrika orders him to stand, and he wonders if it's an illusion, but concludes his body remembers the fear all too well. Facing the kneeling man, she coldly asks if it's time to begin the cleanup. Wolf realizes her inner fire never went out, and Patricia confirms with a smirk that it was merely hidden. In that moment, everyone freezes as the Omni Kingdom's greatest knight is brought to his knees by the princess, utterly powerless. An armored knight with a blonde beard watches in disbelief, gritting his teeth in shock. The knight calls out to his comrade, demanding to know what he is doing. The scene snaps back to the throne room, where everyone is frozen in shock as the princess brings the kingdom's greatest knight to his knees. An armored knight shouts at the kneeling swordsman, demanding to know what he is doing. Her companions watch in astonishment, unable to comprehend how a small girl could overpower him. While Tot orders Wolf to get up, Patrika mocks his failure. He retorts, questioning if she intends to betray her own lord's trust. Enraged, the armored knight shouts that if the hooded swordsman won't act, he will do it himself, stepping forward with grim determination. With a bleeding cheek, Patrika calmly asks if he still wishes to be punished. Wolf remains kneeling, his face a mask of conflict and pain. Patrika's companions can only stare, questioning how a tiny girl could have done this. While the cat-eared man tells him to get up, Patricia calls his failure pathetic. He questions if she means to betray her lord. The armored knight roars that if the hooded man refuses to act, He matters into his own hands, stepping forward to confront the princess. With a cut on her cheek, Patrika calmly asks her opponent if he still wishes to be punished. Kneeling on the bloody floor, Wolf looks up, his face a mask of conflict and pain. Holding a blade over him, Patrika declares there is no place for a beast who turned on its master. She softly tells him, "That's enough," and he looks up, startled by the sudden shift in her tone. Leaning in close, her eyes glowing with intensity, she announces she will only ask him once. Gripping his chin, she demands to know the identity of his true master. He looks up at her under the moonlight and answers with conviction, "Lady Patricia." Patrika holds a large blade over him, declaring there's no place for a beast that has turned on its master. Her tone suddenly softening, she tells Wolf that's enough, causing him to look up in surprise. Leaning in close amid a shower of petals, she announces that she will only ask him this once. She grips his chin firmly, demanding to know the identity of his true master. Bathed in moonlight, he looks up at her and answers with complete conviction, "Lady Patricia." Bowing his head in submission, he declares her his most beloved and the true supreme one. With a satisfied smile, Patrika accepts his loyalty as the armored knight watches the betrayal in stunned silence. The armored knight seethes with rage, vowing to deal with the traitors. Drawing his sword, he rallies his fellow knights and orders them to charge. A blood-splattered Patrika welcomes the challenge, telling them to aim all their desire for revenge at her. Bowing his head to the ground in total submission, he declares her his most beloved and the true supreme one. A satisfied smirk crosses Patrika's face as she accepts his fealty, while a nearby armored knight watches the betrayal in shock. The blonde-bearded knight seethes with fury, vowing that he will deal with the traitors himself. Drawing his sword, the enraged knight rallies his men and orders them to charge. Smeared with blood, Patrika welcomes the fight, telling the knights to aim all their thirst for revenge at her. Meanwhile, in a different part of the castle, Lorenz clashes swords with King Omnis. Lorenz struggles against the king's immense strength, while the king, Christophorus, taunts him for being weak. With a powerful swing, Christophorus sends Lorenz stumbling back. Regaining his footing, Lorenz feels a strange, unsettling sensation from his opponent. The scene shifts to a stone corridor, where Lorenz's sword clashes violently against King Omnis's. Lorenz strains against the king's overwhelming strength, as Christophorus taunts him for his weakness. With a powerful swing, Christophorus sends Lorenz stumbling back with a cry of pain. As he regains his balance, Lorenz is struck by a strange, unsettling feeling from his opponent. He realizes with dawning horror that the man he's fighting feels inhuman. The king's voice declares his intent to take Lorenz's daughter, as the image of Patrika shatters like glass. Enraged, Lorenz shouts Christophorus' name, vowing never to hand over his family. Christophorus lunges forward, screaming that he only wants her, and lands a decisive blow. A sinister aura emanates from the king, and Lorenz realizes, with horror, that he feels inhuman. The king's voice declares his intent to take Lorenz's daughter as an image of Patrika shatters like glass. Enraged, Lorenz screams Christophorus' name, swearing he will never hand over his family. Screaming that he only wants her, Christophorus lunges and lands a decisive blow, declaring, "Gotcha." On the ground, Lorenz looks up in shock, realizing with horror who the king has captured. Christophorus holds his captive tightly, his eyes burning as he declares her the only one he loves. Thrown to the ground, Lorenz looks up in shock, his eyes widening in horror at who the king has captured. Christophorus holds the queen in his grasp, his eyes burning with obsession as he declares her the only one he loves. Standing victorious amid the carnage, a narrator reflects that Patrika always seemed to act older than her years. As she turns toward her companions, the voice continues, noting she was the one sibling he could never understand. A blood-splattered, confident smirk confirms his long-held belief about her hidden nature. Seeing a soldier flee, Patrika asks Wolf about the other infiltrators. He replies that he only knows their names and faces. Confident that the others will return, she looks at her companions, asking if there's any place safer than this room. Standing victorious amid the carnage, a narrator reflects that Patrika always seemed to act older than her years. As she turns toward her companions, the voice continues, noting she was the one sibling he could never understand. A blood-splattered, confident smirk confirms his long-held belief about her hidden nature. Seeing a soldier flee, Patrika asks Wolf about the other infiltrators. He replies that he only knows their names and faces. Confident that the others will return, she looks at her companions, asking if there's any place safer than this room. Wolf steps forward, assuring her that there is nowhere safer than by her side. She dismisses his flattery, finding his sudden fawning to be excessive. Turning her attention to her worried companions, the brunette woman gently asks if she is hurt. Patrika gives a chilling smile, warning her mother not to get her hands dirty, which leaves the woman stunned. Wolf steps forward, assuring her that there is nowhere safer than by her side. She dismisses his flattery, finding his sudden fawning to be excessive. Turning her attention to her worried companions, the brunette woman gently asks if she is hurt. Patrika gives a chilling smile, warning her mother not to get her hands dirty, which leaves the woman stunned. The man with glasses cries out her name as the shocked woman asks how she could say such a thing. Overcome with emotion, the woman rushes forward and pulls a surprised Patrika into a tight embrace. She pulls back to look at Patrika's face, apologizing tearfully for not being able to protect her. The man with glasses cries out her name as the shocked woman asks how she could say such a thing. Overcome with emotion, the woman rushes forward and pulls a surprised Patrika into a tight embrace. She pulls back to look at Patrika's face, apologizing tearfully for not being able to protect her. Her expression softening into a warm smile, the queen promises that from now on, she will be the one to protect Patrika. A flashback reveals her holding a baby Patrika, vowing to shield her from all pain and misfortune. She embraces a young Patrika, promising to always be her mother as the memory fades. The scene cuts back to the duel, where Lorenz's and Christophorus's swords meet in a blinding flash. Forced to a knee, Lorenz struggles to parry as Christophorus mockingly questions if this is the power of love. Her expression softening into a warm smile, the queen promises that from now on, she will be the one to protect Patrika. A flashback reveals her holding a baby Patrika, vowing to shield her from all pain and misfortune. She embraces a young Patrika, promising to always be her mother as the memory fades. The scene cuts back to the duel, where Lorenz's and Christophorus's swords meet in a blinding flash. Forced to a knee, Lorenz struggles to parry, as Christophorus mockingly questions if this is the power of love. He notes with surprise that Lorenz is still standing, despite being struck by a poisoned blade. Calling him a friend whose love runs too deep, Christophorus is met by Lorenz's retort that his own love is just as powerful. Lorenz pictures his children, Julia and the others, silently asking them to lend him strength. He tells Christophorus that while love may mean nothing to him, their status as kings should carry weight. He notes with surprise that Lorenz is still standing, despite being struck by a poisoned blade. Calling him a friend whose love runs too deep, Christophorus is met by Lorenz's retort that his own love is just as powerful. Lorenz pictures his children Julia and the others, silently asking them to lend him strength. He tells Christophorus that while love may mean nothing to him, their status as kings should carry weight. Lorenz challenges him, questioning whether the Omnis kingdom truly has the resources or the people's support for a war. Scoffing, Christophorus declares the country is his body to command as he pleases and lunges forward to attack. As the queen comforts Tot, silently acknowledges her mother, Patricia, and Tot reassures the queen that he is there. Patrika's thoughts turn to her family, acknowledging her mother, then her brothers, Leon and Gil. Flanked by her loyal guards, a bloodied but smiling Patrika asks to protect them a while longer, promising to explain everything later. Lorenz challenges him, questioning whether the Omnis kingdom truly has the resources or the people's support for a war. Scoffing, Christophorus declares the country is his body to command as he pleases and lunges forward to attack. As the queen comforts Tot, Patricia silently acknowledges her mother, Patricia, and Tot reassures the queen that he is there. Patrika's thoughts turn to her family, acknowledging her mother, then her brothers, Leon and Gil. Flanked by her loyal guards, a bloodied but smiling Patrika asks to protect them a while longer, promising to explain everything later. Leon vows he won't let her get hurt again and offers to lend a hand in the fight. She firmly declines his offer, instructing her brothers to remain by their mother's side. Knights burst into the room, shouting in triumph that they have found the royals. A blood-splattered Patrika issues her commands, ordering Wolf to guard her family while Toto joins her in battle. In a parallel moment, Lorenz steals his resolve, declaring that his country is his home and his people are his children. The fight rages on two fronts, as Patrika cuts down a knight while Lorenz clashes swords with Christophorus. Standing over a fallen soldier, Patrika calmly orders him to withdraw. Leon vows he won't let her get hurt again, and offers to lend a hand in the fight. She firmly declines his offer, instructing her brothers to remain by their mother's side. Just as the family regroups, more armored soldiers burst in, shouting that they have found the royals. Patrika again springs to action, telling Wolf to guard their family while ordering Toto to come with her. Far away, Lorenz reaffirms his purpose, declaring his country is his home and his people are his children. The battle continues on parallel fronts, with Patrika felling a knight as Lorenz defends against his foe. Patrika's foot rests near a defeated knight as she icily orders him to withdraw. In a split screen of their determined faces, Patrika and Lorenz both vow to end the conflict. The resolve of father and daughter mirrors each other as both swear they will end this now. Blood dripping from her sword, Patrika stands over a fallen enemy, her gaze fixed on the next wave of soldiers. Though initially stunned, a knight rallies his comrades, shouting that they can overwhelm her with their superior numbers. Patrika calls out to Toto, who instantly appears at her side, his blade deflecting an attack with a fiery spark. Blood drips from Patrika's sword as she stands over a fallen enemy. Though initially stunned, a knight rallies his comrades, shouting that they can overwhelm her with their superior numbers. Patrika calmly calls out to Toto, who instantly appears at her side, his blade deflecting an attack with a fiery spark. Toto stands ready before her, calmly acknowledging her command with, "Yes, my master." The knights recoil in shock, identifying him as a beastman, but their leader urges them on, pointing out that he's wounded. Believing they have the advantage, the soldiers close in on the pair, convinced they can win if they all strike at once. From the sidelines, the royal family and Wolf watch, in terror, as Leon cries out that Toto is fighting blind. Dismissed as the princess's pet, Toto stands as her shield, calmly accepting the dire situation. Toto stands ready before her, calmly acknowledging her command with, "Yes, my master." The knights recoil in shock, identifying him as a beastman, but their leader urges them on, pointing out that he's wounded. Believing they have the advantage, the soldiers close in on the pair, convinced they can win if they all strike at once. From the sidelines, the royal family and Wolf watch in terror as Patrika's brother cries out that Toto is fighting blind. Dismissed as the, quote, princess's pet, Toto stands as her shield, calmly accepting the dire situation. The room is thrown into chaos as the family panics, a knight recoils, and Wolf's expression darkens with intensity. In a shocking turn, Toto suddenly drops to one knee before Patrika on the blood-stained floor. As Patrika's bloodied hand touches his face, Toto thinks of his cute little humans, and with glowing red eyes declares it's time for the hunt. Patrika unleashes a wave of power, causing a nearby knight to cry out in shock. The room is thrown into chaos as the family panics, a knight recoils, and Wolf's expression darkens with intensity. In a shocking turn, Toto suddenly drops to one knee before Patrika on the blood-stained floor. As Patrika's bloody hand touches his face, Toto thinks of his cute little humans, his eyes glowing as he announces the hunt has begun. A knight shouts in disbelief as Patricia unleashes a powerful blast of energy. With demonic red eyes, Toto leaps toward a knight, asking, "Where are you?" before a brutal slash of blood fills the panel. Thud. Toto stands grimly over the fallen knights, his hands dripping with blood. A knight panics, realizing he's facing an awakened beastman, and screams for Lady Witch just before he's slain. Patrika considers the title Lady Witch with some amusement before coolly ordering Toto to start with the nearest enemies. The narrator reveals Toto's blindness was a feint to hide his true power as an awakened beastman, which made the enemy lower their guard. A monstrous Toto lunges toward a knight, demanding, "Where are you?" just before a violent spray of blood. A heavy thud echoes as Toto stands over the mangled bodies of the defeated knights. A terrified knight screams that they can't fight an awakened beastman and cries out for Lady Witch as he is killed. Mildly amused at being called a witch, Patrika orders Toto to start with the ones closest to him. It's revealed that Toto's blindness was a ruse to hide his awakened power, causing the enemy to lower their guard. A green-haired maid reports that the soldiers who attempted to flee have been captured. A blood-stained hand clutches a piece of clothing as a narrator's voice asks, "So then, what is this?" A young man with brown hair stands protectively, warning an unseen enemy not to lay a hand on his family as Patrika watches. Petrica calls out for her father in alarm before turning to walk down the hall with Toto, leaving a confused maid in their wake. As the night is cut down, he screams Lady Witch, and Petrica seems mildly surprised to be called that now. The green-haired maid informs her mistress that the soldiers who fled have been captured. A bloodied hand clutches a piece of an ornate dress as a question hangs in the air. So then, what is this? Petrica's brother stands before her, defiantly warning someone off-screen not to touch his family. A worried Petrica calls out for her father, then turns to leave with Toto, as a maid watches them go with a questioning look. A slain soldier cries out Lady Witch, and Petrica thinks to herself how strange it is to be called that at this point. A silent girl with glasses watches from the sidelines as Petrica and Toto depart. The scene shifts back to the duel, where Christophorus tells the disarmed Lorenz that it's over. Christophorus calls Lorenz arrogant for refusing to hand over the medicine, saying someone with eternal life could never understand his pain. Weakened on the ground, Lorenz can only utter Christophorus's name. As Petrica and Toto walk away down a grand hall, a quiet girl with glasses watches them pass. Back at the duel, Christophorus stands over a defeated Lorenz, declaring the fight over as the king's sword lies by the water's edge. Christophorus taunts Lorenz, accusing the arrogant king of not sharing the medicine for eternal life. On the verge of collapse, Lorenz weakly speaks Christophorus's name. Christophorus screams in agony as a gunshot hits his chest, and Lorenz dryly notes that his aim was off. With a pistol now in hand, Lorenz reveals he was aiming for Christophorus's throat. Clutching his bleeding wound, Christophorus glares at Lorenz in disbelief and rage. Lorenz presses the gun to his captive's chin, demanding to be taken to the source of the medicine. A gunshot rings out, and Christophorus screams in pain. From the ground, Lorenz comments that his aim was off. Holding a pistol, Lorenz reveals with a grim expression that he was aiming for his opponent's throat. Enraged and clutching his bloody wound, Christophorus glares at Lorenz. Lorenz presses the gun under Christophorus's chin, coldly demanding to be taken to the source of the medicine. A promotional banner features 2 illustrations of a purple-haired woman. A narrator explains that for a group of abandoned children, a regal woman they called Mother was their entire world. In a flashback, the woman affectionately pats a young, freckled boy on the head. The children believed Mother was someone kind to them, as she smiles with her eyes obscured by shadow. A young girl's reflection is seen in a dagger, as she vows they would do anything for Mother. Their devotion led them to commit fraud and even murder. A blood-splattered girl stands in shock before the towering, smiling figure of Mother. The terrified girl trembles, her hands and face covered in blood as she clutches the dagger. Mother pulls the blood-stained girl into a comforting embrace. The girl looks over her shoulder with a haunted expression while being held. Her fear transforms into a bright, blood-splattered smile as she clings to Mother. The children, whether abandoned by parents or the kingdom, were all the same. As a group of blood-stained children stand together, a narrator admits that they killed people. A woman with green hair thinks to herself how much her target has grown up. Years later, the girl, now a woman in a cloak, walks a dark alley, reflecting that Mother's kindness was only for children. A maid with curly brown hair stands alone in a grand hallway, wondering how many years have passed and noting she's still lonely. A blonde woman with glowing purple eyes holds a sword to the throat of a hooded man named Wolf. Wolf tells the seated blonde woman that she is a special, supreme being who has no need of love. A maid with long black hair addresses a green-haired maid as sister. The black-haired maid whispers to her sister, complaining about their boring job. The green-haired maid agrees, as a red-haired man notes their only task is subjugation. The green-haired maid asks what happened to that man, explaining that Wolf is in a rebellious phase and snapping at the princess. Both confused by the term rebellious phase, the red-haired man scoffs at how old Wolf is, finding the idea gross. The green-haired maid claps her hands, focus on the job, as the red-haired man agrees, and the black-haired maid declares the target will be subdued. The green-haired maid stands calmly in a hallway beside the bodies of 2 defeated knights. Bloody handprints stain a stone wall leading down a dark corridor. A wounded blonde man in a royal uniform stumbles around a corner, clutching his side. Held at gunpoint by a man with graying hair, the wounded blonde thinks he underestimated the weapon's accuracy in combat. In a flashback, a black-haired woman gently pats a young, brown-haired boy on the head, showing her affection. A wounded blonde man in a royal uniform stumbles around a corner, clutching his bleeding side. A young, light brown-haired girl's reflection is seen in a dagger as she fiercely vows to do anything for Mother. The wounded man coughs up blood into his gloved hand, his expression filled with pained shock. A memory of a royal family appears, identifying a blonde woman as Patricia and two men as Leonhardt and Gilbert. The gray-haired man remembers a smiling woman in a field of flowers, identifying her as Julia. With a gun pointed at his captive, the gray-haired man addresses him as his friend. The narrative reveals the children's absolute devotion led them to commit both fraud and murder. Memory identifies the royal siblings, a blonde woman named Patricia, a blonde man named Gilbert, and a brown-haired man named Leonhardt. The terrified, blood-splattered, light brown-haired girl trembles, clutching the dagger. The black-haired woman pulls the blood-stained, light brown-haired girl into a comforting embrace. He admits that he understands his friend's feelings. He explains that their two kingdoms, Shinin and Omnis, were once one, and perhaps they could have understood each other. Leading his bleeding captive, he reveals they have arrived at the deepest part of Shinin. He continues, assuring his captive that he understands his feelings. He explains that their kingdoms, Shinin and Omnis, were once one, and perhaps they could have found common ground. A narration states that all the children, whether abandoned by parents or the kingdom, were essentially the same. Looking at an empty stone pedestal, the captive demands to know where the medicine is, but the gray-haired man tells him it doesn't exist. The man insists on revealing the truth himself. He confesses that the medicine never existed, and that neither he nor his family are immortal. His captor shouts in disbelief, demanding to know why he's still standing as if nothing happened. Gilbert demands to know where the medicine is, but the gray-haired man tells him no such thing exists. The green-haired maid with glasses thinks to herself about how much her target has grown up. Years later, a dark-haired woman in a cloak walks a dark alley, reflecting that Mother's kindness was only for children. The gray-haired man screams in disbelief, demanding to know why Gilbert is still standing as if nothing happened. Refusing to accept the truth, he grabs the man, screaming that it must be immortality. Bleeding from the mouth, the man holds out a blood-filled palm, asking if he truly looks unscathed. He calmly states, "I will die, Christophorus." The gun clatters to the floor as Christophorus stares in disbelief, muttering that it's impossible. A blonde woman with glowing purple eyes holds a sword to Wolf's throat in a tense standoff. Bleeding from the mouth, Gilbert holds out a blood-filled palm, asking if he truly looks unscathed. He calmly states, "I will die, Christophorus." The gun clatters to the floor as Christophorus stares, muttering that it's impossible. Clutching his head in agony, Christophorus repeatedly says it's impossible, as he remembers a light purple-haired woman named Diana lying among flowers. He screams in denial, insisting that it can't be true. He recalls a cloaked witch telling him that time has stopped for Diana's body. Clutching his head in agony, Christophorus repeats that it's impossible, as he recalls a light purple-haired woman named Diana lying among flowers. He screams in utter denial, insisting that it can't be true. He remembers a cloaked witch claiming that time has stopped for Diana's body. Christophorus clings to the belief that Diana is only sleeping, not dead, but Lorenz tells him such a being couldn't be human. Enraged, Christophorus screams at him to be silent. Losing control, Christophorus lunges at Lorenz, demanding he hand over the medicine he believes is being hidden. Christophorus clings to the belief that Diana is only sleeping, but Gilbert insists she is dead. Enraged, Christophorus screams at him to be silent. Losing control, Christophorus lunges at Gilbert, demanding he hand over the medicine he believes is being hidden. Suddenly, a blood-splattered blonde girl appears, screaming "Father" in horror. Thud. A bloody dagger is driven into a dark-haired man's chest as he stares in shock. An advertisement for the translation team is displayed. Suddenly, a blood-splattered Patricia appears, her hand outstretched in horror as she screams for her father. A bloody dagger plunges into Christophorus's chest, his eyes wide with shock. A ha-ha sounds as a wounded blonde man in a royal uniform stumbles around a corner clutching his bleeding side. Held at gunpoint by the gray-haired man, the wounded blonde man thinks he underestimated the weapon's accuracy in combat. The wounded blonde man coughs up blood into his gloved hand, his expression filled with pain shock. The scene shifts to a grand palace, years in the past. Suddenly, a bloody dagger is driven into Christophorus's chest, his eyes widening in shock. Embraced from behind by his attacker, the dying man weakly utters the beginning of a name. The assassin is revealed to be Julius, a man with two-toned hair and glowing yellow eyes. The scene shifts to a grand palace. Years in the past, a younger Christophorus reviews a scroll, inquiring about a witch. With a gun pointed at his captive, the gray-haired man addresses the blonde man as his friend. The servant panics, relaying rumors that the witch can raise the dead and create strange potions. Announcing he's from the castle with questions, Christophorus startles the servant, who is shocked the prince came himself. A younger Christophorus reviews a scroll, inquiring about a witch. A servant informs him that the witch is a princess from a fallen kingdom who was taken in by Lord Romaine. The servant panics, relaying rumors that the witch can raise the dead and create strange potions. Announcing he's from the castle with questions, Christophorus startles the servant, who is shocked the prince came himself. A woman with light purple hair, splattered with blood, opens a door with a menacing glare, terrifying both Christophorus and his aide. Whoa! The terrified servant flees down the hall. The woman, Diana, smiles sweetly and explains she was only trying to surprise her guest with fake blood. In a flashback, Christophorus narrates that Diana showed him many sides as he offers a handkerchief to her while she weeps in a gazebo. A woman with light purple hair, splattered with blood, opens a door with a menacing glare, terrifying both Christophorus and his aide. Whoa! The terrified servant flees down the hall. The woman Diana smiles sweetly and explains she was only trying to surprise her guest with fake blood. Christophorus recalls Diana showing him many different sides, remembering a time he offered her a handkerchief as she wept. After taking the handkerchief, she tearfully embraces him with a sudden, desperate hug. He recalls that he didn't hesitate to choose her as they embrace passionately in a garden of red roses. In a moment of ceremony, Diana places a crown upon his head. The newly crowned king and queen wave to a cheering crowd from a balcony. After taking the handkerchief, she tearfully embraces him with a sudden, desperate hug. He recalls having several consorts, but not hesitating to choose her as they passionately embrace in a rose garden. In a moment of ceremony, Diana places a crown upon his head. The newly crowned king and queen wave to a cheering crowd from a balcony. Christophorus worries the kingdom will fall, but Diana reassures him, promising they will build a good country together. The two of us will be fine together, right? She asks with a bright smile, and he lovingly agrees. A quiet moment shows their hands clasped together before a rain-streaked window. The gray-haired man recalls a cloaked witch, telling him that time has stopped for Diana's body. Christophorus worries the kingdom will fall, but Diana reassures him, promising they will build a good country together. She asks if they'll be fine together, and he lovingly agrees they will be. Their hands clasped together in a quiet, intimate moment before a rain-streaked window. In the present, Christophorus mourns over Diana's coffin, remembering her promise to protect their country. Christophorus clings to the belief that Diana is only sleeping, not dead. But the gray-haired man tells him such a being couldn't be human. Enraged, Christophorus screams at him to be silent. Overwhelmed by grief, Christophorus thinks that if only he had the elixir from Shinin. Wah! As a baby's cry echoes, Diana's voice speaks of their child, and Christophorus grits his teeth in frustration. A crying baby disrupts the queen's funeral, and a distressed woman is ordered to silence it. In a final, heartbreaking memory, a dying Diana begs a weeping Christophorus to look after their child. Overwhelmed by grief, Christophorus thinks that if only he had the elixir from Shinin. Wah! As the baby's cries echo, Diana's voice mentions their child, and Christophorus grits his teeth in frustration. A crying baby disrupts the queen's funeral, and a distressed woman is ordered to silence it. A dark-haired man glares intensely as Christophorus sits alone, wondering what to do now. Thump! A brown-haired man is violently thrown to the ground by knights in a grand hallway. His face shadowed with rage, a dark-haired man points and gives a chilling order, off with his head. The brutal orders echo through a montage of bloodshed as countless heads are called for. A dark-haired man glares intensely as Christophorus sits alone, wondering what to do now. Thump! A brown-haired man is violently thrown to the ground by knights in a grand hallway. His face shadowed with rage, a dark-haired man points and gives a chilling order, off with his head. The brutal orders echo through a montage of bloodshed as countless heads are called for. The dark-haired man considers the witch before him, who offers to demonstrate her mysterious power. He orders the witch to examine the queen's tomb, promising her execution afterward, an offer she accepts with a sinister grin. Amid withered flowers, Diana lies in her coffin, perfectly preserved as she was on the day she died. The dark-haired man considers the witch before him, who offers to demonstrate her mysterious power. He orders the witch to examine the queen's tomb, promising her execution afterward, an offer she accepts with a sinister grin. Amid withered flowers, Diana lies in her coffin, perfectly preserved as she was on the day she died. The cloaked witch smirks, boasting that the elixir can resurrect someone even from mere bones. The witch tempts the grieving man, claiming Diana's spirit begs to be resurrected if he truly loves her. The cloaked witch smirks, boasting that the elixir can resurrect someone even from mere bones. The witch tempts the grieving man, claiming Diana's spirit begs to be resurrected if he truly loves her. A bloody knife plunges deep. The wounded gray and black-haired man gasps a name. His attacker, a blue-haired man named Julius, glares with glowing yellow eyes. The story flashes back years ago to a sunlit palace. The younger gray and black-haired man questions a report about a witch. A butler confirms the rumors, explaining a Lord Romain took in the princess of a fallen kingdom. The butler panics, recounting wild rumors that the princess can raise the dead and brew strange potions. The man, revealed to be a prince, decides to investigate himself, much to the butler's surprise. A door opens to reveal a blood-splattered, white-haired woman with a menacing grin, shocking them both. Whoa! The terrified butler flees down the hall. The woman smiles warmly, revealing the blood was just a prank to surprise her guest. The narration reveals this was Diana, who showed many sides. She sits crying in a gazebo as the prince offers her a handkerchief. The prince watches her with concern before she suddenly throws her arms around him in a tight embrace. He recalls falling for her. Though he had consorts, the queen's position was empty, and he chose her without hesitation as they kissed among the roses. Diana crowns him king. The new king and queen wave to their cheering subjects from a balcony. He worries their kingdom will fall, but she reassures him, promising they will build a great country together. Diana confidently asks if they'll be all right together, and he smiles, agreeing that they will. Their hands clasp together before a rain-streaked window. In the present, the grieving king remembers Diana's promise as he mourns her, now dead and lying in a coffin of lilies. He recalls her final moments, where she begged him not to cry and to protect their child. Overcome with grief, the king wishes he'd had the elixir from Shinan to save her. Testic as a baby cries, the king's grief turns to rage, while Diana's plea to protect their child echoes in his mind. During the queen's funeral, a woman holding the crying baby is ordered to silence that thing immediately. The king slams a door and sits alone in the darkness, wondering what to do now that he's alone. Chaos erupts as a man is choked by a knight and guards clash below. His face lost to shadow, the king gives a cold command, off with his head. A bloody reign of terror begins with endless executions. A mysterious hooded witch appears, offering to show the king her power as he wearily asks if she is a witch. The witch strikes a deal. She will let him take her head after he examines the queen's tomb. Inside the tomb, Diana's body remains perfectly preserved among the withered flowers. The witch boasts that her elixir can resurrect someone from mere bones. The king sees a vision of Diana as the witch offers to bring her back to life, but only if he truly loves her. Flashing back 11 years ago, a woman with short white hair pulls down her hood, remarking she prefers a showy knife to think straight. She muses on how easily the king is manipulated, mocking the foolishness of love to a hooded companion. She smiles, thinking that destroying an entire country is surprisingly easy. Her thoughts are interrupted as she senses someone approaching. The prince silently watches her from behind a door. Back in the present, the king laments another failure, blaming the strange power of a foreign country. A dark voice offers a simple, brutal solution. Slaughter them all. The white-haired witch embraces the king, whispering for him to forget hostages and just kill everyone. The witch throws her arms wide, laughing maniacally as she chants for a massacre. She explains with a crazed smile that the immortal bodies of the rival royal family will be useless once their false souls are shattered. The witch presents the king with the Black King, a dark sword named Mafutsu, meant to slay the unholy. She urges him to kill them all, then leans in for a kiss, demanding he love her. He agrees. The king resolutely accepts his dark path, agreeing to her plan. He approaches a woman in a purple veil, calling her Diana, and she looks up in shock. He remembers the real Diana's dying wish for a miracle, for even the smallest chance. He kneels before the veiled woman, kissing her hand and vowing to see his love once more. Holding a glowing orb, the king steals his resolve, ready to do anything for that chance. A blonde-haired man excitedly announces his father is assigning him a knight. In a grand hall, a woman begs his majesty to stop, as a white-haired man with an eye patch declares Alfonso is dead, and the king considers his own fate. The blonde woman with purple eyes states her wish to receive the corpse. Surrounded by skeletons, the king laments killing his people, retainers, and even his own son. He remembers Diana, whispering that everything he has done was for her. In a beautiful memory, he stands with Diana among lilies, thinking he can endure anything as long as he has her. Diana holds their newborn child, telling him that his father and mother are happy to see him. The baby sleeps peacefully, his name revealed to be Julius. Drip. In the darkness, blood drips from a knife held in gloved hands. The king gasps in shock, stabbed from behind by his son Julius. With tears streaming down his face, Julius cries out to his father, resolving to end things before a final, bloody slash. On a moonlit balcony, a woman with braided brown hair bids a final goodbye to the Black King. Her expression twists into a crazed rage as she screams that he should have chosen her after she showed him a dream. Adjusting her glasses with a sinister smile, she asks if he feels the same way. A blood-splattered blonde woman clutches her chest as a voice calls her, "My dear little sister, Patricia." A gray and purple-haired maid, her face obscured, declares it a shame. The white-haired witch's piercing blue eyes narrow as she muses she'd grown fond of the maid's face. As Julius and the blonde woman stand over the dying king, a voice condemns him, saying his foolish love will be his ruin. The king's yellow eyes stare blankly as he lies bleeding and defeated. He remembers Diana's gentle touch as she asked him to love their son Julius. She smiled warmly, adding that he should love Julius, just as he had loved her. His life fading, the king looks up at his son and weakly asks if it's really him. As onlookers watch, the king realizes Julius was alive after all, and a man with black cat ears remarks that Julius looks exactly like his mother. A flashback shows a young Julius crying behind golden bars, asking why he has no mother and why his father does not love him. Sobbing alone, the young boy can only ask, why? The narration explains he came to believe he no longer needed his parents' love and had accepted it. Yet as he looks down at his dying father, that past acceptance is shattered. The king calls his son's name, and Julius cries out in anguish, asking why his father won't let him hate him completely. The blood-stained blonde woman, Patricia, gives a faint smile as Julius leans his head against her shoulder. A single tear rolls down Julius's cheek as he closes his eyes in sorrow. Patricia gently takes his hand, covering it with her own bloodied one. She looks at him with resolve, telling him to go and sit on the blood-stained throne. Her hand suddenly goes limp and falls away, causing Julius to scream for his father in a panic. A final, beautiful memory of Diana's smile fills his mind. As white petals fall around him, the king's last thought is of his beloved Diana. A woman in a purple veil sits upon the throne, the veil lifting to reveal glowing, ethereal eyes as she fades away. The throne now sits empty, draped only in the woman's forgotten veil and dress. In a memory, Julius and Patricia stand together as a dark thought notes that it looks like he's losing. The thought continues, questioning if that's true, as a pair of hands holds a pistol. The white-haired witch declares this a turning point in history, and asks a hooded, haloed figure to help fate along. With a sharp gesture from the witch, a blast of power strikes a man aiming a pistol. The hooded figure, with a golden halo, stands solemnly beside an empty throne in a celestial hall. The man with cat ears, Toto, sits stunned, realizing why the attacker came as the pistol smokes on the ground. Patricia is shot through the chest, grimly thinking her rescuer will never make it in time. Julius and a blonde man stare in horror as the smoking pistol drops. Bloodied but defiant, Patricia glares forward, undeterred by her fatal wound. Julius recoils in shock, screaming Patricia's name. As Toto looks on in horror, the wounded Patricia weakly tells him not to make that face. Her gaze softens as she thinks to herself, I'm fine, so. In a grand room, the white-haired witch sits before a chessboard, coolly holding a black knight piece over a defeated white king. The white-haired witch breathes out softly, her cheeks flushed. Later, she plays chess, declaring that no one can defy fate. Neither the prince nor the beast cub, both fated to die, could escape. With a sinister smile, she adds that not even a life never meant to be can resist. As a lone white king stands surrounded, She muses on who could possibly resist fate. She smirks, thinking it would be her, but a hand suddenly stops her move. A voice tells her she can't. The hooded figure with a golden halo commands her to obey the rules. Haha. She laughs, agreeing, and notes that they have become more human lately. He smiles wryly, asking if she could go a little easier on them. She poses a cold question. Does one think about how hard they press when crushing an ant? He bursts into laughter, admitting she's absolutely right about that. His expression hardens as he states, that is precisely why this won't do. He holds the unconscious Patricia in his arms, calling her an important piece. The witch watches him, realizing he cares for that human. He kisses Patricia's head, calling them his precious children, as the witch looks on from her throne. Ugh. She clutches her head in anguish, wondering why it hurts so much to be unloved by the one she loves. Clenching her fist, she wonders if he feels that way too. A white knight chess piece, the child of the beast, rests in her palm. Patricia awakens with a sudden gasp of shock. She looks around in a daze, wondering what happened to her. Glancing down at her bloody dress, she recalls being shot before blacking out. A voice calls out, asking if she is awake. The hooded man with the golden halo sits on a throne and greets her with a friendly wave. Bam! She lunges at him with a furious cry, determined to strike him down. He calmly tells her not to move so suddenly as she trips and falls flat on her face. She collapses onto a floor littered with shattered crystal restraints. The man tells her that her existence is currently extremely unstable. He explains it's because she was killed by the witch. He thoughtfully confirms his previous statement. Patricia glares up at him as he asks her about the reason she was born. He asks if she knows the story of stacking stones on the riverside bank, a metaphor for futile, endless labor. When she doesn't answer, he dismisses the question. He explains that continuing a task with no end is torture, recounting how he created and nurtured the world like a garden. Surrounded by stuffed animals, she listens as he calls himself the world's gardener. He admits, however, that he eventually grew tired of the task. He reveals he abandoned the world, leaving Patricia speechless with shock. He lists the feelings he cast away: hope and despair, longing and disappointment. Before his throne kneels the witch, born from the things he cast away. He reveals with a slight smile that the witch is his own daughter. He explains his daughter hates him and seeks to destroy his world, leaving Patricia to look on in horror. That's when he noticed Patricia, her extraordinary ability, her nature, and her prayer from a pure sinner willing to kill a god. As a city burns, he recounts how the witch infiltrated countless nations to bring them to ruin. He reveals the witch was also the one who manipulated the Queen of Omnis. He adds that the witch even destroyed the Queen's homeland, and Patricia thinks of Julius. He tells her that this time is different, as the witch would normally hide from his intervention. He ponders if she chose not to interfere, or if there was another reason. He suggests that the witch, sensing his interference, changed her tactics. Showing a vision of the royal family, he explains he sent Patricia as a singularity to counter the witch. He tells her that thanks to her actions, the witch's plans have lost their meaning, and she is now furious. He confesses that he hates her but still loves her, and that's why he saved her soul. The hooded man offers a hand, promising escape. Patricia sits among toys, asking the hooded figure if she is truly dead. In a painful memory, a blonde man holds her lifeless body, screaming for her to wake up as others grieve. The blue-haired man and Toto recoil in shock and sorrow. The hooded figure shows Patricia a vision of her loved ones mourning her death. Enraged, she shatters a crystal restraint with a powerful punch, screaming about her weakness. She begs him to save her family, flashing back to their unbearable grief and inability to recover from her death. With tears streaming down her face, she pleads with him to completely erase the existence of the daughter named Patricia from their hearts. Looking up from the floor, she firmly agrees to the plan. A beautiful memory shows Patricia happy with all her loved ones as she apologizes for her selfish wish. As he agrees to grant her desire, she closes her eyes amid a swirl of glowing blue petals, accepting her fate. A single blue petal drifts past a gilded picture frame. The frame holds a picture of a baby, presumably a young Patricia. The full portrait reveals a happy family, her beloved people, now destined to forget her. Back at the scene of her death, surrounded by loved ones, she thinks that it's all her fault. Toto recalls holding the pistol, believing he killed her with his own hands. He screams in agony, convinced that he is the one who killed Patricia. The blue and white-haired man furiously grabs him, telling him not to kid himself. He shouts that someone like Toto could never have killed Patricia. Toto angrily retorts, questioning if that is supposed to make him feel any better. As their confrontation escalates, the blue-haired man begins to question Toto's behavior. A woman's sharp voice cries out, telling them to stop. The brown-haired woman holds Patricia's body, calmly reminding them where they are. With a tearful smile, she looks down at Patricia, asking if she is finally free from pain. The blonde man sobs into the brown-haired woman's shoulder, overcome with grief. Two other men weep, as a mother's silent pain fills the air. A ghostly young Patricia watches her father embrace her mother, thinking his name. The apparition of the young girl embraces her grieving parents as her older self looks on sadly. Bam, a hand reaches out, interrupting the spectral vision. The brown-haired woman awakens suddenly, wondering who it was she just saw in her dream. She remembers seeing a girl with a blurred face in a rose garden, and questions whose dream it was. As the scene glitches, the hooded figure states that her family has now forgotten her. He confirms that every trace of Patricia von Anneke has been erased, asking if this is what she truly wanted. He looks down upon her, calling her the daughter of a great sinner. Patricia looks at him, noting that his statement came from him. She shrewdly deduces that since the witch is his daughter, she must be able to predict his every move. With renewed determination, Patricia clenches her fist and declares she will strike the witch herself. Confident the witch will be off guard, she asks God to resurrect her just as she is now. He questions if she can endure being erased, showing her a vision of a desolate life on the streets. Patricia scoffs, reminding him she has lived that life before and that her memory of love will persist even if her family's does not. She declares her love will never vanish, and the hooded man looks on in surprise. Ah ha ha. He bursts into loud, unrestrained laughter, startling her. He touches her forehead and asks if she is ready. With a brilliant smile, she confirms she is. They shake hands, sealing their pact. The scene shifts to a beautiful castle overlooking a garden of red roses. A baby with blonde hair and purple eyes awakens with a horrified thought. She's a baby again. She panics, realizing with dawning horror that she has been reincarnated as an infant. Recalling her death and God's promise of resurrection, she realizes this was not what she expected. Her mind screams in utter disbelief, "I'm a baby." As she recognizes the familiar feeling, she furiously realizes that God must have tricked her. The reincarnated baby awakens, recognizing the castle's linen room. She immediately tumbles off the high shelf. Wham! A laundry basket lands right on her. She groans, frustrated with her clumsy baby body. A maid enters, annoyed by the messy basket. As the maid complains, the baby panics, trapped. An empty laundry cart sits nearby. The baby hides in the cart as the maid wheels it away. She reflects on God's words as she sees her mother, recalling how he repaired the timeline after erasing her. A faded memory shows her original, happy family. In the new reality, the family portrait is complete without her. She realizes Shinan was never invaded by Omnis. She wonders if her friends vanished from the world too. She stares into a lavish but empty bedroom. She wonders if this room, now occupied by others, was once hers. This is a world where Patricia von Anneke never existed. She worries about the fates of Tobolus and Julius in this new timeline. A horrific vision of a bloody figure makes her fear for Toto. She fears the worst. Toto is still a slave. A shadowy figure enters her room at night. A familiar voice calls out, and as a bright light fills the room, a hand reaches for her. The figure suddenly grabs her and lifts her from the crib. Tears well in her eyes as she recognizes the person. He gently places her back into her bed. She realizes with relief that it's Toto. Toto looks down, confused, thinking, a baby? He wonders if the strange feeling he sensed came from her. She happily babbles his name, reaching for him. Overwhelmed, Toto wonders whose child she is. He awkwardly picks her up, unsure how to hold a baby. An observation notes he's terrible with kids. Patricia is shocked by his clumsiness. Toto asks an unseen person if they were nearby. Toto turns to see Julius standing there. Wah! The baby beams with joy, recognizing Julius. She babbles happily, chiding Julius in her mind for not speaking up sooner. Julius mistakenly assumes the baby is Toto's secret love child. Panicked, Toto shoves the baby into Julius's arms. Toto furiously denies being the father, leaving Julius confused. Through a series of babbles, Toto explains the situation to Julius. After the explanation, Julius asks whose child she is. Toto admits his senses failed him, and Julius teases him about his dull nose. She clenches her fist, thinking to herself, I'm glad. She watches them, relieved they're okay without her. Julius smiles, gently playing with the baby. She thinks about their forgotten memories as Toto suddenly looks startled. A sudden thought strikes Toto. A princess? Julius senses something, wondering what just happened with Toto. Julius decides to leave her with the maids, telling Toto the king has summoned him. The two men walk away down a magnificent hall. She observes that both Julius and Toto seem to be doing well. She closes her eyes in relief, sure that Debola must be fine too. As a maid holds her, she sadly thinks that all she ever wanted was to have friends. Watching Toto, Julius smiles and thinks that at least everyone seems happy now. The maid carries her down a bright hall, followed closely by Julius and Toto. Watching the two men walk away, she thinks of her deep love for them. A maid looks down at the sleeping baby in her basket, her thoughts trailing off. Now, lying alone, tears begin to stream from her vibrant purple eyes. As a vision of the two men fades, she vows to love them forever and ever. Bam! Julius and Toto whip around, staring at each other in sudden shock. Standing in the now empty hall, one of them asks if the other spoke. A blond man in a royal uniform reads a document, worrying that the borders have been sealed. He looks up from his desk, asking a waiting Julius for his thoughts. Julius admits to himself that he has no idea what is happening in the world. He explains that after accidentally killing his brother, he was saved by the prince and his majesty. He offers a slight, knowing smile. The blond man smiles back, saying they only did what was natural. A glitched memory of a scarred, white-haired man flashes as the blond man recalls his surprise at his arrival. He remembers that some children had also brought Toto to the castle. He made Toto an attendant, and notes with a nod that the two seem to be getting along. Julius praises Toto's constant help, while Toto replies that Lord Julius is easy to care for. With a polite bow, Julius excuses himself from the blond man's office. Bam! The moment the door shuts, both Julius and Toto's pleasant expressions vanish. Julius accuses Toto of acting, but Toto, with a look of disgust, retorts that Julius is the one putting on an act. Tisk. Toto turns his back on Julius and walks away. Julius looks out a window, reflecting that both he and Toto were saved by the two princes of Shinen. A distorted memory of a girl in a rose garden appears, her face scribbled out as she asks, "Who in the world are you?" In a split second, both Julius and Toto are overcome with a powerful desire to meet someone they can't remember. And deep within their minds, a single forgotten name echoes, Patricia. Two maids gossip, wondering about the baby's origins and how she was found in Lord Saeed's empty room. One of the maids looks toward a window, a sudden thought dawning on her. Outside, a cloaked figure quietly moves through the foliage near the window. The baby's eyes snap open, her senses on high alert. A maid holds the baby, wondering aloud about her mother's origins. The maid looks concerned, realizing they don't even have any milk for the infant. Suddenly, the baby begins to wail uncontrollably. Panicked, the maids wonder if she's crying for milk, as one promises to run to the kitchen. The two maids hurry out of the room together to fetch milk and a towel. The moment they're gone, her crying stops, and she begins crawling with determination, ready to make her escape. Thinking it's time for a little cleaning, she reveals a sharp pin clutched in her tiny hand. Night descends, blanketing the majestic castle in starlight. Two assassins peer through a window, one confirming that the castle has settled down for the night. After slipping inside, one complains about their troublesome job, while the other asks if the room is unused. As the baby listens from the shadows, they note the thin security and that their target's room must be close. She instantly realizes the presence she sensed earlier was them, and that their target is Julius. One of the assassins freezes, spotting her on the floor and muttering in confusion, "A baby?" The two men wonder why a baby is in the castle, speculating she could be a prince's secret child. But the masked assassin's eyes narrow as he reminds his partner of their orders. Eliminate any witnesses. With a wicked grin, the other assassin draws a dagger, deciding to kill her quickly before she can cry. Across the room, the baby sits frozen, not moving an inch. An assassin suggests throwing it off a cliff, but his masked partner below suddenly freezes in shock. The first assassin lies bleeding on the floor as the baby stands over his defeated body. The surviving assassin looks down at his fallen comrade, confusedly asking what happened. Holding a bloody pin, the baby thinks she'd regret leaving anything undone. The assassins stare in terror. The hooded man shouts in disbelief as the baby turns to face him, radiating an unexpectedly menacing aura. She notes this one is tougher than the first, as the assassin clutches his leg and cries out in agony. Blood drips from the assassin's mouth as he trembles. The baby watches him, unmoved. He calls her a monster, but she internally scoffs at being a cute baby and vows to protect Julius. A vision of the first bloodied assassin flashes as she resolves that no one will harm her family. GRK. With a determined lunge, she stabs the assassin in the back. She kicks the man to the ground, watching intently as his body hits the floor with a thud. Bam! Suddenly, the surviving assassin kicks his fallen partner aside. She glares up at him, annoyed to be in this situation. The standing assassin calls his defeated partner a drag. He grins, noting his partner's sacrifice made the monster drop its weapon as he prepares 2 daggers. With a furious cry, he lunges forward to kill her. She is suddenly lifted into the air, and with a cold stare, she wonders if she should hollow him out. A bloody slash fills the air as she furiously vows not to let him succeed. The assassin is brutally stabbed through the chest. Toto holds the baby protectively as Julius stands over the body, sword drawn, threatening to kill anyone who touches her. Julius smiles faintly, noting that the assassin can no longer hear them. In Toto's arms, the baby stares at her own small, blood-stained hand. Both men kneel before her, and as Julius gently touches her cheek, he softly says he's been looking for her, Patricia.